Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where, you guessed it, we do all three of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we'll be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, as always, you know him, the triple threat himself, Chris Trio.
We're back.
And Gino.
And Gino himself.
And Gino. But no, our guest for this long series of podcasts, Chris Geddes, Delco Zone. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you.
So good to be back.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks since we recorded. 3 weeks, I think.
At least, I'd say, yeah.
Really? It's wow.
Yeah, it's been a minute. As they say, as the kids say.
I don't mind like taking the break in between.
I didn't mind it at all.
I didn't feel like that.
And we needed that one weekend off. I'm
It
not
felt
gonna
long
lie.
for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I enjoyed having that weekend off too. I'm not gonna lie. That one Sunday we
did the
skipped.
Snyder Cut last week.
Yeah.
That's out. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But anyway, we're not here to talk about this is Zack Snyder's.
Can I just do a takeaway? Hold on.
What?
John this weekend was like, Gooch will not shut the fuck up about the Snyder Cut. It's just like every time I join the chat, John, you watch the Snyder Cut yet? John, what's going on? It made me laugh so fucking hard. I was like, well, he's on it.
Well,
I
like
guess
he watched it before.
No, he did
I
watch. Yeah, no.
And I was just like genuinely like as somebody who like I would not expect
he
to
was
watch
not.
that.
It was just more funny than anything.
Shout out to John Hughes.
Shout out to John Hughes,
my Apex partner,
Yep.
as they
Partner
call
in
it.
crime.
as they
Yeah.
say.
All right, Halo 2. Let's do it. Let's get into it. So just like we did with Halo CE, and if you haven't watched their Halo Combat Evolved stuff yet, make sure you watch that. I mean, you could probably start here, but like,
Yeah, wherever you feel like it.
Start at the beginning.
Yeah,
you know,
play
along with us.
You don't
Do it
read-
to it.
You don't start at chapter 2 of a book. You start at chapter 1.
Unless you're a psychopath. That's
But,
all I'm gonna say.
Like we did with the first episode, this is episode 6. We're going to be doing the introduction to Halo 2, as well as the Heretic, the Armory, which are tutorial cutscene levels, and then Cairo Station. So let's talk about Halo 2's development. For some reason, I have in between Halo Combat Evolved and 2. Well, no shit. That's when this game was developed. It's a little redundant. All right. So Halo was never planned as a trilogy, but the critical commercial success of Combat Evolved, selling more than 5 million copies in 3 years, made a sequel expected. Xbox General Manager Jay Allard confirmed Halo 2 was in production at E3 in
2002.
Thank you.
You're
It's
welcome.
really tough.
Yeah.
It really, I say
Going
2005 and shit
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
now.
it's like that doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense. So, and that was planned to be released in 2003. Many of Bungie wanted a sequel building on the cut ideas of Combat Evolved, and being the follow-up to be more ambitious. The added publisher support for a sequel allowed greater leeway and the ability to return to more ambitious ideas lost in Combat Evolved's development. Not to satisfy with merely adding back to cut content to the sequel, designer Jamie Greismer. I'm gonna go with that.
Go for it.
Recalled that the team tripled everything, rebuilding the game engine, changing the physics engine, and prototyping a system for stencil shadow volumes. The game's development would suffer from a lack of clear leadership. Early development discussions happened in small, unconnected teams that did not talk with each other. Jason Jones, who had been exhausted from shipping Combat Evolved, similarly burned out during Halo 2's production. Jones left the project to work on another Bungie game, Phoenix, leaving fewer people to work on Halo 2. Bungie co-founder Alex Seropian left Bungie in 2002, causing additional friction and politics within the workplace where Seropian had once meditated tensions. So it's pretty interesting to hear that Bungie, coming off of Halo 1, is in rocky water with development for like the biggest sequel.
It
of
really
all
is
time.
interesting to hear that they were like, "Nah, this isn't gonna do a sequel. Why would we even think about a sequel?" Like, because they were just like, it makes sense. They were just like, "Let's just get the first game done."
Yeah.
And then there was this amazing
Right.
outcry.
I'm curious how many new IP projects come onto the scene and be like, yeah, we're anticipating a 3-game,
Especially
set of this.
back. I mean, I think that probably happens more today.
Right. No, I meant
But
today.
back at that time, for sure, I think was probably not that often.
Yeah, you were developing a one and done game. 'Cause you just,
as far
I
as you
guess-
know, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to anticipate sales. All right. The story of Halo 2 grew out of all the elements that were not seen in Combat Evolved. Jason Jones organized his core ideas for the sequel story and approached Joseph Staten for input. According to Staten, among the elements that did not make it into the finished game was a horrible betrayal scene where Miranda Keyes straps a bomb to Master Chief's back and throws him into a hole in revenge for her father's death. Jason was going through a rather difficult breakup at the time, and I think that had something to do with it, he said. Interesting.
That's
You psychopath.
yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know about that one.
I think I like Miranda Keyes the way she is as being a very supportive character
yeah.
in both 2 and 3. I could not imagine. I don't think
Her making the turn
I
of
don't
like,
think
fuck you.
anyone really like turns on the UNSC.
No, they seem to be the clear
Halsey
good guys. To them, yeah.
is like kind of like in this gray area, bad good guy, but like I don't think she like necessarily just like fuck the UNSC.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this game.
Yeah.
For sure.
No,
like,
like it's crazy just off the bat. I mean, we'll get into it when we actually get into the level, but just off the bat, how much they're like, we're showing you a lot, we're doing a lot, we're keeping it moving, especially compared to those first couple levels of Halo.
Halo
coming
Z,
out, yeah.
oh,
I was
yeah.
like, but
Lots of story.
absolutely,
Lots of backstory.
no, really,
That's what Bungie's good at.
they are,
They're
and it's
making
especially
worlds
this
and
one.
stuff like that. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Staten and Jamie Greischmer. Jeez, I'm gonna struggle with that one this whole time.
I say
Every
just
time.
commit Greismer.
Greismer.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna like forget. When
And
I
if
get
it's
to it.
if it's wrong, sorry, Greismer.
They discussed seeing the war from the Covenant perspective, forming an idea to have part of the game told from the perspective of a Covenant warrior known as the Dervish. Late in development, the Dervish became the Arbiter after legal teams at Microsoft were afraid the game was sending a message about Islam.
Ooh, so what was? I assume Dervish was an Islamic term.
Dervish, from what I understand, a whirling dervish is a dancer.
I'm gonna do some googling. You can.
Yes,
continue.
I know the term dervish is definitely like Middle Eastern for sure. As to anything else, I will not speak to it. But as you're googling, I will continue. In
Okay.
February,
Well,
you got it. You
Okay,
got it?
so dervish, it's a noun, a member of a Muslim, specifically Sufi.
Sufi,
Yeah, Sufi.
Sufi Muslims, yeah.
Sufi religious order who has taken vows of poverty and austerity. Dervishes first appeared in the 12th century. They were noted for their wild or aesthetic.
Aesthetic?
Or I get maybe no.
Eccentric?
ECSTATIC.
Ecstatic.
Is that ecstatic?
Aesthetic.
I
No,
feel
wait,
like
no,
it-
no. Aesthetic.
Oh, you're right. It's ecstatic. Why am I
Aesthetic.
overreading?
Yeah, it's aesthetic.
Please, for God's sakes, let me apologize. That was terrible. All right. Anyways, ecstatic rituals that were known as dancing, whirling, howling, or howling dervishes, according to the practice of their order. So, but it is an Islamic term. That is interesting.
Okay. In February 2003, Bungie began development on a gameplay demonstration for E3 2003. This is interesting.
Okay.
This is very relevant to right now, and you'll probably see why when I read through this.
Love it.
The demo, which was the first gameplay seen by the public, showcased new enemies and abilities. Many elements of the trailer, however, were not game ready. The entire graphics engine used in the footage had to be discarded. The trailer's environment never appeared in the final game due to limitations of how big the game environments could be. Elements like vehicle hijacking were entirely scripted in order to keep performance at an acceptable level. The restructuring of the engine meant that there was no playable build for Halo 2 for nearly a year, and assets and environments produced by the art and design teams could not be prototyped. Bottlenecking development, Greischmer recalled. So they were moving backwards after E3. So they show this gameplay demo, but this demo is horseshit.
Wow, that sounds a little bit like a game that just came out quite recently. What is it called? Assassin. Wait, no, that's not correct. Cyberpunk? Yeah.
Wait, where are you going with
I was
Assassin's
just joking.
Creed?
No, I don't know. I was just.
I was like,
just
what's your
thinking the
dig
wrong
here?
game. No.
Yeah, exactly what happened with Cyberpunk. But like realistically, I feel like every time this comes up of something like this, it's like E3 demos are
Notoriously a little
fudged.
shisty.
Yeah, like there's no way they're this alpha footage build. Like they're this really like sure they're based off alpha gameplay, but like they're polished so you can't tell.
Absolutely. And they're running off the best hardware possible too, usually in those demos, right?
And they're not running off like dev kits or anything because it's not like next gen. Whereas like now I guess like a year ago, companies had the kits that we didn't have access to.
Sure,
it was like
to
a
develop.
whole different
Absolutely,
game.
yeah. Actually, no, that's a whole nother pod. That would be an actual.
So they worked on this thing for 2 years and then they scrapped it. So they're pretty much after this E3 demo, they're picking up from scratch after like doing all this work for this demo for like 2 years. In order to ship this game, Bungie began paring back their ambitions for single and multiplayer parts of the game. All other Bungie products, including Phoenix, were canceled, with their teams folding into Halo 2 to complete the game. The campaign was completely rethought and reimagined. The campaign completely rethought and remained unplayable for more than a year while the multiplayer was being developed. Ultimately, a third act where Master Chief and the Arbiter came together on Earth to defeat the Prophets was cut entirely.
Wow.
Stanton hoped the resulting cliffhanger would be treated like the end of The Empire Strikes Back, which it kind of
That is cool. Yeah.
It kind of played. I think that played out pretty well.
Absolutely.
Halo 2 does end kind of abruptly, but like I don't think it's a bad thing.
Don't even tell me how it does because I don't remember. But I don't remember that at all. I remember there's obviously the long Warthog run at the end of some kind. But yeah.
Is there? I don't know.
Oh, god damn you.
Planned vehicles such as variants of the Warthog and all-terrain vehicle were scrapped. With single-player mode in trouble, very little had been done with the large warfare multiplayer mode. Eventually, the entire warfare mode was cut, and What's up?
Oh no, I was just gonna.
Well,
I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue your thing. That's
Okay. There was a guy's name that's like that I probably cut out. Okay, so Haberman, who I guess is a multiplayer lead, small team project became shipping multiplayer suite. Engineer Chris Butcher commented, "For Halo 2, we had our sights set very high on networking." Sorry for my phone. For Halo 2, we had our sights set very high on networking. Going from no internet multiplayer to developing a completely new online model was a big challenge to tackle all at once. And as a result, we had to leave a lot of things undone in order to meet the ship date. Yes, what was your hand raised for?
Oh, no, it just blows. So this was all happening after they had already first showcased the first demo.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I was clear on that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fucking
So
insane.
this is
but-
E3 2002. So we're
when was
talking about holiday 2003. I think the game gets delayed.
When was the game's release?
We'll get there.
Yeah, sorry.
I forgot off the top of my head. So outside of Bungie,
It's
Combat Evolved success had become a problem for Halo 2's development, as the success of Xbox platform was riding on Halo. Microsoft originally pressured Bungie to have the game as ready as for a launch title for Xbox Live in November 2002, which Bungie employees told them was impossible. At one point, Microsoft executives had a vote of whether to force Bungie to ship an incomplete game or give them another year of development time. Microsoft Studios head Ed Fries walked out of the vote and threatened to resign to get Bungie extra time. That's nuts.
I don't know how
That is
this, like, for a popular company, it just blows my
Especially
mind
now.
with all this stuff that's going on.
But like the gaming industry is
It's
so
such a different beast now.
Right.
It really
it's just a shell of
Well,
what
imagine
what
like
it was,
you're a fucking board member back in
Or what it is, I should say.
2004 for Microsoft. They come in, they're like, we need to finish this video game.
Their
What's
their fledgling console and games
Yes.
department is probably not like, Phil
not the
Spencer's
biggest-
not
no,
there.
yeah.
Larry Herb isn't
But also,
there.
like, you got,
those
like, one of-
faces aren't there yet.
You got these people like they're like video games, those things that sell for not that much and have barely any return. They have video games is not a proven medium by any point at this, like at least to the degree that we have it now. But like they were probably like, no, just fuck it. These people won't care.
I
if
think
it's
Halo's
incomplete.
big in the pop culture zeitgeist, but like as for the mainstream, I don't know. Yeah, it's not there yet. I don't think people aren't
I don't
taking
think
video
so.
games
Yeah,
seriously.
not as like.
So
yeah.
it kind of makes sense that as a company,
They're
because corporate companies are shitty.
I would argue that the maybe PC gaming is up there.
by that point, you think?
By that point, yeah. 'Cause, I
Interesting.
mean, everyone's playing
To be honest,
Doom,
I-
Unreal Tournament.
No,
all
I guess
that
that's
stuff.
true. Yeah, you got all those So there is.
But this wasn't.
It's still. I guess yeah. It's
on
probably
PC.
not.
Right, we're talking
As
about
culturally
literally
accepted,
the
yeah.
beginning of Xbox Live. Halo 2 was like the first title. We
Yes.
got to remember that. I mean,
Absolutely.
we're not going to be playing. Obviously, we're not going to be playing the multiplayer for Halo 2, but we can't really forget that like Halo 2 was like the big surge for multiplayer on console.
Absolutely.
So missing the Xbox last holiday launch season before its successor console, the Xbox 360 shipped was not. Wait. Missing the Xbox's last holiday season before its successor, the Xbox 360 shipped was not an option. So they didn't. This was the last holiday season. They couldn't push it back. They'd be in the Xbox 360.
It needs to come out.
Right.
Interesting.
So to hit its new November 9th, 2004 release date, Bungie went into mother of all crunches in order to finish this game. A lot of people sacrificed themselves in ways they should never have to do for a job, design lead Paul Bertone recalled. He kenneled his dog for nearly 2 months and slept in the office for the final days of development. Greichmer said that the lack of a polish period near the end of development cycle was the main reason for Halo's 2 shortcomings. Butcher retrospectively described Halo 2's multiplayer mode as a pale shadow of what it could and should have been. Due to the tight schedule, the campaign mode's abrupt cliffhanger also resulted from the frenzy to ship on time.
It baffles me that they think of this game so negatively when people love it.
Very fondly look back on it. I feel like.
Yeah.
I guess it was just obviously with the Xbox Live and just people being able to play with their friends. I think that's really helped.
It's kind of shitty, but it worked out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not like Cyberpunk where you have
they are getting
a troubled development and then it ships and it sucks. They had a troubled development and it just made them even more money.
Yeah.
So the fruits of their labor kind of paid off.
Yeah, and it's also
I'm not
hard
saying
to know that
the
it's
the crunch was okay, but
Gooch, I think you are saying that crunch is okay.
Crunch culture.
No, I completely agree. It's weird that but again, that's how everything works. I feel like just as a broad example, just when it comes to Star Wars, they had no plan for those trilogies. But if it worked out and people liked what they did, it wouldn't matter. But now that people don't necessarily like those movies, they look back and they're like, you had no plan? What the fuck were you doing? So people then start to care. So it's interesting to see with this that did work in that direction for them.
Halo 2's release was part of a shift towards blockbuster gaming releases. In 2004, the video game industry estimated to gross $7.6 billion in the US, behind the $9.4 billion gross of domestic box office sales. Halo 2's success was seen by the press as evidence of a generational shift in entertainment. The CBC's Greg Bolton remarked that prior to Halo 2's splashy release, the video game industry hadn't been yet found a recognizable public face, a universal acclaimed megastar. The Ringer called Halo 2 the birth of the video game as we know it today, a mass shared experience, and credited it with birthing modern multiplayer infrastructure and popularizing American esports. I got one more paragraph. Halo 2's matchmaking technology was one of the turning points in the video game industry in the 2000s, setting a new standard for other games. G4's Sterling McGarvey wrote that Bungie's sequel was shot in the arm for Xbox Live subscriptions and previewed many of the features that would set the standard for Microsoft's online service on the next machine. Critics credited the game with bringing online multiplayer to the console masses and serving as Xbox Live's killer app. The Province's Paul Chapman wrote, games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 would not have been as enjoyable if Halo 2 had not broke ground. So Halo 1 breaks ground as Xbox killer app for campaign.
Yeah.
Halo 2 does the same thing, but for multiplayer.
Multiplayer, yeah.
And was the campaign ill received when it came out?
No,
that's what I thought.
So people like it.
Because it is interesting to to just hear them.
Halo 2 is pretty well.
That's what I thought. I even remember having very fond memories of the ending. So that's why it's just interesting to hear them talking back and being we had this cliffhanger that we had to cut off in the last moment. But yeah,
what a great segue, Trio. Let's talk about our experiences with Halo 2. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, I mean, I just remember. I remember playing co-op on this game. I remember trying to beat it with Legendary with my friend when I was younger. I remember just having a great time with it. I remember truly going back through just the beginning couple levels, the scene with the Arbiter when you first get introduced to him, when you're seeing these kind of events unfold, and even it's so cool to be able to look in between the new gen graphics or the updated graphics.
You couldn't
mid
do that in
cutscene.
Yeah, and switching it back and forth.
It really is cool. But even I'm looking back, even the first scene at the end of the first training level we'll get into it, but when Chief has that great moment when he shoots out of the fucking airlock, I'm like, oh fuck, this is so good. I remember this. It brought me right back, and I love this game, and just the start, I'm already in Halo 1 was a bit of a slog, or Combat Evolved, but the first 3 levels I shot through in no time at all.
Yeah.
Mr. Geddes, please.
Yeah. I mean, I still didn't have an Xbox. I don't think I didn't get my Xbox till like 2007. So around the time Halo 3 and like Modern Warfare.
So you weren't like going over friends and playing it?
I don't really remember Halo 2 as much, so honestly.
I actually have the same sort of issue, especially the campaign.
Yeah, definitely.
Halo 2 is really my weak spot of Halo. Yep. It's not a game that I played a lot of the campaign with at people's houses. I do remember playing a lot of multiplayer. LAN specifically, but
yep.
Yeah, I really don't like Halo 2. Even going back and playing, it's like I know what happens and I know like the main beats, but sometimes like I forget the finer details. Unlike Halo 1 where I know that game down pat. Yeah. Same with like Halo 3.
That's
like Halo 2 is this sort of like gray spot for me where I didn't play the campaign again as a kid, so I don't really have this like.
If I played it, I played it once and it's all a blur to me. So.
Interesting.
Right. All right, so release information. This game was released on November 9th of 2004. It was also released on Windows on November 9th, 2007, Xbox One, Series X, and PC in the Halo 2 anniversary on the Master Chief Collection on November 11th, 2014, and then on PC on December 3rd, 2019. So that is how you can play it. As always, we're playing it on the Master Chief Collection. Chris Geddes is on PC. And then me and Trio are on Xbox Series X's. Yep. All right, let's jump in. The Heretic, our first level, which is not really a level. The synopsis is, The Heretic is the first campaign level of Halo 2 and consists entirely of cinematics and depicts Thel Vadim's hearing on High Charity and Master Chief receiving his Mjolnir Mark 6 armor. So, in the Master Chief Collection version, we get that intro, that Halo 5 cutscene sort of thrown into the beginning of Halo 2. I wasn't going to talk about it other than the fact that it happens. We're going to hit it.
You're playing it on the Master Chief Collection, you're going to see it. Yeah, obviously.
And just like Halo Combat Evolved was anniversary was the lead up into 4, this anniversary, Halo 2's anniversary, is the lead up into Halo 5.
Yes.
So they do the same treatment with the terminals. The terminals are connected to Halo 5, and I think most of them are in Locke's perspective, if I remember correctly.
So. Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong.
It's like him narrating over the first one's him narrating over Thel Vadim.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm sorry if I just missed this. Was with the opening cutscene. I think I talked about this on Halo's Combat Evolved. I was like, that threw me off when I started the game.
Yeah.
I was like,
you mentioned.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on? And I was like, oh no, I am playing Halo 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is this Halo 5?
Yeah.
All right, so we fade in on the broken pieces of Installation 4, still burning. Groups of Covenant CCS-class battlecruisers prowl among them. An assault carrier flies by, and the camera pans within to a giant Covenant structure. Covenant Holy City High Charity. 9th Age of Reclamation, October 20th, 2552. So we are about a month after the events of Halo Combat Evolved.
Gotcha.
So, this is probably a little weird that we didn't talk about it in the last game, but we really didn't get into the Covenant. And the reason I didn't is because we don't really have a lot of information about the Covenant in that game.
Yeah, next to none.
This
really.
is like, this
like
game is
to
opening up on Covenant lore. So let's talk about it. Who are the Covenant? The Covenant Empire, also referred to simply as the Covenant, was a theocratical homogeny made up of multiple alien species that maintained control over a large portion of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way galaxy. The Covenant was a political, military, and religious affiliation, originally a mutual alliance between the Sansuman and the Sangheili. The Sansuman are the prophets. Following a brutal conflict between the two warring races. Its expansion to include at least 6 other races united in the worship of the Forerunners and the Halo Array soon began after the original formation. The Covenant waged a genocidal campaign against humanity until they were formally defeated due to many factors, the most crucial of which was internal conflict that broke between the Covenant
the commas can get me something like it's. Yeah. I hear what I got you.
Let me just start. The most crucial of which was an internal conflict that broke the Covenant in 2, forcing out the entire Sangheili species and splintering them into separatist groups. That is what we'll be seeing in this game. So the lore is kind of a little ahead, but You know,
Gotcha.
whatever. Yeah. The species that made up the hegemony.
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 Jesus.
I know. I literally had it and then I forgot it and then I had to
hegemony.
Hegemony. Yeah.
Known as the species that make up the hegemony, known as the Covenant, come from different parts of the galaxy and take all kinds of physical forms. The Covenant is organized into a caste system with their religious leaders, the Sansuyum, or prophets at the top of the hierarchical pyramid. The Covenant Society is a single. Here's that word again.
Hegemony.
Hegemonic culture. It is the culture that practices imperial geopolitical dominance through implied means of power as opposed to direct military force. There are 3 Covenant castes that make up the unity: the religious caste, warrior caste, and worker caste. The Covenant culture and the religion is based solely on the worship and reverence of the Forerunners. Long ago, the Sansuyum managed to decipher portions of stored data on terminals aboard a Forerunner dreadnought. Thanks to the Forerunners' robust translation systems, they misunderstood the many subtle meanings of Forerunner glyphs. The Sansuyum incorrectly interpreted the activation of the Halo array as means of transcendence, a process that they came to call the Great Journey. They did not understand that this activation had been designed to kill the Flood, or more precisely, to kill the Flood's food, creating a galactic genocide. They simply thought that the Forerunners had disappeared and left other species of the galaxy to their fates. Because of this, the Covenant often search and recover their artifacts and often have to turn to war to achieve these ends. In the Covenant Society, personal vendettas are not tolerated, although many conflicts in the Covenant's past have been sparked by vendettas. Trio.
Interesting. So it is interesting just hearing like the words for these things that they use that were
These
kind of
big-ass
obviously.
words.
Well, no, but they do seem like Muslim and or Islamic inspired, like in the way of just like the Sansun. Like I wonder if like just hearing them talk about how they took about like that what was that whole thing that we
The
just
dervish?
the dervish and stuff like that.
If they were also
I feel like,
pulling from Muslim religion.
and it's like
the
yeah, they were,
Covenant.
but like then also you got to even think about like this came out when was this being developed?
2002, 2003.
Okay, so this was, and then
So
it was
we're
after
post
9/11. Yeah, so it's just interesting to like, you know, I wouldn't have thought about these. And now that I'm reading them, now they're saying that it's like maybe they did use a lot like of that influence in that.
Culture.
It's just interesting to see, yeah, cultural influence.
Like other civilizations, the Covenant maintains a permanent armed forces branch used to enforce order, conduct atmospheric and space combat operations, and generally project the Covenant's power onto others. Formerly led by the Sangheili prior to the Covenant Civil War, which this game will get into, the Loyalist branches are now led by the Jiralhani. The military comprises of the Covenant Navy, Army, and Special Warfare Group containing the Special Ops Division. The abilities of the various competent races are often exploited by the military to help push forward the ever-growing war machine of the Covenant. So in that title card, we mentioned Ages of Reclamation. So here's a quick.
I was gonna ask you about that there too, and I'm
quick
glad I
brief on
didn't.
Ages of
Yeah.
Reclamation. The Ages of Reclamation were a series of events that in the Covenant history during which the true search of the Halos began. It was the final age of the Covenant history, and as the Covenant split apart in the Great Schism at the conclusion of the age, the 9th Age of Reclamation was the time in which the Human Covenant War occurred, and began when the minute. Sorry, yeah. And the comma, the fucking commas. In
I know
this
it's
thing.
so yeah.
So, the 9th Age of Reclamation was the time in which the Human Covenant War occurred, comma, and began when the Ministry of Fortitude became the prophet of truth and declared war on humanity. So that is the Covenant's calendar.
That's
pretty much.
interesting. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just curious. So like they know. They're talking about they want to go on the great journey or whatever, so they want to turn them on. They just don't realize it's just going to kill them, or do
Yeah,
they?
right.
They know
They
it's going to
don't.
kill them,
They-
and they just think that's the journey. Like,
Well,
The prophets know that.
they do, but they don't. But they know they're going to
Truth
die
knows.
too. Okay, but does he? I guess do they religiously really believe like? Well, then that will start the great. Like they are that like
I believe
like
so.
prophetical or what's the word I'm looking for? Or but like that. What's not like extremist in a religious term? I can't. But anyways,
Fanaticism.
they're that
zealotry.
fanatics where they're like, well, I know we're all gonna die, but that's still the start of the
Right.
The
I
great
think
journey.
at a certain point, the prophet of truth, like, kind of like, he definitely knows what the Halo arrays are supposed to do.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we got to talk about this big fucking mushroom ship thing in the sky. What is High Charity? High Charity was the Covenant's mobile planetoid station and the capital city, known as the Holy City of the Covenant or the Prophet's Holy City. Effectively, it was the collective united homeworld. In the internal hub of High Charity lay an extremely large capital city. In its center sat the anodyne spirit embedded within the city after the formation of the Covenant as a symbol of conviction and peace between the Sangheili and San Suyum.
Is that like a ship?
Yes,
Okay.
it is a Forerunner ship.
Gotcha.
The city itself contained many locations sacred to the Covenant, such as the Council Chamber, the Sanctum of Hierarchs, and the Mausoleum of the Arbiter. As a construct, High Charity was similar to the unyielding Hierophant and a repair and refit station, though it also served as a mobile command post. Unlike the smaller Covenant vessels and their UNSC counterparts, High Charity contained many courtyards and other non-essential spaces, which gave the station a terrestrial feel. The interior of High Charity was filled with the Covenant's unique architecture of a lighter tone than the naval vessels. All of the structures within the city floated above a methane-rich field in which millions of High Charity's Ongoi lived. The massive towers around the dome were gigantic spires of volcanic rock, and the city's base interwoven with metal supports and covered a decorative alloy. They were used by the Sansuyum as offices and private residences.
So all the grunts live at the bottom?
Yeah,
Wow.
I guess that makes sense.
Eat it.
Right?
Yeah, they are the grunts.
They really are the grunts.
Feel
bad.
They're the workers.
Yep.
They're the worker caste until I guess they need them for war, and then they're the grunts, literally and
they're like-
figuratively.
And they're just cannon fodder.
Right. So we get a close up of High Charity. Hundreds of Covenant's warships swarm around it. We fade to a ledge across from the tiers of stadium-like seats. Several Banshees patrol around it. The camera slowly zooms toward a door on the back of the ledge. A voice is heard. There was only one ship. Fade into the counselor chamber. Rows of honor guard elites stand at attention to a path leading to an end where a single Sangheili zealot stands facing two high prophets explaining the past events to them. So this zealot is Supreme Commander Thel Vadami. Who is Thel Vadami? Let's go into the dossier on who will be known as the Arbiter.
If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed.
Thel Vadam, formerly known as Fel Vadami, often simply referred to as the Arbiter, is the Duro antagonist of both Halo 2 and 3 and a supporting character in Halo 5.
Can I just stop it? Duro antagonist. I've never heard that word before. That's interesting. What is that?
I guess it's like two.
But like he's the
No,
antagonist that you
it's-
actually
it's
play as.
Duro
Like,
antagonist? It's
Duro
Duro
antagonist?
antagonist?
Duet.
So-
It's like duet.
Duro antagonist?
Interesting. But no,
I think it just means he's good and
he is
bad.
the counter pro. He's your other protagonist, I guess. Almost.
the
Yeah.
power level.
You can
Interesting.
click on the word and it'll bring
No, I
it
was
to-
trying.
it'll
Yeah, I was
bring it
trying
to
to.
you.
But I'm sorry, I did not mean to derail. It was just
No,
an
it's
interesting
okay.
word.
Again, more big words
Yeah.
that I didn't,
Absolutely.
straight out of the Halo wiki, guys. The
Absolutely.
source of all this stuff. So
Thank you, Halo Wiki.
Thel was born on Thel Vadam to wait. Thel was born Thel Vadam to the Vadam family. Okay. Rulers of the powerful state of Vadam on Sanghelos. As a young Sangheili, Thel was trained in the ways of the warrior by his relative Lac Vadami. He joined the Covenant military, earning him the right to use the suffix EE, which is added to a Sangheilian name upon joining the military. Thel fought alongside the Covenant when they attacked Madrigal in 2528. Soon Thel gained the rank of shipmaster and earned the title of Caden,
I would say,
with his
yeah.
keep. At some point between 2535 and 2552, Thel's exceptional leadership and combat prowess earned him the rank of fleet. I'm reading too fast. Earned him the rank of Fleet Particular Justice's Supreme Commander. During his time as Supreme Commander, Thel was responsible for over 1 billion human casualties.
Nice.
Killer.
The loss of at least 7 human worlds and the destruction of over 123 human vessels during the fleet's action.
I guess it's not. He didn't kill. So he is responsible for the
For the subsequent
For
deaths.
death,
He didn't
yeah.
kill them himself.
That would be cooler if he killed 1 billion people barehanded. But
Near the end of his time serving as Supreme Commander, he led the victorious Covenant forces at the Fall of Reach. As the battle ended, Thel ordered all ships within the command to follow the fleeing UNSC Pillar of Autumn. Following the Autumn's course led to them to Installation 4. Commanding the Seeker of Truth, he had his ships began evacuation of the ring upon the release of the Flood. But the Parasite managed to capture a ship and infect a minor prophet. The prophet... infect a minor prophet, the Ministry of Etiology?
Etiology.
Etiology?
Yeah. The Minister of Etiology.
So there were minor prophets?
This is during First Strike, by the way.
This is during First Strike. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
I guess they have
because
ranks
we
too.
do see a lot of the Sansuyum in that room that aren't prophets.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
So,
there's
yes.
a bunch. Just they're like the
all of
counselor.
them are
champion.
like the higher
Highest,
tier.
yeah. Real racist society. I don't know if we mentioned that. I'm like, what the fuck, guys? I'm sorry. Continue.
The sudden widespread evacuation led to confusion as ships became infested, and he was unable to prevent the destruction of the ring and was forced to abandon it. The abandonment saved his life, but also resulted in the capture of the newly arrived flagship, the Ascendant Justice, by John 117, and he was called before the High Council to answer for these failures.
Dun dun.
So it's kind of like fucked that they're just like, yeah.
Well, they need a
fucked up.
and they also need a scapegoat. I think feel like
Right.
is the idea. Like it's it's the political. They're
Totally,
like he is the fall guy.
110%.
Yeah, he's like,
that
oh well,
is
he
exactly
fucked
what's
up.
going on.
We're gonna fuck him up.
So we've talked about the Sansuyum for a little bit. In Latin, their name means worms of treachery.
Oh,
That's
that's a good dig.
So, also known as the Prophets by Humanity, these are a species who were the leadership caste within the Covenant, and one of the more mysterious member races of the hierarchy. Prophets appear to exert complete control over the religious and political affairs, thus fulfilling their role as leaders. The prophets enforce a misguided theology based on the false belief that their firing the Halo array will start the great journey, transcending them into godlike status. Although physically frail compared to the other Covenant species, they wield an absolute power over the Covenant. They have a strong religious importance through the Covenant, obviously. The prophets are extremely frail, possibly due to being adapted for a low-gravity environment. The supplemental book incorporated in the Halo 3 Collector's Edition suggests that inbreeding and lack of concern for physical health, perhaps suspended by the single-minded desire to achieve transcendence, is probable response for this outcome.
So they just evolved over time and just
It reminds me of like
de-evolved.
yeah,
Well,
devolved.
you know, it
yeah.
kind of reminds me of the guys from the people in Wally. They just sit in there. They don't have to do anything. They're
yeah.
just there. They're
Great
like,
comparison.
That's what I mean. They're
Yeah,
they're
for
getting
real.
fat and frail. Well, not fat, but they're just getting frail. Like,
No,
we don't
they're
need
fat.
to.
They're fat
They're
and
fat.
Wally.
And they don't
Come
need to
on,
do.
Z,
They don't need to
stuff
do
like that.
anything. So the prophets are just like, yeah, fuck you. But like, you could snap their neck in probably no time at all.
As a representatives of the gods, the prophets hold a great amount of power over the other races of the Covenant. They earned reverential titles as such as Holy One and Eminence. They are protected at all times by the mighty legions of the Sangheili Honor Guardsmen and are rarely involved in combat themselves. They prefer to dedicate themselves to the study of Forerunner artifacts. However, important events to the Covenant usually require a higher-ranking prophet, such as a hierarch, to be present.
For them devoting their lives to studying Forerunner artifacts, you feel like they would all pretty much know that what happens when you activate Halo.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Right.
Maybe that, and I assume this is a pretty big brotherish society, so I guess the lower prophets maybe are like kept low, like Scientology. Not until you get to the higher tiers, they ain't telling you
find out the
that
truth.
they showed up in G7 jets to drop off souls in the volcanoes. So I think it would be a kind of similar thing here, where they'd be like, "What?" But anyways,
Yeah.
The majority of the prophets use anti-grav belts to support themselves. Higher-ranking prophets, such as the Hierarchs, a group of 3 prophets with total control of the Covenant, use anti-grav thrones to support themselves. These, however, are not so much for the support as they are for personal defense. They are fitted with holographic emitters, and energy shield generators, and a teleportation device, and a built-in gravity cannon.
it's pretty useful.
In the event of assassins getting past their guards, they are able to defend themselves quite well. Since the activation of the Halo array, the Prophets' numbers have been dwindling, with the destruction of their original homeworld 3,200 years before the events of 2552 likely contributing to this. At the time of 2552, there were only
23
million profits.
Only.
Yeah, there's an exact number.
close
but,
to 24 million, but
yeah,
yeah.
so there's 23 million existing. After the flood invasion of High Charity, their new homeworld, the majority of their species was consumed. So this is Halo 2 events, leaving less than 1,000 alive.
So you go to their homeworld in this game?
No, it's
Or
gone.
it's just okay. By this,
So
by the
they're
time-
all on High Charity.
Okay.
Almost all of them.
and
die.
this when but okay.
High Charity gets invaded by the flood.
in this game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I'm real, dude. It is funny how much this game I really don't remember. Yeah, that's so funny.
So yeah, pretty much this cutscene, the Prophet of Mercy, Truth, and Regret are like drilling Thelvadamy about why he retreated, and I think he has a pretty legitimate reason.
It's talking about the flood, right? Isn't
Them releasing the flood causes the Covenant to flee, and they leave.
Does he reference Master Chief as like the demon in this scene?
Yes, so he
Is
says,
that the
by the
first
time
time?
I learned the demon's intent, there was nothing I could do.
That's right.
And that's the last line of his flashback.
Do you hear that in the first game? Do you hear
No.
That's why I didn't think so.
So in this game, he is referred to as the demon. I don't think Master Chief is known to the Covenant until this.
That's what I thought,
To a
yeah.
certain degree, because now he is the last Spartan, or one of them.
Interesting, yeah.
So it's a little different of a dynamic.
I will
guess.
say though, but at the time of this game when it came out, he was supposed to be the last Spartan, right?
Yes.
We really didn't have any.
I don't know if First Strike. Yeah, First Strike is probably out at this point, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't tell
Yeah,
you.
but that book is in the middle of 1 and 2.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we do have a Master Chief portion of this where Master Gunnery Sergeant recounts to Chief that his Mark V suit was about to fail and really put it through its paces as you put on the brand new Mark VI.
Just tell that to the Covenant.
Yeah,
I
tell
just like
that to
calling
the
him-
Covenant.
The plating was about to fail. There's viscosity throughout the gel layer. Optics, totally fried. And let's not even talk about the power supply. You know how expensive this gear is, son?
Tell that to the Covenant.
Like, this is messed up. Your power supply. He's like, don't even get me started on the power supply.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, we're a month after Halo 1, and Chief is on a station, and yeah, he's getting a new suit. So we'll be in Mark 6 for this game and the next game.
Gotcha. And are we out? Is this a space? This isn't a space station outside Earth, is it? It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
okay,
get
I'm
to it.
sorry. My apologies. I'm skipping
You're
ahead.
jumping the
You're
gun,
excited?
man.
I am. I really because I'm like.
So we put on the Mjolnir powered assault armor Mark 6. Was the 3rd generation of this version of armor. The suit was issued to the few surviving Spartan 2 commandos in October 2552, replacing the older Mark V. Despite the introduction of Mjolnir after the Human Covenant War, Mark 6 armor could also be requisitioned by Spartan 4s in 2558. So they're tying in the infinite lore to the fact that this armor was made then, but you can still get it. And honestly, it probably becomes famous because of the fact that Master Chief wore it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I agree.
Yeah. So Spartans like want to.
Yeah, it's
I don't
like, I
know.
wanna be
I guess
chief.
they can like do whatever.
Well, I want to be like Chief, right? I want that.
Put me in the Mark 6. The Mark 6 generation largely solved the problems with the previous generation's versions. It had an improved energy shield system powered by a smaller fusion pack on the wearer's back. The shield system is much stronger and charges more quickly than the Mark 5s. The suit is also denser yet less bulky armor plating. You can literally see that. Like, this armor's a lot more slicker than the Mark 5.
Absolutely. A lot less boxy.
Yeah. The suit is also...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does it have a bidet?
We went over this.
I know
I'm
what
sure
they.
it does.
But did it add a bidet in?
Bidet, were bidets popular back then?
or forward or forward then?
Oh, yeah, true.
They might have come back in style. Anyways, I'm sorry. Continue.
The biggest change, however, was the inclusion of automatic biofoam injectors. With the introduction of the Mark VI, these biofoam injectors would have become integral part of the Spartan's ability to function in battle. As medical gel is used to fill and seal wounds automatically, although this process causes extreme pain. However, while biofoam also allows a soldier to continue to perform his job without bleeding out, biofoam is only a temporary means of saving a person's life.
I feel like you've seen biofoam, like or a version of it in like a movie or something like that, like where they kind of fill.
And it's in ODST. I mentioned. I
is
think I
it?
mentioned that in the first episode of Halo C.
I did not.
When we were talking about health packs or something. Well, it's kind of funny. They introduce a lore reason as to why. You don't have health.
No, that does make sense.
The armor does it.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Wow.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's not. This is not,
Set in the story at all.
right.
Yeah,
This
you would
is-
never
this
know.
Is just reading the wiki and the
Yeah.
armor. In addition, the Mark 6's liquid crystal and hydrostatic gel layers receive significant improvements over the previous version. The liquid crystal layer increases the strength of the armor by a factor of 5, in addition to the amplifying the user's reaction time by the same factor. The hydrostatic layer features a lockdown device which protects the muscles and joints of its Spartans wear from heavy impact injuries. This is used in the beginning of Halo 3. When he crash lands into Earth.
That's right.
And
he's just fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't he like lock up too? Isn't that the thing? Like his armor, like basically just.
That was what that was.
That's
was.
cool. That's
his
cool.
armor locks up so he can hit the ground.
Yeah.
And then like at the beginning, like I think Johnson like hits something and his armor just goes limp.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like turns something off on him and he just
It's like dumb down.
That's like I'm okay. There's a little bit more information, but
has a
we've
catheter
said
in
a
it.
lot. It's better, all right.
Yeah, it's and cooler and sleeker.
So, do we all like the Mark 6 more than the Mark 5?
yes.
I think so. Absolutely. I mean,
It's got a bidet in it, right?
it has to.
And that is the end of the Heretic. So let's jump into level 2, the Armory. This is obviously the second level, as I just said. The first, which is playable. It is a short stage, mainly allowed for the player to get a feel for the game, and it has no enemies. If you are on Legendary or Heroic, you don't play the Armory.
Yep. Skip right over it.
Yeah.
Really? So that whole
So this
wait,
is again,
which part? So the part does it skip the
part
entire
with
part
the-
where,
with
where
the-
you're in the gotcha where
Right,
he
the-
runs you through your diagnostics,
Yes.
but then it
Right.
puts you right onto the
Right at-
elevator with
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. So again, it's still early O's. We still have these tutorial levels that aren't not mandatory, but if you're playing on lower difficulties, they're
Yeah, I
there.
guess nothing of sustenance story wise happens there. So why would you need to play?
Well, I mean,
and I
the
guess it's
comment,
just,
the one thing I
I
will
guess
say is
that's true.
the comment that
He makes about keys.
or
I
yes,
got it.
yes.
I'm gonna get to it.
Sorry.
So Johnson enters the Armory to retrieve Master Chief for an award ceremony. So this guy in the tutorial is only Master Gunnery Sergeant. He doesn't have a name. He's just his rank. So Johnson, when are you going to tell me how you made it back home in one piece? Sorry, Guns, it's classified.
Son of a
My
bitch.
ass.
Son of a bitch.
Like we were talking,
ass.
we were talking about, at the end of the last episode, like how the fuck does Johnson get off this thing?
Yeah, it's
I'm-
just-
and they're,
he's just not refer- yeah.
Him and Chief are the main survivors, and there are a few Marines, Chip Stubbo,
Yeah,
Martin
Chip Stubbo.
Stacker.
Of course, Chips Dubbo. Who can?
yeah,
But
like, of
it is
course.
funny. They did just leave himself enough room to be like, he just made it off.
Yeah.
Like you didn't see him die. You don't know what happened to him. He just got off.
All right, so yeah, we're on the elevator. The elevator stops and the door opens. The Chief and Johnson get out to board a small tram. It starts to move with a view of the crew of the Cairo station.
You want me to be Johnson?
I think you just nominated
Yeah,
yourself.
you can read. Sure. Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that. Going about their business and the backdrop of windows displaying the station and the view of the stars. The planet Earth comes into view as the tram starts moving. Sergeant Johnson comments on things passing by the windows.
Earth. Haven't seen it in years. When I shipped out for basic, the orbital defense grid was all but theory and politics. Now look! The Cairo is just one of 300 geosync platforms the Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant-occupied capital ship with coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta.
Malta.
Yeah. Nothing's getting past this battle cluster in one piece.
So to answer your question, yes, we are above Earth.
That's fine. Well, no, it was just the way it was funny. Just the way you started out, I was like, did I imagine that this was over Earth? Like that's why.
Several UNSC ships drift past the station.
Ships have been arriving all morning. Nobody's saying much, but I think something big's about to happen.
The tram stops and they walk out to join a crowd of cheering Marines, and that is the end of the Armory.
That was a tough one.
That was a tough level.
Yeah.
Props to you beating it on Legendary solo.
Yeah, seriously. Good job.
Good job.
Wait, you literally can't. Like, it just skips over it, and you just get the
You just get the
completion.
cuts, yeah. That's so funny.
I'm gonna take a drink.
Not gonna lie, before we even get into Cairo Station, though, this one I was like, I remember this level being boring. It wasn't boring at all. I really enjoyed it. I don't know why. Like, I just really, again, attests to like how much I don't really remember, like how much I
the
think I
drones.
remember.
I fucking hate
The drones are.
Dude, I had to do it on Legend. Well, I'll save it.
Well, you didn't have to. Okay.
I know.
All right, Cairo Station. This is a synopsis of the third campaign level of Halo 2, taking place in Earth's orbit on the Cairo Station. Master Chief and UNSC Marines. Whoa, UNSC? Yeah, I said that right.
Yeah, you were wrong. Yeah.
UNSC Marines fight against boarding Covenant troops, accumulating in the battle over Sangheili guarded bomb intended to destroy the station. So yeah, you're probably asking, what is the Cairo station? Well, Trio mentioned it in his little dialogue with Johnson earlier, but the Cairo station was an orbital defense platform in geosynchronous orbit about 35,000 kilometers above Earth over the Egyptian city of Cairo. It is in the same battle cluster as the Athens and Malta, and it was commanded by Fleet Admiral Sir Terrence Hood. So yeah, it is just a defense station for
That's
Earth.
awesome.
We get our cutscene. Master Chief and Johnson received medals for the Battle of Installation 4. Tartarus, along with the Brutes, bring Thel Vadimi to be branded as a traitor and a heretic.
I really liked that kind of. I can't remember. Didn't it like kind of shift back and forth
parallel
yeah,
between
like
them
how it's
two.
like he's getting honored
Honored
and
and
he's
he's
being
getting-
disgraced.
he's getting-
yeah,
yeah.
it was really cool.
Yeah, very good.
And by the way, I don't know if we said already, those updated cutscenes again. Mwah. They look
man.
so good.
Yeah,
They
the
really do.
anniversary is like for 2 is like a completely different beast. The anniversary of 1.
Absolutely.
Like a AAA
yeah.
blockbuster level.
Easy. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about our boy Tartarus.
Why? Looking for a little payback?
Tartarus was the last known chieftain of the Jiralhani to serve in the Covenant. He was the Arbiter's primary rival during the Battle of Installation 5 and acts as the Hierarch's chief enforcer, or more accurately, Truth's second in command. Following the start of the Great Schism, he was the leader of the entire Covenant military, so pretty much at this point.
Gotcha.
He is also the tertiary antagonist and the final boss in Halo 2. Even before the events surrounding the Battle of Earth, the Prophet of Truth trusted Tartarus enough to dismiss the Sangheili honor guardsmen in order to speak to him alone. Tartarus had scoured the wreckage of the Covenant Attack Coordination Station, unyielding Hierophant, after its destruction at the hands of the Spartans during Operation First Strike.
First Strike,
The
yep.
book.
There it is.
Tartarus reported to the Covenant fleet preparing to attack Earth and was largely destroyed. And an artifact of the Forerunners was able to bend time and disrupt the slipspace was also entirely lost.
Almost entirely.
Yeah, almost. The pilots had managed to recover 3 small chips of the crystal, which Tartarus presented to Truth. Tartarus was instructed to reward the surviving pilots well, then execute them all quietly to ensure Truth's plan remained secret from the rest of the Covenant. He was ordered to bring Supreme Commander Thel Vadimi, who was unable to stop the destruction of Installation 4, before the Council to, quote, his fate matched the magnitude of his failure. Tartarus branded the commander with the mark of shame.
Shame. Sorry.
Some trivia. Tartarus is left-handed and wields the Fist of Rucht, which is like the first gravity hammer. So the gravity hammer isn't in this game, but he has.
He has one. yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Tartarus was the name of the deepest part of the underworld, or Hades in Greek mythology, compared to the Christian hell, where the worst criminals were sent. This was where Zeus, the king of the gods, imprisoned the Titans, and it was incredibly well guarded, having triple walls, a river of flame surrounding it, and 3-headed hellhound Cerberus, ensuring no sinner would escape.
Themes, metaphors. I love it.
He is the only Jiralhani to have ever had his name said in-game, and is the first in the franchise to be given a name. He is also the first Jiralhani ever seen in-game. A lot of firsts, a lot of in-games here.
Monkey.
There's a skull on Tartarus's pauldron, which appears to be the upper half of a Sangheili skull, which was added to his shoulder pauldron during the Great Schism.
I didn't notice that. I never noticed that.
I never noticed this either.
I'll go back and look,
I
so.
learned that, yeah. You can see it. It's very well noticeable in the remaster.
Oh, yeah.
Not so much in the
In the
original.
old, yeah, in the
in the
original,
old, it just kind of it's there.
It's just
and
there,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, I can see it. Got to squint a little
Yeah.
bit. Oops. The view changes back to the Cairo's bridge. Dozens of naval officers cheer as John 117 and Sergeant Johnson approach Lord Hood at the end. The Spartan 117 and Sergeant Johnson are saluting Hood. Dossier on Fleet Admiral Lord Terrence Hood.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
He was a commanding officer of the UNSC Navy and the chairman of HICOM Security Committee. Hood was a decorated UNSC DF combat veteran and a British noble, even though he doesn't have a British accent. Which I guess in 2552, maybe accents aren't a thing
Yeah,
anymore.
maybe it's all like.
Is there no
interesting.
one in there in the whole Halo franchise with like an accent?
No,
trying to
the
think.
Australian,
Yeah, that's
Mexican.
what I thought.
there's a
So,
lot
but
of
I guess what
accents,
you- yeah,
but,
no, but yeah,
But I read them like British.
Yeah, like what?
This is Ron Perlman. Do you know that's who that's voicing?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, it's Ron
That's
Perlman.
interesting.
I have that in my trivia. But prior to December 2530, Hood served as James Cutter's XO aboard the UNSC Spirit of Fire, aka Halo Wars, where he was given command of the Halcyon class light cruiser UNSC Roman Blue.
You said Halo Wars?
Yeah.
So this was Halo
James
Wars.
Cutter is the main character in
that's
Halo
okay.
Wars.
I knew. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
He had been. Yeah, we won't be playing those
Yeah.
games. He had been promoted to Fleet Admiral and taken a prominent seat in the UNSC Security Committee by September 4th, 2552. In the aftermath of the fall of Reach, Hood received Lieutenant Wagner's report on the fall of Reach in the front of the committee. The Admiral was interested in the fate of the UNSC Pillar of Autumn and its Spartan 2s, and was dismayed to find most of the super soldiers had been expended during the battle. Hood was also considered Wagner's petition to authorize a mission to search for the survivors on Reach. Yes. So he's versed by Ron Perlman himself. Hellboy. Hellboy's probably around this time. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like
What
he's
is Ron Perlman really known for? It
Hellboy.
can't
I
be
think
Hellboy.
I think Hellboy's one of the big ones. Absolutely.
Really?
Sons
I
of
think
Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy. Absolutely.
But I'm talking like before this. That's
I
really
think this
his
is when
first
he was.
role?
I really think that was like his kind of one of his breakout. I feel like in the way of mainstream.
Bullshit.
Come on.
We can Google it.
I mean, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. I don't
right,
know.
but
Like
we also weren't alive.
sure, but like that's when I hear people talk about Ron Perlman coming in. That's I feel like the first one. Even like older people I hear be like, that's when I like I don't know. I can't think of another Ron Perlman movie.
I think of Hellboy.
Yeah, of course.
exactly.
I do too. But
Like
I got
the beginning of Fallout 3. Doesn't
yeah,
he do
that's,
that?
that is funny. He is the.
he is that.
That's
guy.
great. Yeah.
Cortana says, "You look nice."
Thank you.
Hood presents Johnson and Hood presents Johnson with the colonel cross. Colonial. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colonel. What the fuck am I
Colonel.
saying? Colonial. The UNSC Colonial Cross is the highest ranking military decoration awarded to soldiers, Marines, sailors, and airmen in the UNSDF. The DF in UNSC is Defense Force. The Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion and is the highest wartime decoration a UNSC serviceman or woman can earn. It is usually given out in a ceremony recognized as the person who has won the reward. Miranda Keyes also gets this as well. And so this is Hood's line. Commander Miranda Keyes, your father's actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best. And Miranda is crying in this scene.
Well, you didn't. She's fine,
No, I know. I'm just saying. She's like getting sniffly. And let's get into a dossier on Miranda Keyes.
Remote activation from here?
Born Miranda Halsey, was a commander in the UNSC Navy. Keyes served as a commanding officer aboard both UNSC in Amberclad as well as Forward Unto Dawn, and was the commander of the Human Expedition Force into Installation 00 in late 2552. She was the daughter of the late Jacob Keyes and Catherine Halsey. She was born in 2525 to Catherine Halsey and Jacob Keyes. While living with her mother up until 2531, she was eventually sent to live with her father, changing her last name to Keyes soon after.
When this game came out, was that known knowledge that she was her mother?
Great question.
Because I don't know.
Well, the terminals weren't out in the original version of Halo
So
CE. So they.
interesting. So there's a chance that might not have been the original.
I don't think-
thought.
No,
Yeah.
bullshit. Yes, it had to have been written in the lore. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah,
Because she looks like Cortana.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cortana and her look alike, and that's
Definitely.
on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say yes, but maybe
We wouldn't know it. But
Right.
like,
Sure.
obviously, Bungie.
she would live on Luna, where her father taught at the Academy of Mayor Nubian or Luna. Or Luna Officer Cadet School. Miranda was accepted to the Academy's pre-enlistment training at the age of 16, and being the second youngest to ever attend the school, after graduating with honors, she immediately requested assignment to active duty. On April 5th, 2550, Miranda was promoted to the the rank of lieutenant commander in a promotion ceremony downtown Quezon on Reach. Fleet Admiral Terrence Hood also personally awarded her the Silver Star, and it was announced she would assume command of the UNSC frigate in amber clad. Immediately following the ceremony, Keyes was deployed back into active duty and having been postponed and a mandatory leave required for those receiving these promotions. Some trivia. Dr. Halsey believes that Cortana looks partially like Miranda. In Halo 2, she has a scar in the shape of a number 7.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Where is that? Like, where's that at?
I think it's only in the original. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I tried to find a picture and I couldn't find it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Miranda lived almost as long as the Human Covenant War, being born only a few weeks after its start and dying on the day of its end. She was 27. So, spoilers. Sorry. She dies.
Damn it.
The view changes back to High Charity again, where a blackened Sentinel combat...
Sangheili?
Jesus Christ. Yes. Where a blackened Sangheili combat helmet falls to the floor, and the naked Vadimi hangs limply from his restraints. A glowing brand rises from the floor behind him, and Tartarus grabs it and strides forward. Thel Vadimi raises his head weakly. Tartarus gives him a fierce look and presses the brand against the Sangheili's chest with malice. The tortured Thel Vadimi fights the pain, but gives in and screams. There's a line about, I think, like, Thel Vadimi being like, you know, they won't hear me scream, and then like Tartarus like kind of like laughs and is like, okay, sure. And then he brands them.
Yeah.
The Covenant begin their attack on the Cairo station and Earth. I'll be Master Chief. Trio, you'll be Hood, and
I'll be
you'll be
Sergeant Johnson. Let's do it.
Go for it, Trio.
1 second. Lord Hood, all right. Something's not right. The fleet that destroyed Reach, it was 50 times that size. Am I again? I'm sorry. They're going to try and take our Mac guns offline, give their capital ships a straight shot to Earth. Looks at John 117. Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir.
I need a weapon.
Right this way.
So that classic line, that
Classic, I need a gun.
Johnson and John 117 lead the bridge as Lord Hood turns his back to the command station. Through the bay windows, they look up to the Mac cannon firing at the fleet to engage the Covenant attackers. Longsword fighters hurtle overhead, trailed by a Marathon-class cruisers.
That scene where like the camera pans up and the ship goes right by, and the new graphics.
It's so good.
Oh my god.
It's amazing.
So we gear up to defend the station. The level begins.
We're finally playing. We're
finally playing the game.
We're in the game. This is
More
insane.
story this time. Good.
All right, let's pick up the SMGs.
Yes.
You know, they're on the cover of the game. We can't forget that the cover is Master Chief dual-wielding SMGs, you know. I guess they're really trying to display
So like, hey, this is what we can do.
Yeah.
It's number 2. Two guns,
you can
Halo
dual
2.
wield, like double the power.
That is so funny.
Yeah. So the M7 caseless submachine gun, more simply known as the SMG, is a United Nations Space Command infantry and special operations weapon. A suppressed version of the M7 gun, known simply as the M7S, is also a thing. The SMG has a polymer handle, folding foregrip, collapsible buttstock, iron sights, and a titanium body. In Halo 2, the M7 replaces the assault rifle from Halo Combat Evolved. Both have the same magazine size, rate of fire, and reticle.
Really?
How crazy is that?
That is weird.
It's really weird. Like why even? You know, they probably changed it to feature the dual wielding.
Absolutely.
Because it's like, okay, like if we can just make a submachine gun that's exactly like the
assault rifle.
why not just take it
do
out?
it. Yeah.
In Halo 2, when the player wields a single M7, the SMG stock is extended. When it's dual wielded, the stock is collapsed. All right, so this is the first time I think we're ever like talking about a video game mechanic here in this series. But yeah, dual wielding, as we were just mentioning, is introduced in this game and is in Halo 2 and 3. So we'll see it for 2 games, and obviously it allows you to wield 2 weapons at the same time.
Didn't know that.
We have
I wouldn't have known that either, actually.
the advantages are enhanced firepower, greater versatility. The 2 weapons can wield in conjunction, performing a multiple of roles. For example, you could wield the Magnum in one hand, and I guess as a Halo 3 reference, a Mauler in the other hand. So you have a farther shot weapon and a close range weapon. Also, there's other combos like the plasma rifle, SMG, the plasma pistol, and the Magnum. You get all of those kind of gameplay options there. You have double ammo reserve, and there's constant fire. So yeah. Do you guys like dual wielding in this game? or dual wielding in Halo in general. We're probably not going to talk about it in 3 like it's something new.
I use it sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the time, if I'm dual wielding anything, it's the plasma pistol and probably the Magnum kind of sucks in this game.
Yeah, it kind of does.
The Magnum does in fact suck in this game.
I gotta say, I've been doing the dual wielding plasma rifles. I feel like they usually do some good damage.
I'll only have the Magnum for the elites and stuff. But
Sure.
switching between's way too fast. Too slow.
And
So in turn,
yeah. The disadvantages are we can't melee, throw grenades, or use equipment. There's a reload and overheat window is increased. Accuracy decrease. It consumes twice as much ammo and decrease in damage per gun. So you do more damage if you're not holding 2 guns. But obviously you have 2 guns. So.
sure.
Also, at this time, we are picking up the battle rifle.
Here it is.
Yep.
The BR.
I still can't believe this gun wasn't in the first game. Like I don't know why. Like I don't know why. I really just remembered it always being like a mainstay, like from the beginning. Nope. Yeah, but it's you never know until you know, as they say.
The BR-55 heavy barrel service rifle, more commonly known as the battle rifle, is a UNSC infantry firearm. The BR is a select fire rifle, first fielded in 2548 as an improved variant of the BR-55 battle rifle. The BR has seen service for over 27 years and the entire duration of the Human Covenant War. The UNSC employs the battle rifle as a medium-range marksman rifle. It fires new 9.5 by 40 millimeter ammunition from a 36-round magazine, which fits flush in the receiver. The magazine housing is built directly into the underside of the stock of the rifle. Again, it's a bullpup design. Most of the I feel like most of the rifles in this game are like bullpups.
Seems
I
like
think
it.
even the DMR is too.
Yes.
When we get to that. Yeah, so interesting that they, even though this is an American company, they go with like an American, not typical.
Could you remind us what a bullpup is?
A bullpup is when the magazine reloads in the stock of the gun.
Gotcha.
So not in the middle, or in front of the trigger.
Not basically at your handle where normally,
Yeah, like most of American guns are made like that.
Sure.
Bullpups are like a European design.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you can put an ACOG sight on this as well as other sights, etc.
Doesn't it in like Halo 4? I think it doesn't have an ACOG. It has like a red dot on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, it does.
I don't remember
the base battle rifle.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you can put different sights on this. It has a longer barrel for increased range and accuracy, trigger guard, etc. So some trivia. The marathon symbol is located on the gun's left side to the left of the ammunition counter, displayed in roughly above the trigger guard and on the stock.
I'll have to look at that. That's cool.
Weta has made replicas of this gun and a few other guns, so you can they made Weta. So you know what Weta is? Everyone, you gotta know what Weta is? They make replicas of weapons and stuff for movies or props.
Okay.
And stuff. So the Magnum, Sniper, Carbine, Gravity Hammer, Spike Grenade, Rocket Launcher, and Plasma Pistol are made by Weta and currently on hold to be used in the Halo series.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Weta is like they do props for the movies too. Like I'm pretty sure they're
they make them to sell,
and also they do them for the movies. Yeah.
And they're in New Zealand.
Yeah, and that's how they did all the like Lord of the Rings stuff. And
I
things
think
like
that's
that.
their claim to fame.
Yeah, that's kind of what really kind of shot them into stardom.
On the side of the battle rifle, opposite to the charging handle, there are 2 Chinese symbols, which translate to Monkey King.
Cool.
Interesting. Monkey gun.
So again, we're still gearing up. We're still at this first part. We kind of walk out into where the Covenant are going to be breaching us, and there's a turret. And I have some funny... This turret is actually kind of interesting. But the M24 general purpose machine gun. This is a lighter variant of the M24-7H heavy machine gun, which is the turret in Halo 3.
Gotcha.
So realistically, they didn't like the design of either turrets in this game, and in Halo 3 they made them better and detachable.
Oh yeah.
I feel like the turrets in this game are almost like forgettable.
Yeah, because you can't. Well, because you have to. Yeah, exactly. You have to stay stationary. Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like they really redesigned them in Halo, and we'll talk about it when we get there. But they redesigned the turrets in Halo 3 to be much more like fun in gameplay.
Sure, like more practical.
The turrets in this game, like I like really don't like want to hop on them too much.
I agree.
There's a lot of nitty gritty shit in this that I'm just not going to get into. It is like unnecessary.
I hear you.
We're repelling the Covenant boarding parties, and we're going to retake Cairo Station. That is the objective of this whole mission. The Covenant are getting into the Cairo Station via ticks, and basically they're in Halo 1, but they're not seen. It's how they penetrate like the like holes in windows. They make like entry points, or like in the where the space pods, the escape pods come out. They can attach.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the Type 28 intrusion vehicle, also known as the Tick, is a Covenant ship specifically designed for boarding enemy vessels. The fleet of Particular Justice used them to board the Pillar of Autumn. This boarding craft was responsible for the destruction of the Athens and Malta stations as they delivered troops to Cairo Station, attempting to do the same thing, but their compliments were repelled. It's a weird way to say they got killed.
Yeah.
The craft can be used in a variety of entry points, having burnt holes through the hangar bay windows, or used the empty UNSC escape pod docking rings to board a vessel. The boarding craft is a reusable vessel and is able to leave the UNSC ship and return to the nearby cruiser should a retreat occur. The vessel usually carried a complement of up to 10 or 8 to 10 Covenant warriors, typically Ungoi and Sangheili. So we're out outside the windows. You can see Halcyon Lightcraft cruisers identical to the Autumn. And you also see Athens and Malta stations, and they're destroyed, and you can kind of see the remnants of them. And I think at this point, like we go into a room after we're fighting for a little bit, and I think like Johnson says they got destroyed, and you can see them blow up.
Yeah.
There's like 2 or 3 of these. Isn't there like 2 or 3 of these rooms they gotta like defend?
Yeah. And then you find out, like, once those are destroyed, they're planting bombs on these things. That's how they're blowing them up. They're going to do the same thing here. The new objective is
get that bomb off the station.
Bomb. We get to the tutorial room, our first death of the game, or the first like official death. The tutorial room guy gets killed by the elites.
Tear.
Sad. Terminal's in this room.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Dude,
It's
go for it.
It's just I didn't really write anything down. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's just about what Fel of Atomy was doing beforehand, where he started out as like a miner and worked his way up to be. We kind of talked about it earlier, where he commanded the fleet of Particular Justice.
Gotcha. So it kind of fills in his backstory, which we gave earlier.
Locke is pretty much researching the Arbiter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I should have said it's narrated by.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool.
Locke.
Yeah.
It's like when you come up after he dies, it's to the left. It's like flashing red.
To the
Kinda
left.
different.
To the left. Sorry.
It's okay.
Beyonce takes over sometimes.
So there's another. So here's our plasma turret, the Type 42 directed energy support weapon, otherwise known as the plasma cannon. It is an automatic plasma turret in use by the Covenant up until the late 2552. It was later replaced by the Type 52, which is just the detachable version. In early builds of Halo 3, the Halo 2 era plasma turret was used in a placeholder before the Halo 3 era plasma turret was finalized into the game. So it looks like they didn't really bring them in necessarily. I wonder what. It's kind of funny. Like we were just talking about how the gameplay is so much better when they're detachable.
Yeah.
No, well, again, like you're living this stationary thing that's cool to use for a moment, but it doesn't incentive. Once you kill the 3 people that are going to run at you at that spot, you can't really do anything with
Who
it.
wants to stay still and shoot?
Absolutely.
Right.
Psychopaths. That's who.
So we get into some space fighting, and we run into our first elite Rangers. The Sangheili Ranger is a Covenant Sangheili Special Warfare Group, member of a class of highly skilled fleet security soldiers who focus on extravehicular activity, also known as EVA warfare. While able to fight in most theaters of war, their specialization in zero-gravity combat means they are more sparingly used in other engagements. After this, did you guys notice the dead ODSTs on the ground?
Yeah, that was one of the things I picked
actually
up.
no.
Yeah, this is the first time you see
ODST.
Yeah.
So are ODST like ODST than Spartans? Are they below like are they
above
pretty
the Marines?
They're above
Yeah.
they're kind of like the in between that aren't quite Spartans.
Yes.
Right.
Interesting.
I would
That's a good
I would
class, yeah.
totally think that's a good way to see them.
Gotcha.
It's kind of funny there is like a big leap between the two, but think you're right because I'm trying to think of any other like
elite like
Fight
SEAL Team 6 type
right,
of like.
there's no the ODST are the SEALs, right?
Yeah, and it seems
I
like
would think
almost
so.
like the ODST are like as good as you can get with normal humans.
Yeah.
Is the idea like
Yeah.
without like enhancements. Meet the drones. Yanmei, known by the humans as drones or buggers, and are a race of sentient, flight-capable insectoids who make up part of the alien religious group known as the Covenant. Their mastery of anti-gravity assisted flight has given them an almost insurmountable strategic advantage in combat. So we don't find out about these guys until this game, correct? Like they,
Right. Yeah.
but they have the ideas in lore. They've been with them, or are they a recent addition?
They are one of the most recent editions.
Gotcha.
You'll see that.
Sounds good, yeah.
in the-
I know, it's almost like you wrote out a whole description on them or something. Yanmeis are human-sized insectoid creatures
That's
that
scary.
are covered. I know.
That's a human-sized bee coming at you.
No, fuck no. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. Insectoid creatures that are covered in a natural chitinous exoskeleton that affords them limited armor protection against modern weaponry. The Yanmeis typically mount small anti-gravity devices on their exoskeletons to assist them in flight. It seems like the other Covenant species that the Yanmeis share a ranking system from the colored plating on their exoskeletal armor. They do not interact with the other species except to trade and serve in military capacity. The exact position of the Yanmeis in the Covenant hierarchy are relatively unknown, although it is reasonable to speculate that they are higher ranked than the Ungoi, Kingyar, but lower ranked than the Sangheili and the Jirohani.
That makes sense. That
No,
they're
it does.
definitely like middle of the pack.
It's really interesting. Yeah, they're just there. They
Yeah,
don't
no, they're
really-
just kind of like we're getting by. We're doing that. They don't see it. Is there actually?
They're,
we'll keep going.
the more entries get into it, but yeah, like
Sure.
it's interesting that like the drones like literally just don't have anything to do. Like they don't seem to socialize and like to get into it, but like yeah, they're just kind of like on their own, but they're in the Covenants.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's weird.
The Yanmei are
Drones.
a eusocial species, meaning their society usually consists of a single reproductive queen, a single reproductive queen, reproductive males and non-reproductive females, workers and or soldiers.
That's where I get the bee thing from.
Yeah, like
one
worker
queen.
bee. Yeah, no, and that makes total sense. They were one of the newest races to join the Covenant, and are respected by the other Covenant species for their natural intelligence, obedience, and technological skill. They joined the Covenant in the year 1112, much like the Ugoi and the Malgako. How do you say that?
Megalicolo?
Or is it Galcolo?
The hunters. That's an easier way to
that's
put
tough,
it.
yeah. The hunters, they are a conquered race that was forced into service by the Covenant. Despite this, unlike the two former species, they remained with the Covenant loyalists during the Great Schism. They strictly follow the Covenant religion and obey every command without question, yet do not participate in the social norms due to communications difficulties with other species. They view the prophets as queens, a remnant of their former hive lifestyle. So what does that mean? They don't have a queen anymore?
I guess not.
But then how would they reproduce?
I don't know.
I don't think.
Interesting.
Maybe they reproduce with the prophets. Well, they don't. Maybe
look-
who knows?
yeah, who knows?
Maybe
That
there's
would
some
be-
weird shit going on with
God.
the Covenant.
Little trivia for you: the weight of the drones was averages around 77 kilograms, furthering a reference to Bungie's love for the number 7.
All right, we got some cutscene here, so we're pretty much moved through the level, and we're kind of at the end. Let me see.
We're busting our way through the station. We're trying to get to this fucking bomb.
I will narrate. We need.
I'll be Cortana.
I can be Mr. 117 himself.
All right, and I'll be Keys.
All right.
Cortana's holographic avatar appears on the pedestal near the bomb.
Me inside your head now.
John 117 touches the pedestal and Cortana downloads directly into his armor. He steps over the bomb and touches the flashing red activation pad at its center. It blinks and turns blue.
How much time was left?
You don't want to know.
Cairo, this is an amberclad. The view changes to the bridge in the amberclad. The view changes to the bridge in amberclad.
That's tough.
That's the name of the ship in Amberclad.
Yeah.
Yeah, in amberclad.
That's funny.
The carrier's shield is down. I'm in position and ready for immediate assault. The view goes back to the Cairo's bridge, showing Lord Hood alone. I'll be Lord Hood as well. Negative, Commander. Not against a ship that size. Not on your own.
Sir.
The view changes back to the bay where Spartan 117 is waiting with one hand on the bomb.
Permission to leave the station?
We go back to the Cairo bridge. For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
I love, and then Lordo goes, permission granted.
Sir, permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Permission granted.
Yeah, so good. This was really like the moment that like I truly was like,
this
this is
cutscene.
Halo.
Yeah.
I was like, oh fuck, this is so good.
Yeah, we're capping off the first level with like a fucking awesome cutscene, especially in the anniversary.
Oh man,
It looks so good.
The comparison to his size when he's going past like one of the
It's
ships,
amazing.
Like the
Even I gotta say, even the old freaking cutscene still like. Don't get me wrong, it's not like you can't match
Not
that new
nearly
one.
as cool.
But like, it's still like I still remember having the same visceral reaction when playing this game. When I was like, oh, that was so fucking cool.
Yeah.
He like shot through space. You know.
Yeah. So let's talk about what. This is pretty much the end of the level before we get to the last part. How do you guys feel? We're one level into Halo 2. How are you feeling? I'll check
Already.
in halfway in, but like we weren't too hot, or you guys weren't too hot on Halo Combat Evolved.
This is just like a step up. Absolutely. Like the story is there. You get the paralleling story between Arbiter and the Chief.
Yeah, there's
Truly, it just
a lot more going on.
Yeah.
A lot more. And
Absolutely.
and I think that just says within the length of the episode how much I was reading.
Yeah.
I got tired.
No,
I was
it's
like,
true.
"Oh." Yeah, there's a lot more story. going on.
Absolutely, right out the gate, and just like I can't even. All I'll do is repeat. You got like the story is just so much more there. You're not just running through these kind of more empty levels,
Point A
just
to
getting to
point
point
B.
B to get this thing from that. You can see that they really were like, all right, let's explore this lore and let's kind of really dig into it. And that Covenant start off just with the Arbiter getting branded and whatever. Like,
Yeah, we know.
it sets the tone.
We know a little bit more about the Covenant. The brutes who are new as of now, like, seem to be taking over. We're gonna see a few more scenes of that being evident like later. But yeah, we're getting our main Covenant character is being branded, and we will see what happens to him later. But
I did think it was kind of interesting how that other I guess we don't get to that yet.
What,
I might be
with
getting
that?
ahead of, like when they actually like the part where they turn him into the Arbiter. I'm forgetting. Like
That's
that's
not
till way
yet,
later.
but
Yeah,
I was forgetting. Yeah,
because
I was
it's like
just
it's
watching
kind of
that.
like
it's-
I could see why I get
the
confused.
timeline. Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, Arbiter doesn't get turned into Arbiter just yet.
Until you get to the Arbiter level. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I like the part where right after the bomb detonates and Chief is flying through space.
sorry.
He slams into the
Amberclad.
Amberclad. And he's like, for a brick, he flew pretty good.
Yeah. So,
I love that.
So Chief gets back on an Amberclad. It banks hard and dives towards Earth's atmosphere. A massive gray city along the eastern African coast comes into view. I'm pretty sure we're in Mombasa.
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty sure.
Mombasa.
Yeah. So that's where a lot of the events on Halo, or the events in Halo on Earth, take place in Africa, near and around Mombasa.
Yep.
So that'll be on next episode where we do Outskirts and Metropolis.
And Gooch, I can't fucking wait. That does it for us on this episode of Re3, where we had a great time talking about the first couple episodes of Halo 2. Thank you all so much for listening. This has been a lot of fun. We hope you continue this journey with us. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found: Spotify, iTunes, wherever. Tell us if it's not there. We'll try and see what we can do. We are on the social medias at Delco Nerds. You can email us, delconerds@gmail.com. What else? All this information can be found on our website, DelcoNerdNetwork.com. We also have a nice, fun Discord. Thank you, Chris. It's a lot of fun. We just shoot the shit on everything from Halo to Zack Snyder's Justice League. So come hang out, come chat. It is a great fucking time.
Gooch is
for
smirking
Gooch,
over there.
he is. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where we do all three of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we'll be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for, you guessed it, Halo Infinite at the end of this year. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me. You know these guys. We're, 7 episodes in? Chris Trio, Chris Geddes, thanks for joining me, guys.
Seven episodes.
Ba 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 ba.
Wah, ba, 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 ba.
Hype for this.
Yeah,
I'm hyped
dude.
For this.
I am too. This has been fun, I gotta say. And we're back. We're
Can
here.
you referenced Halo Infinite later this year. Can we talk about the other day?
Okay,
how we got?
So we're filming this post April Fool's Day, and or recording, I should say. Yeah, and an account tweeted that Halo is delayed, and Kotaku ran the headline, and that's what got me.
So, you know what's funny? I just assumed that was real. I didn't realize that was fake.
Yes, it's
So now I didn't. Okay, that's good to know.
Delayed.
It literally said,
not
I was
delayed.
like, but then I
Yeah,
kind of just
I
moved
was
on.
gonna bring it up at some point, but top of the show.
Yeah,
why not?
That's great. That's funny.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, like, and you were like, it's fake, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And I'm like, here's the tweet, and he's like, did you say, like, look at the account?
Look
I'm
at the
like,
verified mark.
I'm
And
like,
it was a 7 of all
my
things.
God, I was like, dude, are you fucking for real?
That's so funny. So
Like-
when is the release date set for right now?
Still, I think fall 2021.
That's what I thought.
so
They
around
don't
that
have like
time.
an exact date.
No, I don't think so.
It'll be
There's so
around
many
with it.
games. You know what else? Just a random. Dying Light has not had a date ever. It's
Dying
just been
Light
straight-
2?
Yeah.
That's gonna be good whenever.
No,
it comes
apparently
out.
it's having a lot of issues, but that's a whole nother podcast.
Great.
Yeah.
This episode, we are going to be doing Outskirts and Metropolis. These are, 2 Master Chief levels coming off of Cairo Station. I guess we're following up right from that level. So a synopsis for you. Outskirts is the 4th mission of Halo 2. As the Master Chief, you must battle your way through the streets of Old Mombasa of Earth with Marines to reach the beach. Reach the beach. From there, you head to a highway tunnel, which leads you to the next level, Metropolis. This is also the first level in which you encounter Jackal snipers, phantoms, and hunters. As well as the first level you can actually drive. Outskirts is also the level in Halo 2 that holds the record number of Jackal snipers, a total of 22 in the notorious Sniper Alley, which is actually where we first encountered them, and there's a lot there.
Oh, there's a lot.
Fuck tons.
Wow, you got close for that one.
I did.
All right, so the first thing we got to talk about is, we are on Earth. First Halo level on Earth. We've only been on the Halo ring and in ships this whole series until now. So where exactly are we? We are in Old Mombasa, but the city itself is called New Mombasa. It was a major port city and industrial center on Mombasa Island in South Kenya in the Eastern African Protectorate. I guess Earth has new things laid out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't know much about Earth in the Halo universe.
I know next to nothing.
Yeah, they don't really talk about Earth too much, even though
space-centric.
ODST 3 and a lot of 2 are on, or no, actually not a lot of 2.
It's funny. I forgot about ODST being on Earth.
Yeah.
Excuse my yawn.
Well, I'll reference ODST when we kind of get to that point where it's like, okay, this is where ODST would technically kick off. On the mouth of the river north of the island is the New Mombasa orbital elevator. That is the giant pillar going into the sky that you may see in the skyline. I'll point it out when we get there, but it's kind of hard to miss if you're looking like at the beautiful Halo 2 anniversary vistas. Like Earth's other tether cities, New Mombasa's infrastructure was managed with a help of a second generation dumb AI, the Superintendent, Halo ODST. It was the main target of the initial Covenant attack during the Battle of Earth. The city was invaded, occupied, and destroyed in the course of the conflict. So, yeah, that was a brief look at the city. So let's get into this first cutscene. 3 Pelicans rocket away from UNSC in amber-clad jet engines thundering and spear towards New Mombasa. The assault carrier Solemn Penance hovers high over the city. Grav lift engaged. Cortana says, the message just repeats, regret, regret, regret. Marines are gearing up for battle. Hood says, Master Chief, get aboard that carrier and secure the Prophet of Regret. This is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That Prophet is going to tell us why. And I think a few other things happen. There's some there's a conversation between, like, I think Johnson and Keyes are chiming in. The pilot goes silent as a huge scarab comes into view. Its leg spears a truck, which explodes, and then the main gun focuses and fires, destroying the lead Pelican. The 2 other Pelicans veer off as a plasma turret on the scarab's back attacks them. So we crash, and then another Pelican crash. Chris, this was something that you wanted to bring up that I was totally not aware of until you brought it up, about this like cutscene that was in the original game and remastered.
I didn't know it was in the original game. I thought it was just like I thought it was like a new thing that they made for the anniversary, but apparently not. It was in the Mythic map pack, I think I read.
What are you talking about?
He's on
So there's a so in the beginning of the mission, in the cutscene, you're seeing the 3 Pelicans. The one gets destroyed. The one that, I don't know if it veers left and crashes on a beach, that has Stacker and some ODSTs, maybe like a couple Marines, but yeah, there's some Covenant that go to like ambush, and there's this whole fight on the beach, and at one point there's like snipers up top shooting down at them. I'm pretty sure one of them's a sniper, takes him out, and my favorite part is the elite or a grunt throws a plasma grenade, and it sticks to one of the guy's helmets, and he takes it off and he just throws it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, so the cutscene was in the Mythic map pack for the original Halo 2, and I think was on Waypoint, or it's in the menus or something.
Hold on, just a second.
Waypoint.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Map packs? I completely forgot about a map pack. Like,
Dude, Halo.
Not that I forgot about it, but like,
I'm
sorry, it
the
just
Mythic
really
map
brought me
pack.
back there.
What were Halo 3's map packs? And was Anniversary one?
I think so. I mean, I remember Mythic vividly.
The legendary map pack, heroic
think
map
so.
pack, maybe.
Heroic map pack is definitely one of them. Definitely got it. All right, Google time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
it's just a funny when's the last map pack that was released? I can't even imagine.
Do like Call of Duties have map packs anymore?
I guess
Lots
they
of it's
don't
free
they-
now.
That's
They're
what I
all, like,
thought.
they
Is
all
it
come
because they make
out.
so much fucking money off the cosmetic shit and everything? Like,
Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty's got Warzone now.
So-
exactly. Yeah.
Halo 2 had the bonus map pack, which contained Containment and Warlock, Killtacular pack, which contained Sanctuary and Turf, Maptacular contained Gemini, Elongation, Backwash, Relic, and Terminal, and then Blastacular, which was Desolation and Tombstone.
Does it say how much those cost?
They were probably, what were they, Microsoft points then?
800 Microsoft.
Yeah,
That's what I
like
thought.
8
So,
to
like, that was,
1600 Microsoft
That was like
points.
10. Yeah, 16. I think was $20.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
800 was $10.
I don't remember. It's been a while.
I think Microsoft.
I wonder what
Oh my God, Microsoft points. What the fuck?
Yeah,
was
when they
happening?
took them away.
I wonder what the last thing I bought with Microsoft points was.
Wow.
Did they phase that out before Xbox One?
I
Yeah.
believe they did.
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
that's
long
exactly
gone.
when it did. Yeah,
Dude,
when they did.
what a time.
Yeah,
And then Halo 3, they had like cold storage. That's where Legendary, then they had 2 Mythic map packs.
I remember riding my bike to GameStop the day Mythic map pack came out to get Microsoft points, and I rode it back.
Yeah.
I love it now.
worth
You
it.
just do that with a credit. Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't that far. But yeah.
that's so funny.
Yeah. A weird cutscene that, like, I guess they didn't really have to remaster, but they did anyway. That's like a little extra for those. If you Google, like, Halo 2 Outskirts.
Day
like,
at the Beach, it's called.
Day at the Beach. You'll find it. So we get out of the Crash Pelican and we go into this courtyard and we're holed out there for a little while. Chips Dubbo, present as always, you know. Hey, Chief, what's going on?
Try not to shoot me, eh?
Fuck you, Chips.
Follow me, Chief.
So, as we're kind of fighting here, we'll see some series first, but I had to point out, because I didn't point it out in last episode, the remastered sound for these guns is unreal.
The remastered sound forever, like it's like baffling. Like when you go from the Halo 2 soundtrack to the Halo 2 soundtrack to like the original one, I should say.
Oh, the
It's just-
the remastered soundtrack for 2, I think, is actually beats out the original. And I'm actually in Halo CE, the music I put in is the original. For Halo 2, I'm gonna put in the remastered soundtrack.
It's
if I
so
use
like
any
it's
tracks.
it's funny because like you switch back and forth and you hear they're the same songs basically,
Yeah.
but there's more like like
different
it's a
tones.
little bit
the
more.
mixing is better.
Yeah.
It's better and there's louder going on. You know what? It kind of reminded me of not in the same like Doom in the way of like it really felt that loud.
DLM?
Yes, Doom. No, the Doom. No,
Well,
but
there's
no, you're right. No, it's so
movie
true.
now,
They-
and it's like it sounds the same.
They do sound similar. But no, I don't know. It was just funny. I was like, damn, this is like they're pumping the music, and I love it.
Yeah, there was one song in Oracle that we'll get to that's a little weird when you're flying around in the Pelican.
I got it. You're setting me up for like later down.
tend to do that.
I'm there.
ready.
And I also wanted to mention the arsenal. One of the things I forgot to talk about last episode is how quickly. So like in the first level, you get the shotgun. Like you get a lot of those like big powered weapons like quick. Like in this level, you get snipers already, and I kind of feel like they throw like heavier, like sort of like maybe like end game-ish weapons at you like
right
quickly,
at the gate.
whereas like the first, I mean, you get the sniper in Halo in the second level, but I feel like in this it's just like the weapons are just thrown at you.
I forgot.
And
how-
it doesn't matter what
I mean,
they
we'll
are.
get to it, but I forgot how good that Covenant sniper rifle was.
The beam rifle.
Yeah, it's just how- ooh.
we'll talk about
I know.
it. This is where in this courtyard battle we get our first view of the Phantom. The Type 52 troop carrier, otherwise known as the Phantom, is a Covenant troop transport used primarily to deploy ground units and equipment swiftly and efficiently into battle, while providing suppressive fire, of course. The Phantom is a rough equivalent of the Pelican's dropship in terms of function and performance, serving as a dedicated troop transport and gunship. The Phantom sports a heavier armor and deadlier arsenal compared to its lightly armed cousin, the Spirit dropship, in Halo 1. Consisting of up to 3 defensive weapons that offer 360 degrees defense, 360 degree defensive and offensive capabilities, and is capable of maneuvering effectively in atmospheric conditions, including space, the final frontier.
Star Trek.
Yeah, for everyone who didn't catch
got
that. I get that reference.
It's
I get
right
it.
here. I'm right here with you.
The Phantom's crew consists of a pilot, a co-pilot, a navigator, an operations officer in charge of the defensive plasma cannons. The Phantom can carry up to 30 passengers inside its troop bay, 16 in Halo 2. Troops are deployed from both the grav lift installed in the bottom of the rear of the ship and the ventral doors on either side of the troop bay. Like the Spirit dropship, the Phantom is also capable of carrying vehicles such as Ghost, Wraith, as well as essential equipment such as deployable lookout towers and Covenant supply cases using the 4 miniature grav lifts underneath it. Guys, Trio, hand raised, what's up? Question.
I just got to say, great looking ship. Like icon, I feel like very iconic.
Yeah,
when
the
it comes
Phantom
to-
is very iconic. It's a little more it's a little more maroon in this game.
I'd
then
say
it gets
purple.
purple.
I'd actually
It's
say
more
purple.
purple.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty even. At least in the remaster, anyways. For sure, I feel like it looks pretty purple.
No, it's maroon.
It's
Is it
definitely
really?
it's definitely maroon.
Yeah, I think you're thinking.
All right, I'll fight you guys on this one.
All right.
Hold on. What color is the Vision skin?
It's like pinkish.
I
maroon.
request elaboration.
I've seen the Vision from Marvel's The WandaVision. What color is his skin?
It's like maroon.
Because I've seen people go like it's red. I'm like, you guys are fucking nuts.
No,
What is happening?
It's not like. It's definitely not like our like DNA.
I've heard
Yeah.
purple too.
No.
I'm like, now that's a psychopath.
It's
who thinks that. Is all I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
that's
It's like a pinkish. It's like a red. It's red more in the tone of pink and purple. Like it's like all
I
three
agree.
Of those colors mashed
it's
together.
just it's. But anyways, I will knife fight you about the color of the Phantom after we're done.
And then pretty much the only other thing is we get a cool music cue and we fight the hunters again, who are actually kind of big now.
Yeah, they don't
Oh, they are.
Good.
Yeah, they're towering.
they don't get one shot anymore.
No, they don't.
So we're going through Sniper Alley, and of course, this is where we can gun down 22 Jackal snipers, and we're picking up the beam rifle. The Type 50 sniper rifle system, otherwise known as the Particle Beam Rifle, is a Covenant long-range weapon and the counterpart of the UNSC sniper rifle. They're commonly used by Jackals, although elites and brutes are also seen using beam rifles on occasion. The Particle Beam Rifle is battery-powered direct energy weapon that fires ionized particles at its targets instead of accelerating small projectiles. The weapon is nearly silent, giving it off a negligible muzzle report, weighs considerably less than the UNSC analog, and the use of particle acceleration offers the distinct advantage of superior penetration as the beam will pass through a target completely, even through cover. And that is pretty lore accurate because that I don't think there's. It just keeps going.
It just keeps going. And also, I guess it does have recoil, which is interesting. You'd think like a beam rifle would just be like what force would there be?
From the battery and the weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Like
so.
it's got to exert something.
Yeah, I
which
guess
it
even in
does.
like other
You can
movies and
overheat
stuff,
it.
you see they have recoil with like laser weapons.
So,
But I don't know. And,
so you remember how we were like muffins or
oh yeah, donuts.
yeah? So human, the sniper or the beam rifle.
I mean, I think I don't know. I feel like it's an easy beam rifle for me.
Later games, sniper.
see, I would say beam rifle off of pure like what it can do, but the sniper is just kind of like
So,
classic.
question, and I was wondering this while I was playing: do you get more shots out of a full beam rifle, or out of the most amount of sniper rifle ammo?
Good question.
I'm curious because you
I
get
don't
you
know.
get 8. You have 4 in the chamber, and then eight total that you can carry. I noticed
8.
Yeah, that you can carry other than like your 4 that are already loaded in.
So 12 in total.
Yes,
That'd be close.
that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's like
it's got to be a bullet or two.
I think it's like
off.
10 or 11.
Honestly,
for-
I could see the beam rifle being more.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd be curious too.
I feel like it goes down. I
feel like it does
10 or
too. I feel like
11%
you-
per shot.
That's what I mean. I feel like that's at least. I think maybe 10 shots in that.
I do have some trivia before
All right.
we move on. The beam rifle was originally used by elites in Halo Combat Evolved with the name Gravity Rifle. Instead of being a purplish blue, it was a green and black, and it was cut from the final game because of time constraints. So here's another.
There's a few of those, I assume, coming up.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's another thing where Bungie put something in Halo 1, it was cut, they brought it back in Halo 2, like we were talking about in the intro of last
It is
episode.
so funny, like replaying these and seeing how bare bones Halo 1 was. Combat
I mean, this is
Evolved.
how bare bones games were.
No,
back then.
but you're right. But even just compared to like even just out the gate on Halo 2, how many years did this come out after Halo Combat Evolved 2?
Yeah, like a year and a half.
Year and a half,
2 years.
Like I just feel like it's just.
Oh, no, sorry. 4 years.
Yeah, it was 2004. This came out, and
Halo 1 was 2001.
2001.
So
Yeah,
3
3
years.
years.
It just feels like a pretty major leap to me.
Yeah.
Truly,
for
just
sure.
immediately
Oh, yeah.
out the gate. But
Right.
yeah, you're right. That's so true. 2001 games were majorly different. But that's just
Also,
an
new console.
very true.
No, we're still
I know
on-
we're still on Xbox,
still on
right?
Xbox.
Oh.
We're not even in Halo 3 yet.
Yeah, that's. I'm ahead. I'm ahead. Sorry.
We're here.
Another trivia fact: this weapon
funny,
replaces the focus rifle after the Battle of Reach. It is likely due to the beam rifle's superior precision and lethality when compared to the focus rifle. It could be that they worked alongside one another as it was used well before Reach in the Battle of Harvest. So this is like the lore reason for why the beam rifle's in Reach and why you don't see it for the rest of the series.
Gotcha.
What beam rifles in Reach?
The
Focus rifle.
The focus rifle's
I
in
can't
Reach.
remember or even what that looks like.
It's like a sniper, but it shoots like a beam and it keeps going. It's like a sentinel beam, but a sniper.
Gotcha. Oh, I do remember that.
yeah.
We'll get to Reach when we get to that. But yeah.
And yeah, it is possible to bounce beam rifle shots off the ground like this sniper in 3. The sniper ricochets, but not in this one, but the beam rifle does. All right, so we are moving through the buildings to Hotel Zanzibar, where we rendezvous with our boy, Sergeant Stacker. He's back.
Glad you could make it. Crash site's on the other side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over it. Follow me.
He's chilling.
Do you want me to do chips?
What kind of
I just have that in there as a joke. but we'll
Oh,
get
I
there.
know. I didn't know.
Can you do an Australian accent?
I think so.
Okay.
Is that pretty good?
Yeah, well, we go into the hotel. We get a little flashlight turn on. Hey, it's dark. Turn your flashlight on. The flashlight's back. And then as we get out, we get attacked. But the Warthog and the Ghost come up, and we can use them to proceed. And a Marine goes, "Oh man, I love the beach."
Hoped you packed a suit, mate.
And then like Cortana says, like, "Cut the chatter. We got people coming up."
Hey, fuck you, Cortana. I'm losing it.
Fuck you, Cortana, dumb bitch.
That's kind of British. No, anyways, let's go.
Nah, I was Australian.
Fair enough.
I can't do a good British accent. Like
Cheers, mate.
a low key British accent is hard
It's
for
tough.
me to.
Well, there's so many different British accents too. There's one
Yeah.
for every fucking corner.
It's fucking you know.
Yeah, you can get down it, or you get with
Fucking
the Irish
Master
accent.
Chief taking all the spotlight. God damn it.
You can boost now on the Ghost.
You can.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
It really was. Again, massive leaps forward. Is
Oh,
all I'm
yeah.
trying to say. Like,
Massive.
massive
Game
leaps.
design, 100% more.
It's just 100% increase. Anyways,
So we are moving toward the city center to get to this Covenant carrier. There's a gun emplacement. I don't know if you guys noticed on the beach there that just kind of like is sitting there, not firing. It's just there. Did you guys notice that?
No.
Okay. So this is the Type 48 artillery platform, also known as the Weevil to the UNSC forces. It is a ground-based Covenant field artillery piece. It fires bolts of plasma in indirect parabolic arcs and is essentially a larger version of the plasma mortar mounted on the Phantoms.
Interesting.
This is literally only in this game.
It's
And
like,
that
is it that
paragraph
purple
is
one?
pretty much all they had on it.
Yeah.
I had to dig for this. I was like, I can't fucking find this thing. I was like, what is this? Like,
gonna lose
What
my
is
mind.
yeah.
I was like, these guys are.
That's so
depending on
funny.
me
They were
to
just they had
bring
a
in the
yeah.
heat of
That's
the war.
hilarious.
Yeah. So I I remember playing through Halo 2 and I'm like, what the fuck is that? It was like just random turret just sitting there and like you never see
Like,
it
what
again.
the fuck is happening? Yeah.
And there's also behind that, there's a lookout tower.
These are what I remember.
A deployable lookout tower is an anti-gravity operated tower used by the Covenant. They are mainly used to fortify
Pacific Rim?
Yes. They are mainly used to fortify specific areas on the battlefield. A deployable lookout tower consists of a circular base, in the middle of which an anti-gravity generator is found. The circular platform is suspended in the air and given anti-gravity power by the generator. The platform also has a gap in the middle through which the occupants are transported. The anti-grav generator works like a gravity lift, transporting supplies and troops freely.
What happens when you want to go down?
What?
What happens when you want to get off, like, the tower?
You just jump off.
Jump.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. Like,
I think you actually go back down.
practically, yeah. You'd
Maybe
assume
there's like
it works
a flip
both
or
ways, but
something,
like
like a switch.
the jackals get up there. All right, guys. Now, how do I get down? You jump. What do you mean you jump? I mean, you jump off the tower, you moron.
flip.
Yeah.
The Halo 2 version of this thing looks a lot different from the Halo 3 version.
I keep saying this to you, and I know I've probably mentioned it like 4 times, but just the way lighting, I didn't realize how just lighting didn't exist in games back then. Just the way like particles and just fog works and like just all these, it's crazy. It really does blow my mind how far we've come. That's my little soapbox.
Lighting I think is the big one, and even with this generation with ray tracing, like
Oh, yeah.
it's still like wow, look what you can do with just lighting. Forget
it's
the
true.
graphics. It's just
insane.
it's all about the lighting.
Well, it's fun. Even I've been small tangent. I'm playing Outer Worlds, and that is 60 frames per second. Like seeing like the reflections off the gun and shit. Like there's
even
like small.
going from the Xbox One version to the Series X. Yeah, I mean we're both playing.
it's
it.
Improvements?
Yeah,
major,
Oh, yeah?
like
big
it's
time.
Wow.
60
Yeah.
frames, and it just looks great. It really does.
And that's a very like subpar, mediocre, okay game. And I think that the up on it.
Enjoying it much more this time around for some reason. But you know,
Yeah, I need to get back into it.
We'll get-
I didn't give it enough.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
But we go a little further and we get to our second terminal.
Second terminal.
Yeah.
It's on like the when you come out of, you're on the beach, so it's like right before you go into
The tunnel.
the tunnel, yeah. And this one talks about Arbiter again, and how he invaded this like UNSC system, and what did he blow into, like troops that weren't even ready. They didn't have any guns, and he wound up letting them weaponize and get ready for them to, kill them,
Yeah.
to get slaughtered.
Yeah, so basically, like, the idea of this terminal is kind of to, like, tell you that the elites, even though they're pretty, like, savage combatants and they're the enemy, they're very honorable. They don't fight dirty, kind of like the brutes do.
Sure.
The elites, like, come back to the samurai, Spartan.
I was gonna
sort
say
of
that's like
parallel.
we're gonna fight you one on one, and you're gonna know exactly like what's going.
Right, and we're not gonna, like,
There's
we're
no
not
trickery.
No tricks.
Right.
You are not the ghost of Tsushima.
No.
You are Jin Sakai. Sakai.
No, wait, what?
You are well.
Oh,
you are both. You know what I mean.
You're a Jin Sakai before the Ghost.
Correct.
Yeah, there we
It's
go.
like Batman.
And if you notice in that same bunker, there's a rocket launcher.
Yeah.
And if you notice with the rocket launcher now, you can lock onto vehicles.
I did notice that.
Yeah, that was definitely
And it goes away.
Nice
Does it? It
Yeah,
just
in
it
3.
just- then it comes back again.
I think so.
I'm very confident it does. Anyways,
We'll see.
Yeah.
And you also see in that same area, there's drop pods that litter the ground. These are orbital insertion pods, which is a single occupant Covenant high altitude deployment vehicle, roughly cylindrical. There you go. Ovoid in shape.
ovoid.
Which is oval, I guess. But with a tapered, slightly angular end. It is made of a burnished cyan purple metal, and but has an interior that conforms to the physique of a Covenant Sangheli. Upon impact with the ground, the pod opens, and revealing the interior and allowing the Sangheli to exit. So it's just the Covenant.
Do we see
drop
them
pod.
again?
Yeah.
Other than Reach and this?
3. They're in
They're in
3.
3.
Yeah. So when the Covenant decide to capture a planet rather than simply glassing it from the orbit, they use these insertion pods to drop Sangheili to the planet's surface as shock troopers.
I wonder if they took that idea from the UNSC or vice versa. Or
I would doubt it. But
Yeah.
Did
yeah.
they coin the term? Is glassing just like is that just a war term? Like when you glass someone, like, because I feel like I've heard that used in other like science fiction things. Like even in like Star Wars, they glass the world. Like I didn't know if that was like you can like glass, like if that's like a
That could be a
combatant
term for
very random. I don't know why I've heard that term before.
Yeah, you're onto something. You're
Well, I
onto
don't know.
something.
Like, because I'm like, I wonder if Halo coined that, like, in the
Yeah.
science fiction realm, or, but I mean, I can do some digging. It was just more of like a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just an interesting thing. I don't know.
Oh, it is interesting.
So we take the tunnels in, and we're heading to the bridge, the city center. Cortana notes Covenant seems surprised. She says, I've been analyzing the Covenant tactical chatter. They're surprised, confused. I don't think they expected us to be here. Not you and me, but all of us, humanity on Earth. Odd, I know. But it does help explain why they came in such small numbers. Very good thing to note as to that fact. Why did they invade Earth with, like, one carrier?
One carrier.
Yeah. Keep that in the back of your head, folks. We'll get to it. We're continuing. We got the Scarab coming in, shooting that Warhog. How you guys feeling about the Scarab?
Scary.
Scary, but like we haven't gotten to the end where you actually get on it. But like I thought it played much bigger of a role in this level than it ended up. Maybe I'm thinking to Halo 3.
Yeah,
it's
it might
it's
be.
the end of the game. There's another Scarab.
Maybe then I'm thinking of that one because this one was a little bit underwhelming from what I remember.
Yeah, do you remember Johnson takes hold of it and you walk in and you blow up the door? Yeah,
That's what I think I'm thinking. Okay, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the only other time you see a Scarab. It's just those.
There's not in Halo 3.
No, there's Halo 3
Yeah,
Scarabs.
they're-
They're
they're-
very
okay,
different.
that's-
but,
oh, okay.
Well, I'm going to talk about those Scarabs once we actually get onto it.
Of course.
You know, because it's getting onto and into.
Make it a sense, yeah.
So, this part. Here's my notes. Covenant train things. You guys know what I'm talking about?
see.
Those fucking weird looking like troop carrier things.
Oh yeah, I did. And they land. I think I know exactly
And
which.
they look like
They literally just look like
this.
long
They
train
look like,
cars.
They look like this. So like a vehicle would fit here, and there's like a thing around it
And where were these at?
in the tunnels.
There's just this weird
yeah,
vehicle
I know
that. Do you
exactly what
ever
you're
see
talking
them
about.
again?
Yeah.
No.
I didn't think so. I was driving by them. I'm like, I killed the elite in it.
That just
and I'm
doesn't
like,
seem as practical as like
what are
transporting
you
with
guys
a,
doing? And
a Phantom or something.
So the Type 29 vehicle transport is also known as the Shadow and is a heavy ground transport vehicle for the Covenant. The Shadow is a dedicated troop and vehicle transport machine of the Covenant. Similar to the UNSC Warthog and the UNSC Elephant, it is not an offensive vehicle, and due to its slow speed, it can be categorized as slow and cumbersome. However, it possesses a powerful defensive plasma turret, which is used solely for defense. The vehicle itself can be easily outmaneuvered by smaller vehicles such as the Ghost or Warthog. It's heavily armored, and its best defense against attack is the reason for its slow speed. Shadows are the Covenant's main method of moving a large number of troops around the ground-based battlefields. They have one driver, a gunner, and up to 8 occupants depending on the species of the passengers. The Shadow's purpose have gained it the nickname the Shadow's purpose have gained it the nickname of the Covenant bus, which it definitely looks like a bus.
it would be. It's a
Train thing,
It is.
whatever.
It's a bus. It's a train car. I don't even know.
So, as you may think, the Shadow was originally going to be named the Spectre. Wait, sorry. The Shadow was originally going to be the name of the Spectre-like vehicle seen in the Halo Combat Evolved E3 2000 trailer before it was cut for the game. Another vehicle cut.
It's brought back,
coming
yeah.
Brought back.
The Shadow was supposed to be like the Spectre, but it sounds like they switched them too.
Sure.
Do you know what the Spectre is? It's
believe
later
so.
in the game.
Yeah.
And that's it. We travel
That's
to the
it?
next level on the bridge, and that is we are in the Metropolis.
Metropolis.
One of the more memorable levels.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is where it starts on the bridge, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit.
Music's playing. Yup.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get it. Actually, talk about it first.
Let me give you the synopsis of the next level, Metropolis. This is the 5th level of Halo 2, and is the first level you're able to drive the Scorpion. Also the first level where you see Wraiths, Banshees. Metropolis is one of the 2 levels where you can acquire the Gauze Hog. Takes place in New Mombasa, and also as soon as the player starts, emerges from the highway tunnel that was part of Outskirts. Master Chief and 2 Marines are battling across a long bridge, and pretty much they're going from, like, in tunnels, they're coming out, they're going out, they're getting into the city center, and eventually we come to our
This one
scarab.
did go a little long for me. Like, going
Really? I
into
don't
the
think it's
tunnel.
that long.
I felt like there were, I'm like, all right, let's cut off one of these parts where I'm going through.
I mean, I guess we have been going through tunnels.
There's a lot of tunnels.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
tunnels.
That's all I'm saying.
Our cutscene. Okay. Who wants to be who?
I can be Johnson if you want me to.
I'll be female Marine.
That's right.
All right, I'll be Marine 1. Who's the male guy?
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
And we'll be 2, sir. If we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine.
No, sir.
Then listen up.
All right. So, just like in Halo 1, depending on your difficulty, you have a different speech that Johnson says, just like in the first
Do you
one.
want to go down? Do you want us to go around? We'll do one at a time.
Do we want to read them all?
We can if you want, or we can skip. Which, if you want to save time.
I was
it's up
going to
to you.
say, I at least want to read normal and legendary. I like
Yeah,
those two.
I did it. I was playing through on normal.
I was playing through on easy. I think.
Can I-
actually?
All right.
Easy gamer.
Yeah, I just
right.
didn't feel like dealing with it.
I want to read normal. You read easy. You read legendary.
All right,
Sounds good.
Okay. Chris.
All right.
Crit trio. See,
It is weird. No, it's really it is you being here. I
Chris
think.
here. And, like, there's another Chris. I'm now calling trio Chris. That doesn't happen.
It doesn't
like,
ever. It's
yeah,
very odd and
it's
weird,
fucking
and I don't like it. All right, here we go. Easy. You had your chance to be afraid before you joined my beloved corpse, but to guide you back to the true path, I bought this motivational device. Our big green style cannot be defeated.
And this is normal. The chief is gonna jump in this tank, roll across this bridge, and blow up any inhuman son of a bitch dumb enough to get between him and the prophet of regret. Pull yourselves together, because you're going with him.
And if you do this on legendary, usually the good Lord works in mysterious ways, but not today. This here is 66 tons of straight up HE spewing divine intervention. If God is love, then you can call me Cupid.
That's a good one.
And
I like
then
that one a
I
lot.
think, and then, like, he gets back in, and then he goes, and, like, Cortana
Oh, I
goes,
love this.
he never gets me anything. And he goes, and he cocks the turret.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
I know what the ladies
ladies like.
Love that. God, it's so good.
So this is our first tank level, guys. How you feeling from the tanks in Halo 1? What are you thinking?
Oh, massive improvement, I feel.
What was that
It's
reaction?
so- no,
you were
it's
just
just
like,
so
you,
much better.
wait, Trio was just like,
Like, it's just
wow.
It's just like it's night and day. It
Yeah.
really is. Because, like, you know what I noticed in Halo 1, you can't, like, strafe. If you turn your camera, you can't, like, go like, you always have to be facing the way you are shooting. It doesn't work very well. Like, it's very hard to, like, turn and
in
shoot.
Halo 1, yeah, I definitely agree. This one,
Move.
it
just controls so much better. I mean, just night and
the
day.
tank is fun.
Night and day.
Did you? So this is the part where you're going over the tank and you can see the Sagai line. Solemn Penance is like on the left, and then the big orbital bridge is like, you know, in the center of the city. So that's, I just put that there. You can't destroy phantoms in this
I
game.
tried. I was sat there for a good
Oh,
like,
I was
can't
fucking
yeah,
up.
like
Yeah,
11
I
or
couldn't- I was
12 shells, and I'm like,
surprised,
I don't think I can
It's like,
destroy
I don't
them.
think, because I feel like I distinctly remember you being able to, but I guess not.
So, can we talk about the Easter egg here? There used to be an Easter egg where you would. Can you hijack in this
Talking about
game?
the Scarab gun?
Yeah, I am talking about the
I
Scarab gun.
have it in the trivia at the end, but we'll talk
all
about
right,
it now.
all right,
since you
yeah,
brought it
so-
up. Yes. I know about the
You can
Scarab gun.
hijack. If you can hijack, yeah, you get a Banshee and you bring it through the tunnels. It's kind of hard because of everything shooting at you, but if you eventually get it out to like that park, you can like go straight up, and then on top of this building's just a pulse rifle, and it's just sitting there, and you pick it up. Plasma rifle. Sorry. And it shoots Scarab like bullets. It shoots what they shoot.
Really?
So I did it recently. So I know.
Oh, you did it recently?
Yeah, I did it. I was like, before we did this series, like I was going back and getting achievements like after I finished Reach, because it was the first game I got on my Series X. So basically, the Banshees that are flying, you have to get them to follow you into the tunnel. It's a little tricky.
That's right.
And you can't board it just yet. So you have to like essentially get this Banshee to follow you. It stops shooting and eventually just kind of like paths around you. And you can get it through the tunnel, and then once it's in the smaller tunnel, when you're going outside to where the Gauze Hog is and the sniper you can melee in the back, you have to get in it before the loading screen, and that's gets you out of it. and then you can fly it up.
like
It's really
pinpoint.
tricky.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've
Yeah.
only done it once.
And it's like it's fire scarab.
yeah,
explosive.
there's a skull that
Yeah.
that does that.
Does
Same
Oh
effect.
my god, that's
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah, it's
I didn't know that.
weird.
Yeah.
It took me a few tries. I think it doesn't have to be on legendary. No, I don't think
Is it
think
an
so.
achievement?
Yeah,
Or is-
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
that's why I was doing it.
Oh, wow. That's nutty.
Yeah, so a little bit before that, to kind of backtrack, as you get past the bridge, you can get inside the tunnel, you dismount and continue on foot. The Marine hands you a shotgun, and you move through the tunnel and eventually get outside and hop into the Gauze Hog. Just a little bit about the Gauze Hog, even though we talked about the Warthog. This is the M12G1 light anti-armor vehicle. This is a variant of the UNSC M12 Force Application Vehicle that features a mounted M68 ALIM Gauze cannon. It is designed to quickly defeat light armored vehicles such as choppers and ghosts. The M68 Gauze cannon fires 25mm hypersonic projectiles by asynchronous magnetic acceleration in the base of the cannon and takes about a half second to recharge between shots. The Gauze cannon first appeared in the E3 2000 Halo Combat Evolved trailer. It was cut from the game. Again, another vehicle coming back. Okay, that was it. I had something else in there, but
Probably my favorite Warthog.
yeah,
Love the Gauze
Absolutely. I mean,
Hog.
it's so good.
The
Yeah.
Gauze Hog is awesome. So yeah, again, we're just moving
Very
forward.
interesting that was introduced that early. I guess I didn't even think about that either. I guess it's not really that early, but
Yeah,
like I
Did
don't know
we-
why I just thought that was like a Halo 3 introduction.
Did we touch on the AI can drive you around now?
no.
Yeah, so
you're
you can
right.
just get right in the
gunner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gunner, and
that's
the
cool.
AI
That's
drives you
awesome.
around.
Yeah, because I guess with this first one, he tells you to get in the gun.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't like pull up, get out, and he gets in the gun.
Yeah.
Like he drive. Yeah,
He's like, get in, chief.
And they don't do too bad.
No, they're not terrible.
They're not terrible.
No, they're not bad drivers.
Yeah.
Yep, and we work our make our. What did I just say?
We work our way,
Work our May.
Magic.
make our way down. I know what you.
Yeah, we make our way into the city center and clear the streets of Covenant invaders. Did you guys notice like the signs and the advertisements and stuff on the buildings? 'Cause
A
they're
little
not-
bit.
They're not there in the normal version. A lot of the advertisements and logos on the buildings were added. Obviously just probably for flair.
Yeah.
Make it look a little bit more.
A little
real.
more lived in. Yeah.
And the terminal is here.
Yeah, so when you meet up with so it's after the Scarab, after the three wraiths that you fight. It's when you go in for the first time, it's like behind some boxes before you go upstairs and you meet that.
I know exactly.
meet that
where
one
it is
guy.
then.
Yeah,
I
and then
missed
this
it.
one's just about Arbiter. Sorry, this one's about Arbiter and what he's done. Basically, just he fucks up the UNSC. He's destroyed so much, so much.
We kind of talked about in his bio, like he has like a billion confirmed casualties, not just from him, but like caused by him. He's the one who finds Reach and attacks it.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of weird to like the Arbiter is probably like one of the most like military like saying
He's like a patent.
He's like a patent
The
Covenant.
He's like a patent.
And
like
like
if World War II,
and they
like
fuck him over. Like,
well, they
so
need the
hard.
they see. Yeah, they're like it's.
But
really,
like, look at him, man. He found Reach. Like, he's taken all these systems with the fleet of particular justice.
But they gotta
Love,
show
dude.
even the mightiest can fall. Gooch, don't get too big in your britches there, Arbiter. And they also need a fall guy. So fucking.
And there is one thing I noticed for the first time going through this. Before you go into that building where that terminal is, up on the left, there's like a little like street that you can go on, and there's a citizens alert kind of flashing on the screen, and there's a new one for the remaster and an old one. So I just wanted to read them. This is Citizens Alert. Youth of New Mombasa, your city needs you. Join your local freedom fighter brigade today and send the dirty Covenant zealots back to their homeworld. Our enemy is weak. They will only know defeat at our hands. They will only know defeat at our hands. We have the advantage, human heart and perseverance, some things these filthy aliens will never have. And then it says, New Mombasa will prevail. Secretary of Defense, Paul Huffy Russell.
Sounds about right.
And the new one says, Citizens alert, our glorious city is under attack by the despicable Covenant horde. Their defeat is inevitable. They will meet a horrible end at the hands of our brave forces who right now are fighting for your survival. Please do your part by reporting to the nearest evacuation zone. New Mombasa will prevail. Minister of Information, David Dockmaster Dunn.
David Dockmaster Dunn.
Triple D.
David Dockmaster Dunn.
Triple D.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not
I wonder
double D.
why they changed that.
It's not changed. It flashes between the two. But that last one I just read isn't in the original. I just thought that was interesting.
No, that is
never
interesting.
read that
No,
story
yeah,
before.
that's interesting.
Yeah, so we regroup with the Marines and head into the CP, the command post, where the Scarab kind of climbs over us, and we're like, all right, we're gonna fuck this thing up. We board.
Prepare to make my day.
Yeah, we board and destroy the Scarab. We get a cool music cue here. I'll have to figure out what track it is, but I just remember there's a cool music.
Is it not the Mjolnir mix?
I don't know. It's actually in the anniversary. It's the Gunger mix.
Oh.
The gun Gun.
The gun mix?
It's like the Gugnir?
Yeah, the Gun.
Misa excited.
The Gunger. I don't know if it's that track, but let's finally talk about the Scarab. The Type 47 ultra heavy assault platform, commonly known as the Scarab, is a Covenant mobile mining platform adapted for use in combat. The Halo 2 variant is the T-47A Protoss or Protos. I don't really know which pronunciation it is. Developed in an advanced construction site, Scarabs are mobile fortresses. They are quadrupedal behemoths, are typically deployed from low or medium orbit or the high atmosphere. They are used to attack heavily defended structures and emplacements and often lend a quick but unstoppable support to Covenant troops on the ground. Despite their enormous strength, however, Scarabs are quite vulnerable to being boarded. A Scarab's central core is protected by only the vehicle's external armor, so attacking the core is easy once an enemy boards the craft. A Scarab will also be temporarily stalled if its legs sustain enough damage, allowing a would-be boarder to simply jump on the vehicle's troop bay to counter this. Vehicle's troop bay. Period. To counter this, Scarabs typically carry squads of grunts, jackals, as well as brutes and Sangheili, so the whole fucking family.
The whole squad.
The Halo 2 Scarab was almost indestructible and immune to damage in this game. Its movement was entirely scripted and almost no damageable parts appear to have been coded for it. It was only destroyed in a cutscene. Yeah, that's a sentence. When the Halo 2 era Scarab fires, some molten green liquid, possibly coolant or access plasma, will leak out of the bottom of the main cannon. The forward plasma cannon can also be destroyed with a few melee attacks, as could the rear plasma turret. The flaps on the main gun could be destroyed only by using a Scorpion tank. Also, the underside grate could also be destroyed. So, yeah. I like the look between the Halo 2 Scarab and the Halo 3 Scarab is like no fucking contest. The Halo 3 Scarab is like so much more cooler.
Absolutely. It's more. It's funny. I was getting into that Scarab expecting Halo 3 Scarab, because I didn't realize.
Yeah,
Well, just
how
not really.
different they are.
I didn't think. I was like, oh, I did. Now I obviously jogged my memory once I got inside.
So how you guys feeling about like this first Scarab encounter? Did you like it?
Oh, yeah.
Thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. I was like, oh, it's done. I was like, oh, all right.
It's interesting how like it just like falls right into position.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you
all
just
right, here
jump
we
on
go.
it. Yeah, let's do it.
Like, yeah, it's like you're just walking under this bridge.
Yeah,
I
fuck
guess.
it. All right.
So the cutscene, Regrets Carrier, Solemn Penance, Slip Space Jumps, and in Amber Clad, along with Miranda Keys, John and Johnson, John 117 and Johnson follows. The Slip Space explosion destroys parts of the city and the orbital elevator. This is probably a good time to talk about the UNSC In Amber Clad. This is a Stalwart class light frigate. The In Amber Clad was designed by distinguished naval engineer David Pulver and Dr. Eugene Taylor. It was the final ship of a group of 16 Stalwart class frigates that were constructed at the Sinvoyet Navy Yard as the Sinvoyet Navy Yard AS-9 above Reach. Launched on February 9th, 2547. Nothing is known of the first 3 years until April 5th, 2550, when Commander Keys was given command of the ship. And I have some level trivia, but yeah. So this is where Halo ODST starts.
That's okay. That's what I was going to...
Regret leaves. He leaves a bunch of Covenant on the ground.
Gotcha. So then they drop the ODST in to take care of him.
Right.
And that's
Gotcha.
when it jumps.
Yeah, so we're just looking at the night
So
of
the
that
ODST
battle.
takes place in New Mombasa.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, in the city center.
Interessante.
So during this cutscene when an Amber Clad is following, is it weird to say it gave me like Mass Effect vibes? because
What? Because of the slip
just
space
like the
jump?
slip space and
I mean,
like how the
yeah, a
ship
little-
moves.
it's faster
coming
than
from
light
someone that
travel.
really hasn't like.
Yeah, I don't
this is
know.
like my second or third time
funny,
playing through the game where I played through Mass Effect. I don't know, just sci-fi.
Yeah, definitely. No,
Yeah.
it definitely felt like I love that sense of, and again, we talked about them before, but these cutscenes are
Yeah.
so,
Oh,
just
yeah.
like they're racing to get into the portal, and no, it brings back to more of that kind of classic sci-fi, like
Yep.
slip space. You're going through a portal to go to where you're trying to go, like vibe. I would agree. You're looking at
Vibe and slip
I looked
space.
over at Gooch and he's staring into my soul.
All right, I got some trivia. Because Metropolis is the second part of a 2-part mission, your weapons will carry over from Outskirts. Unless one of your weapons is a rocket launcher. If you finish Outskirts with a rocket launcher, you will start Metropolis with a battle rifle and an SMG. We talked about the Scarab gun. There's also a big soccer ball found in the top of a building that's destroyed. If you're going for the
Scarab gun.
yes, you will definitely find that soccer
Yeah.
ball. It's literally like sitting in a giant building. Like it just,
Just doesn't make it. Yeah.
all right, these are some good Easter eggs. So in the beginning of the mission, the male Marine talking at the beginning of the cutscene was voiced by David Cross, an actor best known for his portrayal of Tobias in Fox's Arrested Development. The female Marine in the beginning was voiced by Michelle Rodriguez, an actress best known for her role in ABC's Lost and the movie The Fast and the Furious.
Really?
franchise.
Well,
Yeah.
just because was there any? They just happened to be there and just do.
I feel like Bungie did that a lot. There's
Yeah.
like Conan and his guy, his other dude. You know what I'm talking about? Conan and his other host guy.
Andy. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're in 4 and 5.
Oh, that's
Really?
right. I remember
Yeah.
that.
Well, they
saying
always.
something.
Did you ever see their like Clueless Gamer reviews? Comments?
Yeah,
They're pretty funny.
And then he's in fucking Death Stranding too.
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's right. That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah. And one more. The other female Marine, the one who offers you the shotgun in the tunnel, was voiced by Laura. Your
Oh.
Can you move your thing? It's on top of
I'm sorry.
Is it? I can't tell if it's a
Laura
P or,
Prepone.
yeah, I can't tell if it was an O or a P. 'Cause your thing is on it.
Sorry.
Just
Yeah. Laura Prepone, an actress best known for playing Donna Pincotti on Fox's That 70s Show.
What a classic.
Yeah, she is.
You know
one line.
how dumb I am.
She has one line.
Growing up, I thought that movie or that show was actually filmed in the 70s.
Are you serious?
I was an idiot. It
When
was
was that
bad.
filmed in the 90s?
It was like the 2000s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I couldn't have told you that.
Mila Kunis and like Ashton Kutcher and all them. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right, that is it for episode 7 Trio.
Guys, thank you so much for listening. This has been a lot of fun doing episode 8 of our Halo.
7.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the doc. It's
you're
throwing me
ahead.
off. I'm sorry. Thank you for getting me. Episode 7 of our Halo Re3. It's been a great time. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all these social medias at Delco Nerds. We have a nice and fun Discord where you can come and hang out and chat about everything from Halo to Mass Effect and everything in between. All of this information can be found on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. We have an email there as well, delconerds@gmail.com. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where you guessed it, we do all three of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we'll be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, my co-host, Chris Trio, and guest co-host Chris Geddes. Guys, Chris.
Chris.
Thanks.
Chris. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
No, go for it.
I was just gonna say we're back. It's fun to be back.
Yeah, double recording. We just did
little peek behind the curtain.
Episode 7. We're doing episode 8. We're getting into it. This is a heavy episode. A lot of, well, at least the first half of it is probably going to be a lot of heavy lore. There's a bunch of shit as we get into the background of the Covenant kind of campaign, and we are getting into a first level not playing as Master Chief. Guys,
whoa,
before we even
not
talk
Master
about
Chief?
it, how are you feeling about that? Not playing as Master Chief.
You know what's funny? I feel like with Halo 5, we had like the new protagonist coming in with Locke, and I remember being much more trepidatious with that. But I remember playing Halo 2 and being like, and even still, I'm like, this is cool. We're playing as like the other guy. We're playing as a lizard man who's also the bad guy, and it's cool to get
fucking respect.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's the Arbiter.
The goddamn Arbiter.
That's Thel Vadamy.
Goddamn Thel.
I was kind of in the same camp you're in. You get to play as the Arbiter. That's fucking sick. And now I'm kind of like,
it's true. You know,
like, I don't know. The more I play the Arbiter levels, like, there's some things I don't like about them, and there's some things I do. I feel more like dislikes. Like, there's one part in the Oracle where we'll get to where I'm just gonna be like, oh, I fucking hate this part, man. So let's jump into our 6th campaign mission, the Arbiter, which introduces the Arbiter, Thel Vadamy, as a playable character for the first time. You must assassinate the Heretic leader on a Forerunner gas mine in Threshold's atmosphere. First cutscene, we witness the death of Thel Vadamy and the birth of the Arbiter. Cutscene starts out with Tartarus and a few brutes kind of dragging Thel through this like prison area with a bunch of like grunts, jackals is in prisons, and basically, I mean, they have a little banter about like eating him, yeah, and then they get him down to the mausoleum of the Arbiter. They let him go. I should have probably put that in the doc, the mausoleum of the Arbiter. I guess it doesn't really matter. I think you go back to it in a high charity anyway. We can talk about it then. Sidebar.
Sounds great.
Tartarus brings Thel down, drops him off, and the Prophet of Truth pretty much shoos them away. As the Prophet of Mercy and the Prophet of Truth pretty much now are going to brief Thel Vadamy on why he is not being killed and instead given a chance of redemption with the Covenant. So what do you guys think of this cutscene? It's kind of like a big exposition.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty big exposition dump, but yeah, no, I thought it was great. I thought it was like really cool lore and interesting, and I remember even when it first came out being like, this is dope. This is really cool. Where's this going? You know, I enjoyed it.
I love his armor. I love the Arbiter's armor. It's so good.
Yeah. Do you know in 2 it doesn't have mandible covers, and in 3 it does. It covers his mandibles. Yeah. I actually read that today. I knew that like in my head, but
like, yeah,
so
sure.
I was like, oh, okay.
So yeah, a little note of it.
So a few things I wanted to mention is like some of the dialogue between Truth and Mercy. More things they say than the Arbiter. He doesn't really do too much except for like ask like very simple questions and stays on his knees as he's in front of Truth and Mercy. But Prophet of Truth says, quite so, here rests the vanguards of the great journey. Every Arbiter from first to last, each one created and consumed in times of extraordinary crisis. The Prophet of Mercy jumps in with the taming of the Hunters, the Grunt Rebellion. Were not for the Arbiters, the Covenant would have broken long ago. I'll get into the lore of the Arbiters, but yeah, it looks like the Arbiters are kind of like, yeah, like they're needed in these times of like where the Covenant is
great strife,
right? Oh. Yeah, and I think we mentioned the when we talked about the Hunters, we mentioned the taming of the Lakogo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Prophet of Mercy references that, and then the Ungoi Rebellion is mentioned here. It's funny they don't use their like scientific names, and they like the Covenant calls Sangheili elites, and like the Jirahani, the brutes, like they don't use the scientific name, which is pretty funny. But to like, if you're playing the game, you're not gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?"
why? Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
you know
actually-
what a brute is.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what
yeah.
the elites are. You know the grunts are.
It's funny.
One thing also different in the original that's different in the anniversary, when he gets up to go to his armor, he covers his heretic brand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't do that in the original. I thought that was very interesting that he was like so ashamed of it. I mean, he's fucking naked, but
Yeah.
like, you know, he's like covering it up because he's so like, you know, obviously it's a mark of shame. Prophets of Truth says Halo's destruction was your error, and you rightfully bear the blame. But the council was overzealous. We know you are no heretic. This is the true face of heresy, one who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion against the High Council. And he shows you the heretic leader who will be going after in this first mission as the Arbiter. And I like when he puts his helmet and goes,
What would you have your Arbiter do?
Keith David.
Keith David, man.
Yeah. Fucking, you know, Spawn.
He was in Gargoyles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was waiting for. I was
Oh,
waiting
no,
for.
no, it's good. Yeah. No, do you guys ever see the Spawn show?
No.
You need to watch it. It's on HBO Max, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, but he's awesome. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Does he play Spawn?
Yes, he does. He's very good.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not literally, physically. His voice.
His
is
voice.
Spawn. Yeah. All right. So we got to give a little bit about all three of these people. Well, not Thel, but the Arbiter. So let's give a dossier on the Prophet of Truth, the High Prophet of Truth, born Ord Casto.
The council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city. But ultimately, the terms of your execution are up to me.
Formerly known as the Minister of Fortitude, was the leader of the three prophet hierarchs that led the High Covenant Council during the Ninth Age of Reclamation, of course, and is the central antagonist of Halo 2 and 3, and one of the main instigators of the war against humanity.
What a weird name, Ord Casto.
Yeah, I don't know what their names are weird.
Yeah,
Mercy
doesn't seem
hasn't.
very.
I don't. I mean, their names are pretty much irrelevant. Like the Prophet of Truth.
Oh, you know Ord. Come on.
Yeah, Ord.
My friend Ord.
Yeah, Ord.
Absolutely.
I know Ord.
Yeah.
I go betting with him
Hey,
every
Ord
week.
Casto.
Ord, what's going on?
He has an extensive military career involving the Grunt Rebellion, Harvest, and the Discovery of Earth, just to name a few things. If you really want to go, like, the wiki has extensive background on, like, some of the shit he's did. It was, like, a little too in the weeds for me. And I
Yeah,
was
you're
just
like, all right, I can do without some of this.
right,
Yeah.
like, this is really not relevant to anything, but if
Sure.
you want that lore, you can go get it on the wiki. Ironically, Truth, like his fellow prophets, Mercy and Regret, express behavior quite opposite of the name which they have. Truth often lies, specifically about the Great Journey, the activation of the Halo rings to keep the lower ranks from rebelling against the prophets. Oddly enough, in Halo First Strike, both Truth and Tartarus are referred to as it, while it could be a nod to the fact that Truth is truth personified, but they're both guys, obviously. During Thel 'Vadamy's trial in Halo 2, the Prophet of Truth refers to John 117 as the Master Chief. It is unknown how he actually knows this alternative name for John 117.
I didn't catch that.
I didn't catch that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's like, when he's talking to Thel about him, the destruction of Installation 4, he says at the hands of the Master Chief.
Oh, and this is like the first cutscene, right?
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still at the
I'm
first
gonna have to go
cutscene.
back and rewatch that.
Chris, can you read the Prophet of Mercy for me?
No.
It's terrible because I thought you were referring to me now.
The High Prophet of Mercy, born as Had Rumpt. Rumpt?
The tasks you must undertake as the Arbiter are perilous, suicidal. You will die, as each Arbiter has before you. The Council will have their corpse.
Was the oldest of the three hierarchs that led the Covenant High Council during the Human Covenant War. The Prophet of Mercy was elected to the High Council before either of his fellow hierarchs, the Prophets of Truth and Regret, were even born. His tenure was marked by several tense debates with Sangheili High Counselors over the proper dispensation of Forerunner artifacts. During that time, he was considered one of the last of the Old Guard, as he publicly questioned the wisdom of the Sansums demilitarization at the close of the Sangheili Sansum War. This brand of thinking may have contributed to his later willingness to help replace the Sangheili with a Jirahani. Like all the other hierarchs, Mercy's name is ironic. He is given no mercy by the Prophet of Truth, as he has showed no mercy either to the humans or to Thelvanami, whom he wanted dead.
Yeah, he's pretty mean to him.
Meanie.
Yeah, because he's like, you'll die as the Arbiter. Like, he mentions the fact that, like, Thelvanami is pretty much doing these missions, is going to die, and that's how he's going to redeem himself by dying. Yeah, he's pretty mean. Truth is, like, a little more sinister about the way he's talking. He's kind of, like, coaxing him into it a little bit. But, yeah, let's discuss what exactly the Arbiter is. The title of Arbiter was meant for the pinnacle of the Sangheili, a master of the battlefield, who would lead all the clans. It became the highest possible honor bestowed upon Covenant Sangheili by their hierarchs during a great time of need. It was the greatest religious rank of the Sangheili, although the Sangheili High Counselor is considered to have superior political and military status. That was until one Arbiter challenged the words of the Prophet and lost, which caused the title to be a badge of shame. But the rank was still returned to its full glory shortly before the Great Schism. So this is after Halo 3. The Arbiter acted as a sort of field marshal, going on missions for the Prophets and during incidents such as the taming of the Lakogo and the Ungoi Rebellion, and most recently the threat of the Heretics, until the Arbiter Thelvanami incited a brigade against the Covenant Empire, where the Arbiter once more led all the Sangheili toward victory. Few trivia facts. Note that the Arbiter armor is different in Halo 2 and 3. The Arbiter's mandibles in Halo 2 are unprotected, while in Halo 3 the armor covers the mandibles. Also, the Halo 2 Arbiter armor is silver/gray, while the Halo 3 is more of a bronze. However, this is due to the improved lighting effects, as his armor is gray in levels with sparse light. Similarly, the Arbiter now has a flashlight on his left shoulder, but only works when playing with the other players or a guest. That's in Halo 3. Going back to a fun fact, I think we had 2 episodes ago, the Arbiter was originally meant to be called the Dervish. The name was changed because it might create an unintended parallel between the game and the real-life conflict between the Western world and the Middle East. In the Spanish version of Halo 2 and 3, the Arbiter is called the Inquisitor. So, like, Inquisitor.
Kind of like that. A little, I don't even know.
Inquisitor.
The Inquisitor.
So, we got our mission. We know what would you have your Arbiter do? Well, Prophet Truth just told us, so you already know what to do. So, yeah, we are joining a Covenant force, not that big, it's like a few Phantoms worth of people, to take out the Hunters. The scene changes to show High Charity and the fleet surrounding it. 3 Phantoms fly past the camera and swoop past the ruins of Installation 4. A large piece of it is still intact, and with the landscape and clouds still visible. As it flies, the voice of Tas Vadum can be heard. Tas Vadum.
Wouldn't it be Vadumi? Wouldn't that be another Vadumi, maybe?
Vadumi, sorry, Vadumi, yeah.
That sounds...
Vadumi. All right.
I'll do the Spec Ops elites.
I can do.
Actually, whoever's not Vadumi we should both be the elites.
I can be Vadumi.
Okay.
When we joined the Covenant, we took an oath.
The scene cuts to an inside of the Phantom where the Spec Op elites, along with the new Arbiter, line the walls with a line of Spec Ops grunts in the center. And Ultra Elite, the Spec Op leader, Taz Vadumi, speaks among them.
According to our station, all without exception.
On the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to uphold the Covenant.
Even to our dying breath.
Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now they use our Lord's creation to broadcast their lies.
We shall grind them into dust.
And continue our march to glorious salvation.
The Phantoms enter Threshold's atmosphere and become a larger Forerunner platform. I'll be Arbiter. You be Vadumi.
Sounds good. This armor suits you, but it cannot hide that mark.
Nothing ever will.
You are the Arbiter, the will of the Prophets. But these are my elites. Their lives matter to me. Yours does not.
That makes 2 of us.
Oh,
interesting rivalry happening.
It's funny how it doesn't even feel like a rivalry. It just feels like more like the Arbiter's like, listen, I get it. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and like he's like, all right, fuck you. Like, you know, like you know what I mean?
I Shipmaster, I call him Shipmaster because that's the
Yeah.
title he gets in Halo 3. He's like one of my favorite side characters.
He
I
is
don't
a
know
good-
why
yeah.
I like him so much. I think the first time I liked him is in Floodgate in Halo 3, where he comes with the Shadow of Intent when he's on your side. He's like, "This is Shipmaster with the Shadow of Intent," and he drops his fucking like elites. I was like, I don't know why, that was just really cool.
But it's awesome. Yeah.
Like, I'm just really into it. So I
love
really
it.
like this character, and he has a really cool line at the end of the game. I can't wait to mount up Arbiter. So Taz Vadumi
Then mount up, Arbiter. I know a way to break those doors.
was the Sangheili Special Operations Commander of the Covenant Army before the Great Schism. And after the Great Schism, he served as Shipmaster. He was the only known operations commander of the Covenant Army in the Halo series, a title which held before the Civil War. Wait.
The title which he held before the Civil War.
A title which he held before the Civil War. As the Shipmaster of the Shadow Intent and the de facto commander of the Covenant Separatists as Fleet Master of the Fleet of Retribution, he had a pivotal role during and after the Battle of Installation 5. Some trivia. Taz is one of the few Sangheili that actually care for the grunts under his command. Taz is one of only 2 elites to call John 117 Spartan rather than Demon, the other one being the Arbiter. It is a noble habit of Taz in Halo 2 to assist the Arbiter but suddenly leave to attend other matters, usually just before the more difficult parts of the mission. This tendency is noticed by Tartarus, who refers to him as a coward. This is also most likely to balance the game since Taz is invincible.
I mean, it's for game reasons. It's for,
Game reasons, but lore reasons.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sure. So, we talked about Threshold. What the fuck is that, Chris? Lay it down.
Well, I'll tell you. The Threshold gas mine was a large structure suspended in the atmosphere of the gas giant Threshold, the planet around which Installation 04 orbited. It was an expansive automated facility that was created and used by the Forerunners and later the Heretics. Threshold is a massive gas giant planet.
Right. So, it's like, is Saturn a gas giant?
I
Is
think so. So
Jupiter?
is Neptune, I believe, as well.
Yeah,
It's a
so
gas
it's
giant.
uninhabitable, but like there's stations around
So
it.
do gas giants have a surface though, right? Like they have there's like
I guess.
I would assume they would.
Yeah, like I feel
They
like
can't just be like giant.
no, just things of
spheres
gas.
of
Yeah, of gas.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. I don't know.
Just a big sphere of gas.
So yeah, we drop. We're down. We're playing as the Arbiter. One of the changes, I guess, from Master Chief is that we have active camo, but it's not as good as the other Elite's active camo because our armor system is older. I like how Shipmaster kind of says that. He's like,
You may wish to do the same, Arbiter. But take heed. Your armor system is not as new as ours. Your camouflage will not last forever.
you may want to use active camo as well, but beware, it is not as good as our own.
Yeah, it's like you have an older set of arms. It's like thank you. I appreciate
Thanks, asshole.
Yeah.
And of course, as a Arbiter or an elite Sangheili, we are equipped with the Type 1 energy sword.
Yay!
But
Finally.
I know, seriously.
Finally.
This is a close quarters weapon of the Covenant Empire, exclusively used by the elites. The energy sword is the signature weapon of the Sangheili, and has been their weapon of nobility since its creation during one of their ages of discovery. Viewed as a holy weapon, the Sangheili pride themselves on their skills with it. They believe it is better for a Sangheili to fall on his sword as an act to redeem his honor.
That very samurai.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolute. Like exactly same,
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say towards the end. Yeah, it's very, again, not really Spartan, but samurai with their katanas.
Yep.
Yeah, and their swords. The Sangheili are also very strict on who can be trained in the art of swordsmanship. Only aristocrats are permitted to wield energy swords, and sword wielders are no longer eligible for marriage. Breeding with any female they choose is permitted.
Married or otherwise.
Yeah, to ensure successful transmission of swordsmanship genes.
Nice. Good. So basically, you get to wield your sword and then your sword, if you know what I mean. That's like a lot of fun.
A lot of swords.
And yeah, that's cool. So that's
they
so
can't get
insane.
married,
They can't get
just
married, but they
breed.
can bang all they want and have as
bang,
many
okay.
kids as they want.
Yeah.
Why would you not be a swordsman? I guess it's tough. I assume.
Well,
it's probably pretty.
You have to be nobility or an aristocrat.
Oh, that's true. Are there any female elites?
We
in
haven't.
the...
I don't think we've seen.
I
any.
knew that was going to come.
I was gonna say. I was like,
because
I feel like, do
There
they
has
show up
to
in the
be,
last
yeah.
in the next one? I feel like they do. Like you start hearing like they sound like feet, like they sound
trying
more
to
high.
think. I don't know. There are female elites, yeah.
But like,
totally
and I
are.
guess that my more is in battle. Are there? Like I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like obviously because it says like they get married and they
Right, like literally,
like they obviously
all
exist,
the brutes,
but
all the grunts, all the I mean, as far as we know,
Yeah.
all the jackals seem to be guys.
what about the bug things, the drones?
Well,
They're all male.
Remember
That's
when
right.
we
Forgot.
went over that?
Yeah.
One
Dumb.
queen.
Like queen.
Yeah.
Fucking
So
shit.
Trio, we are about to face a new faction of enemy, the Heretics. Why don't you educate us?
Let's talk about them. In the wake of the Battle of Installation 04, Sessa Refumi formed a separatist faction considered to be the heretics by the Covenant. Comprised of Sanghili and Ungoi, they had been considered to be enough of a threat by the Covenant religion that the Prophet of Truth sent the Arbiter to eliminate their faction. Originally, these heretics were a Covenant artifact retrieval team attached to the Fleet of Particular Justice and led by Sessa. Is it Sisa or Sessa?
I would say Sessa.
Sessa Refume. They were investigated. They were investigated. No, that's wrong. They investigated.
No, they were investigating.
I can't read. Chikuch, I get this. This is tough, man. They were investigating a gas mine on the planet's threshold when the UNSC Pillar of Autumn crashed on Halo. A few days later, the retrieval team located the monitor of Installation 04-343 Guilty Spark, that fuckhead, floating adrift in the wreckage of Halo. Spark promptly took command of the Sentinels running the gas mine and cheerfully informed the artifact retrieval team of the true purpose of the Halo array, utterly destroying their faith in the promised great journey. Delusioned by the lies of the prophets and their great journey, Refume initiated an open rebellion against the prophet leadership and the basis of the Covenant. In secret, he sent holographic recordings to other Sanghili, hoping to open their eyes as well. In the meantime, he strengthened the defenses of their gas mine, fortifying it with plasma cannons and a large complement of Banshee. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, complement of Banshee fighter craft in anticipation of the Covenant's retribution for the heresy.
So we could have touched on it a little later, but he kind of describes the terminal right there. Kind of 343 Guilty Spark finds the heretics and basically tells them
like they just happen to recover him and they're like,
yeah, I think in the terminal he like flies to them and he comes in and he says, you know, great journey, salvation. What are you talking about? That's not what these are for. These are weapons.
Oh no, we're wiping people out
for to kill the Flood's
the
food.
purge. Yeah,
and you know, Sisa is mind blown. He's like, I can't. Obviously, the prophets. We've been lied to our entire lives.
Yeah,
and he knows what like they call the monitor or Guilty Spark the Oracle.
Yeah,
like, he knows what 343 Guilty Spark is. He knows he's the monitor of the ring. So when he tells him that, who of course he knows he's a fucking Forerunner artifact.
Absolutely, yeah. That's very interesting. Fucking Guilty Spark coming in. All right, we also pick up at this moment the Type 51 carbine, also known as the Covenant carbine. It is a Covenant infantry firearm carried commonly by the Girohani, Kigyar, and the Sanghili. The carbine serves as the Covenant's medium to long-range weapon. The weapon's design is very basic with unique differences. The first is its magazine placement, which is located right above the trigger guard. The weapon's cylindrical magazine holds 18 rounds and also provides as an indication of the number of rounds left in the magazine using the holographic display.
Not in the remaster, which is very weird.
Really?
It's the one thing they left out.
That is weird.
Huh. Yeah, it's really strange.
Isn't that... Yeah, okay. We're about to get right into what my question was. The weapon is also capable of 2 times magnification. However, it is not known where the magnification device is. I was literally about to be like,
scope,
is it on?
It zooms.
You must zoom in through the fucking ammo. Yeah, like that heads-up display on it must translate into the
I don't fucking know.
That's the only way
if the wiki don't know, I don't know.
that's so true. The carbine marks itself as unique among Covenant firearms by its ammunition. Rather than using plasma bursts, which can be inaccurate and slow at long range, this weapon utilizes caseless radioactive projectiles shot at supersonic speeds. It is unknown how or when the Covenant developed this weapon, but its ammunition is believed to be the base for the fuel rods cannon's ammunition. My
One piece of trivia.
Yeah, we got a little piece of trivia. In Halo 2, when you reload, the magazine will pop out and disappear almost immediately. In Halo 3, they will fall on the floor and take a short while to disappear.
Yeah, and this is where we would have talked about the terminal, but we already talked about
we already
it
covered
earlier. And we noticed the Sentinels are also sided with the Heretics because obviously the Oracle is with them. And I made you, Chris, you specifically read this because you said you like the Sentinel.
I do like the Sentinel beam. Yeah, it's one straight line. So we pick up the Sentinel beam. The Sentinel beam is a Forerunner directed energy weapon. Sentinel beams are often integrated into the Sentinels from where the weapons take their names. That weapon is particularly effective against small flood outbreaks and energy shields. The Sentinel beam runs on a non-rechargeable battery that runs out very quickly, yet even Sentinels created many thousands of years ago are capable of firing one. It may be possible that a Sentinel beam attached to a Sentinel is powered by the Sentinel itself. It should be noted, though, that Sentinel beams taken off of destroyed Sentinels often have some of the battery depleted. And some trivia, in Halo 2, if a player throws a grenade while the Sentinel beam is overheated, there will be no throwing animation.
That actually happened to me when I was playing last night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've noticed that before, but I'm like, okay. That's why that happened.
And then in Halo 3, a fully charged Sentinel beam will be left at exactly 77 charge after it overheats from a single continuous burst.
Those sick fucks with the 7 number. I swear to God. They're...
You're sick.
You sick bastards.
Sick.
Disgusting.
You're sick.
You know, they're probably trying to say 666, you know, like the devil. God, I'm sorry. I'm all up in arms.
I'm hot and bothered. So yeah, we're kind of moving through. We're fucking killing these heretics. And we kind of move into this room with a bunch of conveyor belts, and there's a ship in the middle, and you're probably wondering, what is that ship?
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the Type 31 Exo-Atmospheric Multi-Role Fighter, otherwise known as the Seraph-class starfighter, which is a widely used Covenant starfighter ship. The Seraphs have been seen in operation as early as the Battle of Harvest. Some trivia, the Seraph's design was originally a Covenant tank. Instead of having the name that represents a sinister supernatural being like Wraith or Phantom, the word Seraph is derived from one of the highest rankings of angels as described in certain texts of the Bible. The Seraphs are one of the main attack fighters featured in Halo Reach's Long Night of Solace level.
So wait, I'm confused. The Seraph is a tank?
No, it was designed as a tank.
But it is a flight.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, okay, I just was making sure I understand.
Yeah, it was
I do like that, though. Seraph Angel, it's in the air. I like it.
Yeah. It all makes sense. And also, at some point, we probably picked up a fuel rod cannon from one of these little fucking grunts somehow picking this shitting up. That's what I was actually, when I was writing this, I'm like, how the fuck do the grunts actually carry this fucking thing? Like, they're not that big. They can't be that strong.
Well, but how heavy do you think that fuel rod cannon is?
Probably pretty heavy.
I doubt it. I feel like they made that shit light as fuck. Because that's what, I mean, weapons today, isn't that like a big thing? They want to make them pretty light, like to carry. Like,
I'm curious how guns are pretty heavy. You ever,
definitely. But
before?
like a rifle, I guess like a rocket launcher is probably pretty damn heavy. But I feel like if I were to extrapolate in my thought on these people, they would make that as light as possible, from the lightest material possible, so that they could.
Yeah, guns are pretty heavy.
No, they absolutely are.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting when you're like playing a game and then you get a gun. It's like, oh shit.
Especially like a handgun. Like it really, yeah.
Yeah. Picking up the fuel rod cannon. It's called the gun in some instances. I've always called it a fuel rod cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, gun is fucking lame. It's a
is
fucking
it,
giant
Are both
shoulder.
used, or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And when you, like, in some games it's gun, and in sometimes it's referred to as cannon. I just like
I
cannon.
probably would have said the fuel rod gun.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I probably would.
Fuck you. Shut up. Get out of my basement.
You just hear the mic cut. I'm gone.
The Type 33 light anti-armor weapon, commonly known as the fuel rod cannon or gun, is a Covenant shoulder fire mortar radiation weapon. The Throw-Out Cannon is a man-portable version of the cannon that is mounted on Covenant vehicles. It is a support weapon that is commonly employed in both anti-personnel and anti-vehicle roles. The design of the Throw-Out Cannon is unique, resembling a large ornament more than a deadly weapon. It is also unique in the way that it operates. Its ammunition is placed on one side. Its ammunition is placed... Wait, I got lost. Its ammunition is placed one on top of the other to form a magazine, when it is then loaded into the weapon. It is unknown what exactly holds the rods together. It fires an unknown type of incendiary gel. Next to nothing is known about this weapon's ammunition except that when it strikes a target, it does so with a devastating result. The fuel rod gun shoots the same type of incendiary gel as the Hunter's assault cannons, obviously. I think you didn't realize that?
No, I didn't.
Really?
I mean, I guess it makes total sense now that you pointed out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The fuel rod gun's design in Halo 2 is very similar to the one shown in pre-Xbox Halo. So, again, another gun that was cut from Halo 2 or 1.
That was
they
brought back. Yeah.
Well, it's in Halo 1, but you can't pick it up.
Yep.
I think I have something about that. The throw-out cannon is the only weapon in the trilogy which a separate... The fruit rod gun is the only weapon in the trilogy which a separate animation and timer when throwing a grenade. There is an approximately 0.5 second longer delay before you throw a grenade.
He called it the fuel rod gun. Did you hear it?
Twice.
He called it the fuel rod gun.
We're right. You're wrong. Your mind knew it.
In Halo Combat Evolved, the Fruod cannon will explode after death of the grunt using it. The explosion is much like a plasma grenade explosion, only green.
I wish you didn't mention it to him because he would have done it again. And he wouldn't.
I had to.
It's like
he was going.
And it would have been over.
He was going against everything he was saying.
So we continue to fight a little bit through the compound. We see the heretic leader flees on a banshee and goes to defend the Oracle. And we get on a banshee ourselves and fly after him. This is the part with some cool music. Some interesting
absolutely.
facts.
Yeah.
So in the original, in the classic version of the game, which you can switch between them both, a song called "Follow" by Incubus, which is part of a 4-part musical suite called The Odyssey, plays. So Incubus did the music for this part in the original. In the anniversary, the song is called "Follow in Flight" by Misha Mansour of the progressive metal band Periphery, which I actually listened to before this, so this was pretty cool.
So another fun fact, he actually does music for Destiny too.
Does he?
Oddly enough, yeah, he did.
I mean, that makes sense.
He did a retelling of
the 2 anniversaries by 343. So there's not technically
No, that makes total
sense. But he does some of the Destiny. He did one of like the new songs for their Destiny 1 DLC, Rise of Iron. Like one of the Nightfall bosses. He like redid the music, and now it's in Destiny 2 because that strikes now in Destiny 2. There's another Destiny reference coming up towards the end of Oracle that I want to touch on.
I have no idea.
Not so much as
it's a reference to in Destiny to Halo, or
it's more so like it just gave me Destiny vibes because when you're bringing down the station in the next level, there's also a space station drop in the newest raid in Destiny, where you have to like deposit nukes and you're basically bringing down a station and slamming it into Europa.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and the two after doing the raid and then doing this, there was definitely some parallels.
Yeah, you were like, oh,
Yeah, I was like, I just did this.
You were mentioning before you didn't like the music here. I felt like
I said it was weird. Yeah, it was very weird, and I was like, now
it definitely did come in out of. I felt like it was more noticeable.
It went up and down, like it was like guitar, and then it went like,
yeah. Progressive metal is like,
yeah.
Like I felt so. Like don't get me wrong, it didn't pull me out or anything. That just jumped out at me when I got into that part. I definitely do remember.
Yeah, and we just fly for a little bit, kill some.
A little long, a little too long.
And then we land and the level's over.
Yeah, again, there are some parts. That's the thing I'm noticing in this one. There are some parts where they probably actually could have saved some time, I think, and chopped that off maybe. But like, still, great stuff.
So we jump right into the level, the Oracle synopsis. The Oracle is the 7th campaign level of Halo 2, where the player plays as Thelvadamy, aka the Arbiter. Starting directly after you land the Banshee, where you were flying in the previous level, the opening cutscene has Taz Vadumi, comment on smelling a familiar stench. This is the first level in Halo where you encounter the Flood and some of their new abilities, most notably the ability of Infection Forms to revive fallen combat forms and shielding on some combat forms. So yeah, the stench he's talking about
Is the flood? Is the flood? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, definitely. From going back and playing this, I don't remember the flood here. I didn't remember that. And then coming in, I was like, oh shit, the flood.
Yeah, you walk in and you see the room with the
spores,
in there, and then you go into the next room. And
I thought it was early. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, right. Like again, like same thing with the weapons, like how the weapons are introduced early. Like the flood are introduced, I feel like early too. They just kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it's fine. I don't think they're bad placement.
No, not at all.
But it's quicker.
Those like pods when you're walking by the rooms where it's like all the green, they're like containing all. They look so good on the update. They really did. Like it just looked like it looks great. I keep saying it, but like they look awesome.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they look good now, opposed to like in Halo, the original Halo 2 and Halo 1. They were
with
they
the
were
update.
Scary for sure. But
for
like
sure.
Now there's some real detail in them.
It really does remind me like of how like they were definitely trying to go for a thing type of like alien race, which I appreciated, but.
Yeah, we move into the next room. Well, we saw those elites fighting the heretic elites fighting the.
They were like below you.
Yeah, flood, and then we get in the next room, and the heretic leader speaks to us for the first time via a hologram. So let's get into a dossier on the heretic leader himself, Sessa Rafumi. Sessa Rafumi was the leader of the heretics, referred to in Halo 2 simply as the heretic leader, never named in game, who had taken control of the gas mine on Threshold and a small base on Basis. So this is the moon. It's near the moon of Threshold. Basis is the moon of Threshold. A gas giant's moon, which Installation 4 rests between. Concurrently with the Prophet of Regret, Sessa Rafumi is a main antagonist for the first half of Halo 2, specifically for Thel Adamy's first section of the campaign. He is seen in only these 2 levels that we're doing. For all intents and purposes, Sessa Rafumi is his own. Sessa Rafumi on his own is just a Sangheili Ranger with different colored armor and shields that could withstand up to 2 energy sword lunges, making him accurately comparable to an Ultra Elite. He utilizes 2 holodrones to assist him in a fight and his method to stay away from harm's reach. These holodrones, when projected, create 2 identical models of himself, which deal real damage upon the player. Some trivia. Even though Rafumi left the Covenant, he did not remove his EE suffix from his name, which denotes his service in the Covenant military. He's the second tallest Sangheili known in the Halo universe, the tallest being Zaitin Jar Wattenry. I don't know. He's actually from like Onyx. What's the Onyx? Onyx Rising? Is that what it's called?
I think so.
What's the Onyx book? Yeah, he's in that one. I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Ghosts of Onyx.
Ghosts of Onyx. So after this encounter, we get to the worst part of the game. This fucking elevator, which is like,
this was
elevator.
I was like, what the fuck is happening?
I don't understand it.
Yeah, it stops and then it just.
Who built this thing? Like, what the fuck?
Damn you, Bungie.
Like, I was just like, this? Who built? Like, I'm like on the elevator. It's like, all right, so when we build this elevator to get you down in this facility.
I love the note that he has in here. It's just called the fucking elevator.
I know. It's so true. Well, it's funny. I looked at him like, what is he talking about? The fucking, now that you've like actually said, I'm like, oh. Yeah. That fucking elevator.
I feel like this is another like Halo 1 kind of
just pad out. Like what are you doing? Christ. Just make me go down and fight one horde of them.
Elevator's fine, but it is way too fucking long.
You know you can. So I got halfway down. I just jumped on the platform and skipped half of it.
You did?
Yeah.
I wanted to try it because I was afraid I was gonna die.
Really?
Yeah. I got I got a little over halfway down, but I saw where like the platform was that you like get off on, and I jumped down and I got on it and I just continued on.
Since we got a long wait on this elevator and we're technically not on it, I think this is a good time to bring up any thoughts we're having going forward. I mean, so guys, how are we enjoying Halo 2?
Massive improvements. We've said it too much, but it's just improvement over Halo 1. Everything, the story is so much better. You feel like you're more involved in it, obviously.
There's just more to. Yeah, I agree.
With the Covenant side too. The Covenant alone, I just like seeing that extra side of the other war.
With the Covenant, they were just the bad guys in the first one. You really had next to no reason to care about them or whatever. Like, unless they give them some depth, you realize they're kind of like obviously like a species led astray. But like, it's interesting that even like religion has taken over like this advanced society and like they're all basing everything on. It's cool. I think, like you said, it's a step up in everything. Gameplay, story, mechanics, all of it is just so much more fun to play and much more engaging. I want to keep going. I finished Arbiter. And I'm like, and I kept playing last night. I'm like, oh, what do we have to get up to? And you're like, only Arbiter. I'm like, oh fuck. All right, I got it. Yeah. And I was like, oh, all right, I got to stop then. But I didn't want to stop. I want to keep going.
Yeah. So one Easter egg I have too is you can actually see your legs in this game. Opposed to Halo CE, you can't. And all the other Halos, you can see your legs. But if you look down, you can say hi.
Oh, yeah. Say hi to your knees.
I do. That is one. I do remember back in the day. That was one of the first things I would do.
Look down.
Truly, like,
and
can
try
you
to
see
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully that little exhibition kind of padded that elevator out. If you're playing and listening, you're probably fucking still on it. So I'm sorry about that.
We'll see you down there.
Yeah, so we're gonna exit that elevator and we enter a large room with like a hall sort of thing. That is where we will find our next terminal.
Yeah, and then this one is more about just the lies that the prophets have been telling. Honestly, this one is it's got more so the 343 asking why isn't there any help coming, and he said Cisa said your only help is me.
Yeah,
because obviously if they were to tell the higher ups what's going on, that would incite a rebellion.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's pretty. I mean, they become heretics and go against the covenant. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens.
It's crazy that they label them the bad guys when in reality, it's just like
they
don't want to
figure out
die.
the truth. Yeah, they were like, wait, you're telling me we're just gonna? Yeah, because the way the Guilty
Great
Spark
Journey is a farce.
The way Guilty Spark explained to him was completely just science. He's like, well, we got to kill all of you to stop, the flood from expanding. Oh, what happens after we kill you all? Oh, you're just dead.
Yeah, you're just
like you died. You mean there's no heaven? Why would there be a heaven? There's like who? What is a heaven? Oh, you mean that bullshit? No, it doesn't exist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and they're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, and I like how Oracle always is like, how do you not know this?
Yeah, it's like, what?
He's always surprised when people don't know what Halo.
Like, why do you call me Oracle?
He's like, why are you using all these all this strange language and like,
I am 343 Guilty Spark, monitor of installation 4. Yeah.
It's like, we get it.
All right, fuckhead. God damn it.
So after that terminal, we travel a little bit further. We get to this room with like sort of a spire going up, spiral staircase. This is a cutscene where we see the heretic leader seal himself in. And we find an Arbiter kind of devises a plan. The only way to get him out is to cut the cables to the station and put it in a free fall. So we ascend the tower to do exactly that. And then we get up and cut these giant fucking
like 6 or 7 slices with your sword just to get him.
Yeah. I died
to get him to fall
4 times here by accident because I kept jumping. Yeah,
by accident. No, you're good.
No, I'm just fucking. I don't know why I kept doing it. Like when it drops, if you jump at a certain time, you float off the station and die. And I kept doing it.
How the gravity physics work.
It was very weird.
You're not just like attached to the ground. Gravity works differently once the.
It was very odd. Yeah,
falling.
I didn't jump. I mean, I never had
I
that
did
happen.
it the first time to check. I was like, oh, it did work. And then I did it by accident the second time. I'm like, okay, time to get together. And then I accidentally did a third time again too. I'm like, and it was ridiculous.
Yeah. So after that, we go back down. The heretic leader is kind of running away. We pursue him and backtrack through the majority of the level. So this is a lot of combat here. And then we get to our first boss fight of the series.
Yeah. Well, I guess. I
would say, 100%.
What about shooting? Oh no, that's Halo 3, isn't it? Shooting 343 with the Spartan laser.
Yeah.
In Halo 1? No, we don't do that in Halo 1.
No.
God.
Spartan laser.
I jump around too much.
It's all right, don't worry.
Yeah.
My friends are like, yeah, let's do this. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I do the weekly challenges, so whatever. I jump around on so many levels.
Okay.
Oops.
It's okay. Yeah. No, this is literally the first boss battle. There's another boss battle. I think 2 more boss battles. Regret and Tartarus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I do remember.
Is Regret much of a boss fight?
No, but it's a boss fight.
Yeah.
As he attempted to make his own escape, and his Sarah fighter Thel found him and engaged him in battle. Despite his clever use of holodrones, we take him out. Yeah, so the holodrones are pretty cool. Never really see them again in the series.
No. How was the boss fight for you guys?
Easy.
Easy?
Yeah, easy. It's literally 2 slices.
That's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah.
I did 2 slices and I was like, oh, I killed him. Oh, that's it. All right.
That was the real one. Okay.
On Legendary, that fight is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a dialogue before they fight. Do you guys want to do that? Do you want to be
sure?
Be
I can be Thel.
I'll be 343.
Oh no. Before that.
Oh.
So you are
I'll be
Rafumi. Yeah.
Okay. Turn, heretic.
The heretic leader turns to face the Arbiter.
Arbiter, I would rather die by your hands than let the prophets lead me to slaughter.
Who has taught you these lies?
And then a familiar, I'll be 343. A familiar humming is heard. The Arbiter looks up and sees 343 Guilty Spark descending from above.
The Oracle!
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark, monitor of Installation 4.
Ask the Oracle about Halo, how they would sacrifice us all for nothing.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you. 343 Guilty Spark. Wait.
And then Arbiter asks, like, goes to...
Wait.
Where am I at? I'm confused.
Oh, yeah. Any questions are cut off as the heretic opens fire on Vadimi with the twin plasma rifles. Vadimi falls back, taking cover, while his shield generator is recharging. As he does so, the heretic leader floats back toward the Seraph and pulls out 2 holodrones.
The elites are blind, Arbiter, but I will make them see.
The heretic leader releases the drones, which become copies of him, and they look towards the Arbiter. During the battle, the heretic leader will continue to taunt Thel Vadimi. Yeah, do you want to read these?
Sure. I just find it... I don't think I got any of these dialogues because I beat them too fast.
There's a lot of them, and they're hard to hear.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I remember even...
But they're interesting.
Well, even in the first one, I remember the part where you walk into the first level when you interact with the Flood. And, like, if you let that guy speak before killing him, you get all that extra dialogue. Yeah.
All about the extra dialogue.
How did the prophets buy your loyalty, Arbiter? With a new command, a new fleet, or was it the promise, their great journey? Look around you, Arbiter. This facility and dozens like it resulted in the study of the parasite. But where are the weapons, Arbiter? What was the result? All that time and effort and the best the Forerunners could do was put these foul creatures on ice. And now, where are these gods the prophets would have us worship? Transcended? Ha! Hardly. Come, Arbiter, let me show you where they went.
343 Guilty Spark will also talk to Thel Vadimi throughout the battle. This mining facility predates the installation alpha by several hundred years. It was retrofitted to research possible offensive and defensive measures against the Flood. Indeed, I designed and oversaw the construction of this facility's various outbreak management systems. The cable on top of this mine was designed as a failsafe in case an outbreak took place. I'm glad someone had the foresight to cut it. Fortunately, all the Flood on this installation will perish once this facility enters the planet's nitrogen core. Yay. The Arbiter successfully dispatches the heretic leader and retrieves the Oracle from the station. The cutscene. I will be Guilty Spark.
Let's keep it with
You
Fel.
can be Tartarus. Trio will be the Arbiter. Unfortunate. His edification was most enjoyable.
I had no choice, Holy Oracle. The heretic imperiled the great journey.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate... Why? 343 Guilty Spark is snatched by an unseen force and pulled away. He is dragged through the air directly into the top of the Fist of Rucht, the gravity hammer of Tartarus. Tartarus, standing beneath a phantom, pulls 343 Guilty Spark off the end of his hammer.
That is the Oracle!
So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
And fades to black, and that is the end of this level. But first, let's hit some trivia. When you reach the LZ that you took a Banshee from near the end of the Arbiter, the cutscene will show the Arbiter crashing the Banshee into the wall below the LZ before he climbs up and walks to the door. This is similar to what Master Chief did at the beginning of the mall.
I noticed that,
So
yeah.
The Banshee hits and he...
I picked up on that instantly.
Funny, yeah.
I didn't pick that up at all.
I
It
picked it
doesn't
up
make
per-
any sense at all.
Yeah.
But yeah,
When
physics
you're-
are insane.
When you are about to encounter the Flood for the first time, a grunt soldier can be heard saying, "Me got a bad feeling about this." This is similar to Private Mendoza's words in Halo Combat Evolved when you first encounter the Flood. Interesting.
That's
Two
interesting. I didn't
things
pick that one up.
Never picked up.
Yeah, didn't pick that one
He
up.
said, "I've got a bad feeling about this."
Me got bad feeling
But
about
then,
this.
what's his name? Said that.
Mendoza probably says, "I have a bad feeling about
That
it."
wasn't
I got
a
a
Star
bad
Wars
feeling
reference.
about this, Sarge.
Probably was.
I'm thinking that's probably what it was. I assume.
It definitely
That's
is.
what I'm thinking.
Aliens reference.
And that's it. That's the end of the Oracle and the Arbiter.
Well.
Episode 8 in the bag.
The first journey as the Arbiter.
Yeah, 3 levels into 2.
Episode 8.
Yeah.
Done.
Or no, sorry, 3 episodes into 2. 6 levels into...
How many more do we have now?
So
There's like 15.
No,
Yeah,
I guess for Halo
there's-
2, I mean. How
yeah,
many
there's
do we
like
have left?
3 cutscene levels. So
Yeah.
we have next is Delta
Delta
Halo,
Halo.
Sacred Icon, and then Quarantine Zone and another Arbiter level. And then there's a Chief level. maybe like 2 chief levels, and then the final 2 levels are arbiter levels, I think.
So we're looking at about 4 more episodes at least for 2.
Maybe 3.
Right.
I haven't figured out how we're slicing
all
it
right.
up yet.
Well,
at
that
this
sounds
point.
good. Thank you all so much for joining us, at least this far. It's been fun to play as the Arbiter for the first time in Halo 2. Thank you all so much for watching. You can find this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. Just search the Delco Nerd Network. We are on all the social medias at Delco Nerds. We have a fun Discord chat where you can talk about everything from Halo to whatever else you're feeling that day. It's a great time. Lots of fun people in there. You can find all this information on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. Our email is also there, delconerds@gmail.com. For Chris, for Gooch, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time. You want to know how much just throwing in thanks for listening fucked me up? It literally got my... I'm like, I'm going to try to say thanks for listening this time.
I might keep this in.
No, do it. I love it. But it's amazing. Like I tried to make the goddamn correction, and it literally was like, good night, guys. Thank you.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3, is where you guessed it. We do all 3 of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we're going to be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians, in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, Chris and Chris, Trio, and Geddes. I change it up.
I love it. That's a little bit. You threw me off there a little bit again. You always like to keep me on my toes. I appreciate it.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Fantastic, man. Happy to be back.
It's 420.
It is 420.
I just dated this podcast. It's
Blaze
all right.
Good. Just Blaze.
Just Blaze. Yeah, of course, leave your cookies out for Snoop Dogg, like everyone was saying yesterday.
Maybe he's
Oh,
just
well,
running
it's
late.
already,
Maybe
it's
he's
already
running
come
late.
and gone, actually. It's not
Yeah,
420
who knows when this is actually coming out, but there you go.
In preparation for next year.
So
gosh.
today we are on episode 9. We are still in Halo 2, and we'll be talking about Delta Halo and Regret. And guys, remember, while you're listening to this, why don't you just play the game along with us? Put on the podcast, play through the game. It's probably not going to match up 1-to-1, but you know, we'll try.
Do what you can.
Not really, but it'll be fun. So yeah, the idea is for you guys to be playing along with us as we kind of go through this, go through the game, go through the lore, whatever. I haven't explained that in a little bit, so I figured I'd get into it. So let's get into it, actually. Delta Halo is the 8th level of Halo 2. After dropping onto Halo in an HEV pod, Chief fights his way through the Covenant forces to reach the temple where the Prophet of Regret resides. This is the only Halo 2 level where you will be aided by ODSTs, and is the first level where you fight Honor Guard elites. Guys, welcome to Delta Halo. the third Halo ring discovered by humanity.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
So, that's amazing.
Just everyone on the ship just reacting like that's amazing.
Woo.
So our cutscene kind of starts off with in Amberclad, kind of we're slip spacing out with the Solemn Justice, I think it is, and Miranda Keys asks Cortana, what exactly are we looking at? And we see Installation 05, and Cortana says, that is another Halo ring. Johnson's like,
What?
WTF?
His pod is
So
all
at
like
this
hot
point,
boxed from
yeah,
a
he's
cigar.
like, what is happening? It's 420. No, but they were not aware of other Halo rings at this point. In any facet.
I don't think they were ready to find one, honestly.
Right. So Installation 4 is the first ring they find.
Yeah.
Installation Gamma, I forget which one it is the second one that's found. It's in the lore. I don't know where this is, but this isn't the second ring they found. And I think they just weren't expecting to jump to another Halo ring.
Sure, they were like, all right, there's two. You know, like that's, or like, there's nothing in these files that there's like multiple Halos when you find, like, or that wasn't, was that alluded to in Halo 1 at all?
They said, well, in the terminals. I mean, in the terminal.
But like, I guess like when it came out, there was nothing alluded.
They
Yeah,
must,
okay.
I don't think they really know.
Yeah, so like back in 2004, I doubt it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like no one was like, exactly. Okay.
Yeah. So Installation 5, also known as Delta Halo, is one of the 7 massive Halo Fortress worlds built by the Forerunners. It is the third installation to be discovered by humanity, like I said, and it orbits a giant substance in the Coalesce system and is managed by Monitor 2401 Penitent Tangent.
This isn't a bad thing, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said Jaskiant.
Yeah, I'm
and it's amazing. No, it's amazing. I just want to say it sounded great.
We all know I'm mispronouncing.
No,
things.
but I just love it. I'd rather we call them Jaskiants now from now on. But I'm sorry.
Jaskiants. Yeah, I didn't notice that at all.
No, I might have.
Maybe maybe this is instant replay. Insert clip here. The architecture of the structures on Installation 5 follows the general Forerunner aesthetic, but has a clear, distinct style from the other installations, such as 00 and 4. A curious feature on Installation 5 is some of the ruins, which we're going to see in this level. While visibly consistent with Forerunner architecture, these ruins seem clearly older and more primitive than most of the Forerunner structures. They are also made of stone, as opposed to the metallic material seen on the majority of Forerunner constructs. This brings up the question of whether these Forerunner structures at all or were built by even a more ancient civilizations or the Forerunner themselves long before the construction of Halo, long before the construction of the Halo installation and later moved. Still, only a fraction of the installation structures represent the older variety. So, I think it's safe to assume that the Halo rings weren't intended as weapons at first, based off the fact that they're like habitable worlds. It is kind of strange.
That makes sense. So they might have been Forerunner outposts to begin with. The flood happened, and they were like, well, we can use these outposts that we've created.
Yeah, they're probably
something along those lines.
Giant like energy conduits. So they probably It's safe to assume that like and we see in other things that like humans and other races like they lived on the rings, or they put them on the rings to study them. So yeah, it's not too surprising, but it's interesting. Sure, so yeah, we jump in with the Hell Jumpers, and we move towards the bridge. Guys, how's it feel to be back in the boots of Chief after some 2 Arbiter levels?
I mean, it's great. It's like coming home to a nice warm meal.
a nice warm.
You guys have never experienced that?
I just wasn't expecting that.
That was a good one.
It's just where I'm at. With Master Chief, you're home.
So I guess before we talk about the whole level, how do you guys feel about like this Halo ring, this kind of look compared to what we saw in Halo 1? Where, I mean, it's like this vibe of this level is very much like Halo in Halo 1.
I was thinking the same thing.
And
absolutely.
Yeah, just that level where we're kind of getting some similar vibes.
No, I agree. I feel like it's definitely noticeable in the way of how many more assets I feel like but like the levels on Halo in the first one felt a little bit more barren to me, whereas these ones I feel are a bit more dense and they actually have more structures going on. Maybe
There's more,
maybe,
just
more
stuff
stuff going
in
on. I don't know.
More
But,
lived in.
more
yes,
lived
yeah.
in.
Like
The
it feels like
ruins,
it's not
right.
Yeah,
It feels
the-
like
the
something
ruins,
was
yeah.
there.
something. Yeah,
absolutely.
it doesn't feel
It gives
as
it a different aesthetic.
exactly
like we said.
But yeah, no, that's I guess where I would be at. Definitely more enjoyable. Just over. I mean, I think that's
It just looks
kind of
better,
like,
honestly.
Yeah.
It just looks better. It's an overall better looking area.
Right. Yeah, and then one of the cooler things going back to the ruins is like when we leave that first area and kind of see like a bunch, like not a ocean, but like a bay or something like that, and there's structures in the water, which is like one of the first things I noticed, and that's like a new aspect to this ring.
No, absolutely, and it's funny. I feel like I will say it doesn't feel like so different as to like they don't feel like they're This feels like a continuation. It's just like of another Halo ring. It just feels like they can obviously do more with the technology. I assume that they had at the time. Were they both on Xbox though? Actually,
Yeah.
Halo. Oh wow.
Yeah,
You keep
360
forgetting
came
that.
out.
Yeah,
I
we're
do keep
still on the
forgetting.
original
That's
Xbox,
so
technically.
fucked. Yeah.
Like the year after this came out is when the 360 came out.
Well, yes. Anyways.
Yeah. So with 3, we'll be on 360.
That's right.
Um,
But now, right now we're on Series X and computer.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll move into this bridge control room. We got to get this bridge down, and there's a Prophet hologram in here as well as a terminal. The Prophet hologram, I think it doesn't just start talking. I think you have to like look at it for a while because I don't remember actually getting this, but like in the wiki it tells you what he says.
I do remember him talking for me, anyways.
Yeah. So Cortana says regrets giving a speech, a sermon to be exact. So far, it's the standard Covenant liturgy. But I'll translate and see if he says anything interesting, and she'll get back to us later with another thing. And Chris, this is where we find our terminal.
Yeah, you just turn around and it's right on the wall there. Hard to miss.
I think this is the one that I think I found this one actually. It's just
This one's just basically, so the title for this on Halo Waypoint said a Covenant scribe, just goes over the Sangheili and the Arbiter. So I put him in as a San Shum, but basically just narrates over the Sangheili race and how they were honorable and stuff beforehand.
Sure.
And then the prophets came to, I don't know, to bring the Covenant
To bring
religion
them into
to them.
the Covenant.
Yeah, and they didn't. They had a war, and the prophets eventually won, and they made the Arbiter itself a warrior for the prophets.
Right. Yeah. So we kind of talked about this when we talked about the Arbiter and I think the elites. It's kind of like, yeah, again, honorable species. The Arbiter was the highest ranking of the Sangheili race. They have the war with the Sansuyum, and
who are the prophets, right? The
right.
Sansu,
Yeah. And then that rank becomes like an exile rank. I'm trying to think of another word. Not lowest rank, but like a rank of shame.
Yeah, like you are here to serve us.
Right.
Is the
right.
idea.
Because
yeah.
that Arbiter went against the prophets and started this whole mess.
Interessante. So wait, when the Sangheili joined, it was by their own free will at first, or were they like to the Covenant? I mean,
I'm pretty sure
No.
they just
they did fight a war to
there
get.
was a
there
war.
was a
Yeah,
war. Okay.
there was a war.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then that's what caused the Arbiter to become that rank.
Right, that
they-
first Arbiter that was with the Covenant, yeah.
But there were Arbiters before they were in the Covenant.
Right.
And that's when it was
Yeah.
more
Just-
of like this is the cool role. Like you
the,
are, yes.
the cream of the
cool
crop.
roll.
Yeah, like you are
cool role.
You are the captain
of the crop.
You are the Captain Sangheili America. What but yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just with a sword.
Just
not
with a
shield.
sword. Yeah.
So we're just going through these Forerunner structures. Feel free to jump in with any observation, guys, as I kind of go through my notes. But we do run into another hologram, and the Prophet of Regret says, in a gesture of peace and reconciliation, the prophets promised to find the means of the Forerunners' transcendence and to share this knowledge with the elites. The elites promised to defend the prophets as they searched, a simple arrangement that has become our binding covenant. So yeah, the elites were the first race to enter the covenant.
Yeah.
So basically it started with the prophets. They were like, we're gonna start this covenant.
Right.
And then they went around and were like
indoctrinating species.
And at this point, were they these kind of like chair? I don't know if you guys know this, but like were they these chair-bound things that they are at this point, or were they actually like really
this terminal,
powerful?
he was this specific one was standing up, and he was
okay. I need to watch this terminal. I might have missed this.
I
one
guess
then.
as they get older, I'm pretty sure when they get older, they just they can't really.
I think it is something to them being off their home planet.
I was gonna and also like
hundreds of years, because I think when we read in their little bio that being off their planet's gravity made their bodies
like frailer or something. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. One moment I like is again fighting through these structures. not too much going on.
Sure.
This is just a kind of a real fighting level as we're going through it. You get to like a waterfall portion, and Cortana goes, "You always bring me to nice places." And then Trapped in Amber plays, which is the Halo 2 anniversary song. But there's some weapons behind the waterfall. Make sure you hit those. But yeah, this is like another like sniper area. And then we pretty much go past this waterfall and enter the structure that is in the lake, and that is where we meet the elite Honor Guard. The Sangheili Honor Guardsman is a position filled by a Sangheili. It was first started by the Covenant Empire and later used by the Covenant Separatists and the Banished. Elite Honor Guardsmen are among the most skilled of all Sangheili warriors and are hand-picked for the duty of protecting the High Prophets and other high-ranking officials in the High Council. A lot of highs.
Hi. I mean, hey,
420.
I was gonna. You beat me to it. It's fucking 420.
And so eventually we will see these Honor Guard replaced by the Jiralhani with the Great Schism. And that is the end of the level. There's not
It kind
much
of just
going
ends
on.
abruptly.
Yeah, you can tell. There's a lot of levels in this game like this, unlike Halo Combat Evolved, where the level like kind of splits into two. Because like you could
kind of consider these the same level almost.
Right,
basically.
they are. Yeah, same with like even the Arbiters levels, both sets. Like the next two levels are Sacred Icon and Quarantine Zone, and they're two parts of the same level. Maybe they had this structured out a little different, because I think we're going from like 8 to 15 or something like that, our level count. Like from Halo 1 to Halo 2.
Interesting.
Like there are a lot more levels in this game than even
it seems like they probably were just like, we'll take this level and just make it 2 levels. Like
they would be down to what, like 11 levels if they didn't.
Yeah. Now we can give the illusion of like when you look at the menu, you have 15 levels, but really you have 10.
Right.
Well, yeah. Like,
it looks better.
Yeah.
So guys, anything else about Delta Halo before we move on? I know it was kind of short.
No, I thought it was actually
Chips Dubbo was here.
Yeah, he
Chips
was.
Dubbo is there.
We were
So
hanging out for the
those are
majority of the level.
ODSTs following you. You said right? Those
Yeah,
guys.
until they die.
I was gonna say mine made it through the whole level.
Mine made it through the whole level too.
I mean, I'm on easy, but like
normal.
I was like, yeah,
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I know we get the tank and then we go through and then they're kind of chilling.
like
on the
Chafe,
tank.
what the fuck's going on?
It's Chips Dubbo.
It's Chips
Remember
Dubbo.
me from Installation 4?
Chafe.
All right, let's get into Regret. Regret is the 9th level, obviously. The player travels among floating gondolas in an underwater area through various temples and corridors to reach the big boy himself, the Prophet of Regret. But first, Trio, you have your hand raised, I think. Or were you stretching?
I was stretching a little bit, but I was also like, Regret's a pretty like apt name, right? I bet he regrets fucking with Chafe. That's all I'm saying. I was just stretching my arm, but I'm glad I got that.
No, you're good. So let's talk about the Prophet of Regret. The High Prophet of Regret, born Ron?
I am the Prophet of Regret, Council of Most High, Hierarch of the Covenant.
Again, another weird name.
Ron, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Previously known as the Vice Minister of Tranquility, was born the youngest of the 3 High Prophets that led the High Covenant High Council during the Human Covenant War. And he's featured in Halo 2 and as well as Halo Wars. He's the main like antagonist behind that. Rash, ambitious, immature, and naive compared to the other prophets. Regret originally served as Vice Minister of Tranquility, where he worked frequently with Sangheili and adopted some of their personal traits, such as preoccupation with honor and personal arms. Regret was intelligent and fiercely opposed to humanity throughout the course of the Great War, and expected his soldiers to obey him without question. And yeah, Trio's right. I bet he regrets jumping to Earth, running away.
Piece of shit.
Regret's title, again, like all the Prophet Hierarchs, is ironic, as he never shows any regret for his actions. But he should have, like we've just said twice. When you kill the Prophet of Regret later on this level, spoilers, he will drop a plasma pistol. He had held the same weapon in the Halo Contact Harvest and was rumored to keep it with him at all times. In Halo, the Cole Protocol. I guess it's a book or a comic.
I was going to say, what is that?
Contact Harvest is definitely a book.
Yeah.
The Cole Protocol. I could click this.
I got it. Yeah, it looks like a book.
And Regret is voiced in Halo 2 and Wars by Robin Atkin Downes, Kazura Miller himself from MGS5, and Travis Touchdown in No More Heroes. And Robin Atkin Downes is in a lot of shit. Just among those. And we start this level with a cutscene. Let's just look over this.
Can we go back actually?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, to the honor guards rushing you in the room as you
Yeah,
walk
they did
in.
scare the shit out of me. I was
Honest to
like,
God,
oh,
made
fuck.
me jump,
Yeah.
and especially the one with the sword.
I expect them in this room. It's
Yeah.
kind of like for some reason I remember that this is where you fight the honor guards, and they all come out at once, and they're in their
like,
regalia.
Yeah, definitely
exactly
forgot
like
about that.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'll be Cortana.
Dole it out.
Trio, you want to narrate?
Sure.
Chris be Master Chief. I'll be also Prophet of Regret.
Do you want me to be Commander Keys?
Oh, yeah. You can be Keys, too.
Right. John 117 starts to walk past a hologram of the Prophet of Regret, chanting a sermon.
Wait, go back.
Oh, so Master Chief puts Cortana, a hollow projector. Her avatar appears.
That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
Cortana snaps her fingers. The hologram starts speaking English.
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame, and burn a path into the divine beyond.
The view changes into the Amberclad's bridge, where Keys studies a hologram of the Index. But from what I understand, the Prophet will need an object, the Index, to activate the ring. Commander Keys changes the hologram to the library. I've located a library similar to the one you found on the first Halo. If the rings work the same way, the Index should be inside.
And Johnson is thinking the exact same thing. So if you guys remember, this is exactly what we did in Halo 1.
I was thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, so to activate Halo, they'll need the Index. The Index is in the library. All the Halo rings are structured the same way. So that is one thing to think about, I guess, in going to these levels, and when we talk about them, to remember, like, it's the same.
We kind of did that.
It's the same facility, and it looks the same, and like it actually kind of like feels the same as like things repeat a lot.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So at least they're like kind of being consistent about it.
No, that makes sense.
Because yeah, Sacred Icon definitely ain't my favorite level. It's a little boring.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are moving on these platforms towards like the main gondola platform. Guys, anything to note as we're kind of walking through this? Cortana does have some cute, cool dialogue lines. I don't know if you noticed, but
I did, yeah. It was kind of
Yeah.
Nothing really major to report. Was enjoying myself.
The one that you have later on, that's the one I noticed about the lake being created by volcanic action.
yeah, so let's kind of go through some of those. Cortana says, I think the Forerunners built these new structures from the old to protect them, to honor them. Pure speculation, mind you. I might need to make a thorough survey to be sure. I wish I had more time to decipher these inscriptions. The Forerunners revere this place. That much is clear. But was it a temple or a university? I can't say. Pretty interesting that.
Yeah.
But again, it's like we don't get much other than that flavor
There's a
text
little
that
bit,
kind
yeah.
of give this ring. It's like, okay, like maybe this was some sort of temple or like I think a university is a very interesting line. Like
Yeah, like-
temple, okay, but like university, that's
like a
interesting.
school, yeah.
Yeah. So we gear up to go on the gondola. We kill some fucking hunters.
Are they one shot?
No.
I thought I was one shotting them with the
I
beam
think I
rifle.
was too.
Maybe
In the
with
back,
the beam
yeah.
rifle, the
Yeah.
pistol's pretty much useless.
Yeah, I
this
mean,
whole game.
Yeah, it really is.
I haven't dual wielded much either.
Nah, I haven't done much
honestly.
either.
I always dual wield.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the dual wield mechanic. I think it's interesting. But yeah, I like to use dual wield a lot. Any preference to why you don't like to do
I
it?
usually have a shotgun or like a sniper or something like that. But if it's like something,
Yeah, I don't know, even
the
like-
Arbiter levels, I guess. I like the carbine too. There's just
Yeah,
like
it's true. I usually use those weapons, and then I have like my. I don't know. I usually, I don't.
And I'm playing on normal.
And I keep like, because I'm usually switching back and forth. So like, you have to drop the one to switch, right? Don't you?
I usually just melee it out of my hand.
Well, no, exactly. But like,
What I
you
don't
still have to
get-
get rid of. Like, it doesn't just pop right back up. So I find myself not picking up the extra one.
What I don't get is why in the cutscene when Master Chief drops down onto the Halo ring, he has the rocket launcher and the pistol. So why can't we do that?
It's
Huh?
ridiculous bullshit.
Yeah,
False
honestly.
Is it like
advertisement.
that in the normal game too?
You know what? I'm done
I
with
know
this.
cutscene?
it's
I
in
think-
the anniversary, but
I don't know actually. I should have flipped back and forth.
no,
here.
wait, isn't it? It's not. It's an SMG.
SMG. That's
yeah,
right.
it's not a pistol. I'm curious. Yeah, so we'll get on this gondola and move towards the main platform to go under the water. Or again, Cortana kind of chimes in with some interesting dialogue. This lake couldn't have been created by volcanic action, which means it was either built this way on purpose or was created by some other cataclysmic event.
Sorry, were you trying to kill something?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. because we know from previous terminals that the monitors can manipulate the areas on the Halo and like shoot stuff out into space.
Right. So they could have like terraformed this for some reason. Like it doesn't like just because it's that way now doesn't mean it's like the Forerunners built it like that.
Yeah.
The monitor or the Sentinels could have easily
turned
just
it into
fucked
whatever they
around.
want. Yeah.
Yeah, fucked around with it for some reason. We take our gondola. Do you guys like the gondola thing?
Yeah, that was fine.
I think it's much more interesting than the elevator.
I was gonna say
let's
it's
not
not
go
as
back to the elevator.
It's not nearly as egregious.
Yeah.
Like it feels like you're actually at least moving and like progressing. in that.
It's kind of funny that Halo 2 has a bunch of these areas where you're getting on something and it's traveling
just
and
moving,
you're killing. It's interesting. I wonder if that's there to like hide loading. I mean, I imagine it could have been back in the day because like
or to pad out time, like make the level a little longer.
Yeah, true. They could have just made that platform like right close.
Yeah.
Maybe walk like a little long
Or just
bridge.
have it not stop in the middle while like there's
Right,
like, a lot
and
of
it is
like-
interrupted. Yeah, there's got to be a
I think
gameplay or a
think
game
so.
mechanic
I think
reason
that, I
behind
really
that.
do. I think they were either like you're saying they want to stretch out that loading, or they want to give you a little. They want to pad a tiny bit.
And for the anniversary, they're not going to just change.
No, they're not going to
yeah.
cut that out. Yeah, no.
So yeah, we get to the other side and we are going under the sea. Dun, dun, dun.
Did you flip through like the old graphics and the new graphics when you were down there?
Yeah, it's so insane.
It's
Yeah.
crazy how much
It's
they've...
funny how like they pretty much hide the underwater
With just dark.
darkness.
Yeah, like you can't see anything. It's
Yeah.
just like you see like yeah.
And that could have been like, hey, maybe they just like forgot about it, designed the level, and were
Or
like, shit,
they just
we
didn't
did
have
nothing.
time. Yeah, they just
make it black. Like,
Yeah, just
Yeah.
and
Well, 'cause
see
if
like
you
a
think
little
about
bit of
it,
rock.
If you're that low in the sea, unless there's like actual, I guess, and they put lights in there that they put in, but like there's no natural light reaching down there, so you'd have to have lights out on the seafloor in order to
Yeah.
illuminate and see anything. So kind of they could get away with that, I guess. Technically, they're like, there's probably a meeting like, should we put like anything outside of the water? They're like, no, don't spend on like just make it dark. Like,
Yeah, and again, thinking about Halo's 2 development, there are some troubled things
Very
going
strenuous,
on.
yeah.
Yeah, so we kind of got to keep that in mind as we're talking about
Absolutely.
it, as we are. Again, Cortana chiming in with her insights. I've intercepted a secure transmission from Regret's carrier to something called High Charity. This is the first time I think the humans
like
are naming
have
it.
referenced it. Yeah.
It seems to be a formal apology to the prophets of truth and mercy. Apparently, Regret jumped the gun when he attacked Earth. He's asking the other prophets to forgive his premature arrival. Lol, premature.
Lol. So do you mean
Probably
to tell
talk
me?
about the bedroom too.
You mean to tell me that he regrets?
Going.
Going
So he does have some
Yeah.
regret. Yeah.
Yeah, his premature arrival, arguing that no human presence was foretold. Interesting. That explains why there are so few ships in his fleet. But it's odd that a prophet would have such bad intel about his enemy's homeworld. It is really
Like that
interesting.
they would. Yeah, it's so funny because like
They've been
that's-
fighting him for a while.
No,
why
it's
would
true,
they?
but,
Why would they
like-
not know that Earth is Earth? You know.
Yeah, I guess they've done a good job of only because they must have first contacted each other out in space. I
Right.
guess would be because I guess like the humans don't know about High Charity.
No,
right?
clearly
So
not.
like, I don't know. I don't think that's too insane, but it is funny to know that Earth is somehow relevant to them before even knowing that it's the human homeworld. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's obviously some. What did they do? They explain what did he reference why he went there in the first place? Here,
Maybe later, and maybe
Yeah.
I haven't played and I forget.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, I'm assuming it's to get something related to their great journey or whatever, like that. Like, this is something supposed to be.
or
there.
he's trying to just get a win for himself.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but he doesn't seem to know that exactly. Like,
Right,
But
so
like,
he thinks it's a little planet, but it's not.
no, exactly, and it obviously has something to do. You'd assume it would have something to do with their like their religion or whatever.
The
like
Ark is on Earth,
So, man, I don't know.
right? Something's on Earth. What's on Earth? In Halo 3, there's something on Earth. I forget if it's the Ark or something else.
Well, it might be that what he's looking for. That because like then
It's in
it
Africa.
seems like is that where we were just in the first? Where were we just in Cairo?
No, we're in Africa.
Yeah, that's what I
Mombasa's
mean,
in
Mombasa.
Africa.
Yeah, so I mean that would make sense. But continue.
Yeah,
I didn't
with
mean to off track us. too
No,
much.
no, not at all. Please off track me. There's not a ton in this level, so you know the best insight. We can get some insight
I appreciate
and
it.
some conversation. The better.
Fantastic.
So, is when that ship jumps? Is that when ODST starts? When does ODST like the game start?
That night.
That night.
Yeah.
So,
So the Prophet leaves troops behind, and the slip space rupture destroys the orbital elevator bridge thing, And yeah, it's that night. So I would imagine that ODST is going on as we're on Delta Halo or something like that.
That makes sense.
So we run into another hologram as we've entered this underwater structure. Most of those we encountered in search were in our search were compelled to join our union, to take part in a moment of promise. Freedom for allegiance, salvation for service, but some, like the humans, choose to impede our progress, block our access to the sacred sites, and damage holy relics. For their transgressions, the humans shall be hunted until none remain alive. Cortana jumps in saying, Regrets Carriers just received a response from High Charity, a very well-encrypted message from the Prophet of Truth. Listen to this. Your haste has jeopardized the fulfillment of our covenant, threatened our grand design. That you shall be spared a public display of our contempt is thanks only to Mercy and his wise counsel. Truth, mercy, regret. Three prophet hierarchs killing regret should shake up the covenant leadership. But frankly, it sounds like you might be doing truth a favor. So they're infighting.
Sure.
Sorry, Cortana jumped in there and I didn't realize it. So I'm curious if I think they know about the prophets at this point. It doesn't
seems like they're pretty aware.
The way she phrases it sounds.
She seems like aware of what's somewhat, at least, of like how that structure works. Yeah.
And then one more from the prophet hologram. Every member of the covenant shall walk the path. None will be left behind when our great journey begins. That is the prophet's age-old promise, and it shall be fulfilled. I noticed in that room when you fight the hunters that jackals drop their weapons when they're scared.
I noticed that in the level prior, actually.
Yeah,
like the jackal
I didn't notice
snipers.
that.
I'm not sure if it's because you shoot at them or you kill other people or like what caused it, but yeah, I noticed the jackals will put their hands behind their head and run away.
Yeah.
And they used to do that in is there sniper jackals in one? I don't think so.
If there are, this beam rifle doesn't exist.
Right, yeah. So there's only jackals with shields, and they still do like the thing where they run with their hands behind their head. We run into a cloaked squad of elites, including some grunts. And basically, yeah, we're kind of just going through this.
This one also ends pretty abruptly, this mission.
Yeah.
Well, you kill regret, right? And then, and then
you can like jump on him and just punch him.
Oh, you can
like
beat them. I beat him in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty easy. Yeah, so we pretty much, you go through this, the structure, and then you essentially just go back up into and then you take another gondola over, right?
Yeah, I think
yeah.
so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then you get to regret and beat his old ass.
You jump on his little chair.
Beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, so we get a cutscene of High Charity and the Covenant fleet slip spacing into Delta Halo as we
That's
come
a
up.
really cool scene. I love this scene.
It looks awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And Cortana goes, that's the largest Covenant fleet I've ever seen. The largest anyone's ever seen. So this is the entire
like,
Covenant armada,
yeah.
most likely. And yeah, then we go to the final room and fight Regret. So yeah, what did we think about the Regret boss fight? Again, it's not
Nothing major.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
kind of a shitty boss fight.
It's interesting that I think this is the only Halo with actually that's a lie. No, 5 has boss fights, and I'm trying to think if 4 does off the top of my head.
3 doesn't?
No.
Didn't 4 have those Forerunner? Oh no, that was 5.
Yeah, 5 you fight fucking what's his face like 7,000 times.
I wouldn't really call the Didact a boss fight either.
No, he's really not. I think they tried it with Halo 2 and it just didn't work. It's not like, I think Tartarus isn't a bad fight, like kind of jumping ahead.
Yeah.
When you fight Tartarus, like that's kind of fun, like and it's difficult. Like
oh yeah,
it's not like well, even on Legendary, Regret is actually really fucking hard.
Sure.
It's a hard fight. Like getting close to him is like almost impossible because I think enemies just keep spawning in that room. But yeah, you can either shoot him or then jump on his chair and just fucking like punch him in the face.
Yeah.
So, like what is going on? What?
But eat it, whore.
You fucking hoe. Yeah. Yeah, and he just dies.
Yeah, he dies, and then we isn't something they're gonna shoot. They're gonna like.
It's like they're glassing
the temple,
the
right?
temple.
I guess, yeah. I mean, they see Chief as such a threat, so they don't really give a shit.
They're like, he's dead anyways. Fuck it. Like, so yeah. And
yeah, they don't care about Regret, as we've heard.
And then Chief jumps into the water, right?
Yeah. So the Master Chief is standing outside the temple, and a Covenant ship is directly overhead. A huge purple beam comes down, hits the temple, and Chief turns and runs away. He runs the entire length of the temple, and as it starts exploding, he barely makes it off and is flung into the water, where he slowly begins to sink with the other bits and stones from the temple. As Chief continues to sink, a pair of tentacles come up from the bottom. Oh shit, it's a hentai.
Oh, dude.
Oh, God.
What game am I playing?
Jesus.
A deep, disembodied voice speaks out.
This is not your grave. But you are welcome in it.
And then, yeah.
And that is regret. The
Love it.
grave mind has taken hold of us. I can't wait to talk about the cutscene in the next level. I do have some trivia, but before I get to that, any insights, guys? What are you thinking at this point in Halo 2?
Chris?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, a lot. I'm enjoying it a lot more than Halo 1. Let's be honest. Everything about it's really good.
Yeah.
We did miss the terminal, so gonna go back. It's like under the first underground section.
Okay.
But yeah, it opens with the Heretic from the earlier missions talking to 343 about basically more in detail about the other terminal, where the prophets, after they won the war with the Sangheili, they were in charge of technology and religion, and the elites were sent to recruit other species and search for like the great relics and stuff. Basically, the Heretic tells them that they got rid of their honor, everything, for the prophets. So it's pretty wild for them to just abandon their entire lifestyle for
the worms of treachery. So here's some trivia facts. There is a large room directly between the two elevators where you fight hunters, elite honor guards, drones, and jackals. On top of the pedestal behind Regret's hologram are 7 plasma grenades.
Wow.
Another reference to your 7 there. The remastered engine for Halo 2 Anniversary, if one looks over by the main temple with a sniper rifle or beam rifle, can see a pineapple floating in the lake. This is obviously a reference to SpongeBob.
We are ready. Are you ready, kids?
And you can see the sentinel wall in the distance, implying that the library is close by. So in the water, I think there's this giant like Forerunner wall.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, that the library is like a hop, skip, and a jump.
I love it.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
So that's it. That's regret.
Wow. Well, thank you guys so much for listening along with us on this great journey through Halo 2.
I see what you did there.
I didn't even mean to. Did I do something? What did I do? That wasn't on purpose.
The great journey.
The great journey.
No, I did that on purpose. Anyways, this has been a lot of fun going through it so far. We will be back for more. I hope you follow along with us. You can find this podcast on all your favorite podcast services. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all your favorite social medias at Delco Nerds. We are on Facebook. Just search us up. We also have a fun Discord channel where we talk about Halo. We maybe talk about some James Bond. We maybe talk about some, I don't know, Kojima. It all happens. Anyways, it's a lot of fun. All this information can be found on our website, DelcoNerdNetwork.com. You can also email us, DelcoNerds@gmail.com for Gooch, for Chris. I have been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Re-Experience, or as we like to call it, Re-3s, where, you guessed it, we do all three of those things to our favorite video game franchises. In this edition of Re-3, we're going to be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing Halo, the franchise, starting from the first game, Halo Combat Evolved, and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, Chris Trio, as always, and Chris Geddes, as always, because I guess they're always here.
You know, Gucci.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, we are always here. It's always going to be
I
us.
always make it
We live here.
awkward. I always
No,
make
you
it
don't.
awkward.
That's fine.
It's awkward.
I'm just saying I'm ready to finish this fight. Actually, no, wait. I'm one game early. I'm getting ready to finish the fight.
Yeah,
and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're getting
Preparing
ready
to finish the fight.
You're finished the fight. You're gonna finish the fight.
Finish the fight.
Yeah.
Yep,
What am I
absolutely.
trying to say?
No, but we're here. What are we talking today, Gooch?
So we are in episode 10 at this point. This is probably the midpoint of Halo 2. We're about to talk about the second to last Arbiter portion. I guess there's 3, right? Technically, well, like the ending is all kind of all over the place. It's like once we finish this Arbiter part, it's like, all right, now it's just like all
Kind of
together.
rolls downhill, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to be talking about Sacred Icon and Quarantine Zone. So let's jump into it. Sacred Icon is up first. Sacred Icon is the 10th campaign level of Halo 2, and as Thel Vadami, we make our way through a wall filled with sentinels and flood, ending in an open-air elite encampment. You must defend it successfully from the flood onslaught before the next level, Quarantine Zone, begins. This is the first and only level where Jackals will be your allies. This is the first of 3 levels with human enemies ever in the whole series.
Whoa.
So let's start with our cutscene. Fade in on Covenant structure. Sanctum of Hierarchs, Covenant Holy City of High Charity. The camera pans down. We see a large hallway with rows of honor guards as Thel Vadami walks through. Vadami watches as the brutes take the honor guard equipment from the elites. Some brutes fight each other for choice parts as Vadami ascends the stairs leading to the Prophet's inner sanctum. A pair of former honor guard elites pass him, without their helmets, carrying plasma rifles instead of energy staffs. Vadami walks through a large doorway past the new honor guard brutes to where the Prophet of Truth and Mercy speak with Tas Vamundi and 2 of his Spec Op elites. All right.
The R is silent?
Tas Vamundi? I would assume so.
Man.
Rataz. I'm assuming the R is silent.
Tomatoes.
Who wants to be Shipmaster? I'll be Truth.
I can be Vadame.
I'll be Mercy later on.
All right. This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
A hierarch is dead, Commander.
His murder was within our grasp. If you had not withdrawn our phantoms...
Are you questioning my decision?
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Prophet of Truth holds up his hand for silence. Recommissioning the guard was a radical step, but recent events have made it abundantly clear that the elites can no longer guarantee our safety.
I shall relay your decision to the council.
Vamundi and his elites leave. He nods to Vadami, who returns the nod. Prophet of Truth speaks to the Arbiter. Politics. How tiresome. Do you know, Arbiter? The elites have threatened to resign, to quit the High Council because of this exchange of hats.
We have always been your protectors.
These are trying times for all of us. I'll be Prophet of Mercy True. Even as the humans' annihilation filled us with satisfaction, the loss of one of the sacred rings racked our hearts with grief. Putting aside our sorrow, we renewed our faith in the prophecy that the other rings would be found, and see how our faith has been rewarded. They turn to a large view of Delta Halo. Halo! Halo! Its divine wind will rush through the stars, propelling all who are worthy along the path to salvation. But how do we start this process? For ages we searched for the one who might unlock the secrets of the ring, an Oracle, and with your help, we found it. They turn to 343 Guilty Spark, who seems to be suspended in a gravity beam. With the appropriate humility. His voice is really annoying.
Yeah, no, it is.
We plied the Oracle with questions, and it, with clarity and grace, has shown us the key. Mercy triggers a hologram of the Index. You will journey to the surface of the ring and retrieve the sacred icon. With it, we shall fulfill our promise. Salvation for all! And begin the great journey. Fade to black, fade in on Delta Halo. Phantom flies towards the surface, cuts to the Phantom interior. Yes, Mr. Trio.
Once the shield is down, we'll head straight for the library. I do not wish to keep the Hierarchs waiting.
The human who killed the Prophet of Regret. Who was it?
Who do you think?
The demon is here?
Affirmative snort. Why? Why? Refocuses on Batman. Looking at a little payback?
Retrieving the icon is my only concern.
Of course.
The library and its sentinel wall. Cut to the exterior of a panoramic view of Delta Halo's library. With the sentinel wall in the foreground, the Phantom flies towards the sentinel wall, stops above for a landing, and the battle has been fought here recently, as evidenced by the sentinel wreckage and Covenant blood on the ground. As Tartarus drops us off, he fends off an enforcer and is chased by it. This is the first time we find, and it's the enforcers are only in this game. The big
with the shield on the front.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you
I
never
forgot.
see them
Yeah,
again.
that's right. Oh, yeah.
I was a little surprised. I was like, oh, wait. Oh, I forgot about these guys.
Yeah, so let's meet the Enforcers. The Enforcers are robotic automatons designed by the Forerunners to prevent and suppress massive flood outbreaks, such as the one that occurred on Delta Halo. They were only observed on Installation 05, fighting local flood infestation on the level Sacred Icon and Quarantine Zone. They were not seen in Combat Evolved or Halo 3, most likely because the situation involving the flood on Installation 4 weren't as serious as that on Installation 5. Installation 08 was not finished, 00 was not expected to encounter an outbreak to begin with. Enforcers have 3 energy shields. The larger 2 are split in half, and the small upper shield protects the eye of the Enforcer. The shields only protect for the front side of the machine. Enforcers are armed with pulse beams and missiles. They are also equipped with large claw-like arms, which are able to pick up and rip most vehicles, resulting in death of all occupants riding in the vehicle. So, in Quarantine Zone, jump ahead. Did you get picked up by them? Because you can.
I never did, but I've
If
seen
you
them do
saw
it.
things get picked up.
If you slow down and let them get you, they'll take you up and you just die. It actually happened to me, and I'm like, oh. It's like I don't think I realized that was a thing.
This happens, yeah.
And if you didn't realize, a little trivia, the Enforcer's front shields make up the Marathon logo. There you go. Always coming back to that. The entire level will be making our way down chutes and vents through the structure similar to the library in Halo. So this is I don't like this level at all.
There's one where you're going down on. Yeah,
You're like, oh, all right,
you go
open
this
this
way,
thing,
this
go down
way.
this.
Yeah.
I feel like...
I just like used my invisibility and ran through with the majority of this level.
Honestly, I feel like I found myself doing that a lot during this game. Like, kind of just run. And I was playing on easy. There was like a few parts where I just be like, I don't feel like killing all these people. I'm just going to run through. But, no, I agree. It's interesting.
So when we start off, we get a view of High Charity, which is pretty
cool.
nice,
Yeah.
especially
Honestly,
when the old graphics it just looks like shit.
I was going to say, I actually think even in the old graphics, like looking out onto the city, it doesn't look awful. Like, I remember being at the time being like, whoa, this is pretty cool. Like, I don't know, like when you get into like the major city.
In the beginning of the level, you'll see lakes where Master Chief kills Regret in the distance on Delta Halo and Regret. So it's like you look out and it's like on the bottom. So this is all kind of like in the
Similar
same
area,
vicinity. Yeah, so the library's really close to where Master Chief killed Regret.
Okay.
Got it. I didn't know that the pistons could be interacted with. I always shot them open. I swear.
Really?
I swear.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I always shot them open, and I was like, dude. And then eventually I got up to one of them, and I'm like,
It was like activate.
I'm like, oh, there's a button. Oh my
But I
god.
feel like so you can shoot them and that activates it.
Yeah,
I didn't. I
yeah.
feel like that's almost easier probably, so that way you don't have to be right up on it. Like, because I'd always wait. Then you got to. I mean, probably doesn't make much of a difference. But like that way you can kind of shoot it from a distance and then just run right down.
There's weather on the outside of this segment, so kind of like going back to, if you remember Assault in the Control Room, like Cortana like asks like or like mentions the fact that like why is it like snowing here?
Yeah, what does that
like,
do?
It has to be cold for a reason. So I would assume it's cold here for the same reasons that like we're near like a major facility and like it needs to be kept cool. And,
Yeah.
like that's why it's
Makes
No, that
sense.
makes sense. Yeah.
it's snowing. So
Keep your specimens nice.
the Flood are also fighting at the same time they're fighting us. They're also fighting Marines. We get some Marine chatter at some point. I'm not even sure how you're picking that up on the radio or if you actually hear it.
Hear it? Yeah. I don't know.
I thought it sounds like it comes through a radio though.
I'm trying to remember because you come down a chute and you just start hearing it. Maybe dead Marines you're getting their.
Maybe they're like
radio?
tapped into the Marines' comms.
Possibly, that would
'cause,
make
I mean,
that would make the most
they're
sense.
probably looking for the same thing.
So here's some examples of Marine chatter we get from there. Proceed to the objective. We'll hold out as long as we can. Screams painfully. Get it off me! Suppressing fire! Suppressing fire! Negative, ma'am. They're not Covenant.
Cover the
that
doorway. Sorry.
That's all right. Originally, Bungie had planned for there to be an additional level after Sacred Icon called Forerunner Tank. It was cut due to deadlines.
Do we know anything what was supposed to be included in that level at all?
I mean,
really,
it's
or-
pretty clear that like some of these levels are kind of like
not half finished, but
just
like
feel like not disjointed, but like I don't know. Like this is a very short and nothing level. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
We're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned in the beginning, we're just
That's true.
jumping through chutes the whole time.
yeah. That is so true, and it goes like it's. I will give it to it. It didn't like drag on too long for me jumping through those chutes. Not like that fucking elevator in Halo 1.
Oh,
the
man.
elevator, I like to call it.
No, the elevator in this game.
Was it in this game? Was it at the? I thought that was at the.
Hello, yeah.
There wasn't. I thought I don't remember there being another elevator in this one.
It's in.
I thought it's the one where it was like through. The one I'm remembering is like
It's in the Oracle.
Isn't it really?
Yeah. with
God,
the
I guess this just feels so long. We're recording this one a little bit later, so maybe it just feels like it was in the first one. Anyways, but the fucking elevator, like I didn't think it was too terrible.
Yeah. So once we reach the ground level, we rendezvous with Shipmaster and his elites, and that's the end of the level. Chris, do you guys have any input on this level before we move on? It was pretty quick. There's really nothing in this.
Yeah, I mean, I ran around invisible most of the time, but it's fun fighting with the elites. Honestly,
I thought that was
Shipmaster. I love his character.
I do too.
Yeah,
I
he's
mentioned it before. I don't know why. I just enjoy him.
I agree.
It's fun to be around.
He's great voice acting. Just he seems like a good companion.
Before we move on, we do want to hit the terminal.
Sure. So I didn't miss this one, but I missed a lot of the ones after this. So I kind of just like wrote them down. I don't have their locations this time.
That's okay.
But this one, one of the prophet scribes talks about how the Covenant before was just the elites and prophets. Then they described their first encounter with the Lekgolo, the hunters. He explains that after they had lost a Forerunner orbital ship to them, they had sent an Arbiter to one of the moons orbiting the homeworld of the Lekgolo. And for a year, he made his way across the moon, learning everything about them. And then he discovered their dark secret, which is that they're just worms and they can form their way around like everything. And then the Arbiter made his way back with a worm and he gave it to the prophets. And then he like slithered into this Forerunner structure. They didn't really clarify
Explain what was happening there,
I
yeah.
tried to look into it to get like a better idea of what it was and I couldn't find it.
Slither.
He
just
like
slithered in him. I was like, ooh, this is nice. I like this spot.
All right, so let's jump straight into Quarantine Zone, the 11th level, if you remember from a few minutes ago. As the Arbiter, you will battle your way past Forerunner sentinels and vehicles operated by the Flood to reach the Index Chamber.
in the center of this zone is a sacred icon critical to the great journey. I must find it.
Clenches my fist. We shall cut into the heart of this infestation and retrieve the icon and burn any Flood that stand in our way.
So we spend the majority of the level moving toward the Index Chamber in vehicles and on foot while destroying any Flood in our way. And I put in our outline, mount up, Arbiter.
Mount up, Arbiter.
I did remember it is
yeah.
so mount up.
Yeah, and then it's the last level where he says that. And he's
Take
like,
my Banshee.
mount up, Arbiter. So we do, we are actually mounting up to do.
Love it.
We are getting in the Spectre for the first time. The Type 46 Infantry Support Vehicle, or the Spectre, is a Covenant Ground Assault Transportation Vehicle and was first seen by the UNSC forces in 2546. It is only available in Halo 2.
That was gonna be my question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. The Spectre is a multi-troop armored transport vehicle of the Covenant military. The Spectre has the ability to rapidly increase its speed with the aid of propulsion drive, but at the cost of great maneuverability, like most of the other Covenant vehicles. It offers 2 seating positions for additional passengers, and thus allows them to add the vehicle's firepower with their own weaponry trio.
It's interesting that this really kind of feels like their equivalent to the Warthog.
Yes.
In a way.
Yeah.
Like that just, and then it just was completely free. I actually really like the way it it handled and it played. I thought it was interesting.
Well, the Spectre's replaced with the Prowler in Halo.
That's
3.
right. So there is something on that level then.
And then the Chopper's kind of like its own.
That's like the brute,
I don't think the Chopper's coming in to like replace anything.
I mean, that's just kind of the Brute's vehicle,
Ghost.
right? Yeah.
There are ghosts in Halo 3, but I like the Brute vehicles a lot.
I do
too.
too.
The Prowler's just the Spectre.
It's interesting.
Brute.
Yeah. Oh, I do remember that now. Wow. Coming back.
However, these seats are completely exposed, and as such, the passengers are very vulnerable to small arms fire and splash damage from nearby explosions. A protective metal hull shields the driver's seat to some extent. The hull leaves the driver's upper body exposed to small arms fire and explosive fire. The Spectre features a rear-mounted plasma turret and its primary armament, which is capable of 360-degree firing arc and rapidly depleting the enemy's energy shields and suppressing their advancement due to its high rate of fire. First and foremost, let's get to some trivia. The appearance of the Spectre is in the Halo pre-release build. It was later cut out of Combat Evolved. Though it is exclusive to Halo 2 and the Halo pre-release, early Spectres were seen in the Halo E3 2000 trailer, but did not make it into the final version of the game. It was replaced by the Jirahani counterpart, the Brute Prowler, in Halo 3, and seems to be the inspiration behind the Revenant in Halo Reach. I'm trying to think of what the Revenant was. I think it's like a tank.
Check back on our Halo Reach podcast.
It's a tank, if I remember.
I think so too.
Yeah, the Brute Prowler is a nearly perfect Brute interpretation of the Spectre. It has two side seats, a plasma turret, and a pilot seat. The turret and the pilot seat have swapped places. Gene Song plays as we begin our vehicular assault toward the Index Room, fighting Flood and Forerunner constructs alike. There's some banter during this section I thought was interesting. One of the elites goes, "What? The parasite controls our vehicles? No matter, they will die all the same." And then one of them says, "Commander, we have found a human vehicle." And it's funny. I think there's some other parts where the Covenant will mention that like the Brutes or the Flood are using human weaponry, and they kind of like scoff at the idea.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah, that they see the human weapons as kind of inferior to their own.
You're using those terrible instruments. Then they take off their top hat and their monocle.
Vile.
Vile.
There's a terminal. I think I actually found this one.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, so there's a terminal. In my outline, I have terminal here.
Oh, okay. Well, this one, it opens up with...
wherever it is.
Yeah, wherever it is. It opens up with the Heretic, Sessa, and the Oracle talking about how once a commanding officer is chosen to become an Arbiter, they belong to the Prophets. 343 asks if those Prophets are the same Prophets that control the holy relics they collect and receive words from their gods. Sessa says that that's how it's always been. 343 then asks if he is considered a holy relic because he is a tool and not a god. He then questions why no Arbiters have ever questioned the Prophets, to which Sessa responds that that's what brought shame to the name Arbiter long ago. That's kind of where it cuts out.
So the Arbiters started to get a little bit too big for their britches.
I don't think it's that. I
mean, just figured they're actually asking like questions.
Yeah.
And cults don't want that shit.
Right. Yeah. Nobody seemed to be asking questions about the Great Journey or anything that the Prophets were doing because they've been subjugated.
Of course, yeah. No, it is interesting how the idea of like propaganda, like this very advanced alien society that's just been subjugated to propaganda. Like, but the Prophets do like actually believe that they're gonna go on some type of secret journey, right?
I guess.
Like, I assume they do, or else like they wouldn't be trying to kill everything and everyone.
Right.
Like they're truly insane.
Yeah. It's funny because like even when they talk to the Oracles or like 343, and he's just like, "You guys are dumb. you're like none of this is true.
Yeah, you're a moron.
And he the terminals with the Heretic leader, and I think there's a few parts where the Oracle or it's Penitent
Tangent.
Yeah, I
he's like,
saw that one.
You guys are like, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he's like, you're talking about all this like religion and like prophecy, and he's like, these are weapons. Like, you guys are more,
you guys got it real wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is not what this is. But then the Gravemind is like, this one's Great Journey and this one's Containment are like the same thing. And yeah, we'll get to that next level. The Arbiter drives through a valley of flood-controlled wraiths with enforcers rising and falling in to and from the pits in the center. Then you pass through a tunnel ahead where you cannot drive a vehicle any further, as the crevasse in the wall is small enough for only one to pass through on foot. After you make it through the remains of the Sentinel manufacturing facility that crashed in the Sacred Icon, you'll find another Scorpion tank, you'll enter a large valley, and a Phantom will drop a Spectre driven by the one, the only Shipmaster to aid you. Thel and Taz are running to the control room panel for the gondola. The Arbiter is about to activate the drive switch until they hear the grinding and wiring noise of another gondola approaching the library.
More humans? They must be after the Icon.
Flood screeches echo through the air.
On our way, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts.
So this is the funny. Remember how we talked about Shipmaster just like randomly leaving? This is like a perfect example of him just like yes,
It's like, I'll be gone for a while.
And Tartarus will comment on a second. Vimundi takes off. Vadimir turns back to the control room and activates the gondola with a soft punch. The gondola starts moving, and Tartarus' Phantom is hovering above.
I see that coward didn't join you. I'll do what I can to keep the flood off your back.
Yeah, like it's funny. It's funny that he like just like.
It's like, I'm
randomly
out.
says that.
Yeah.
We board the gondola and defend it as we move toward the chamber. Some more banter here. Tartarus says, I will thin their ranks. One of the elites sarcastically. What courage, nice and safe in his Phantom. Another elite. Ignore the braggart. Ready yourselves. Braggart? I don't even know what that means.
You've never heard of that?
A braggart?
Like it's a guy who's very braggy. Like he's very.
Is that where brag comes from?
I think so. Like yeah, I feel like I've heard that in like old movies. Like oh, he's such a braggart. Like he's very full of himself. You know?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Well, you guys are morons for not knowing.
So you're a braggart.
Correct. The best braggart.
This level is similar to 2 Betrayals as they take place at night on snowy terrain, has you fight the Flood and Sentinels, involves the Index being stolen, and involves betrayals at the beginning or end of the level with someone who helps guide the player to the Index. The title of the chapter, That Old Familiar Feeling, references the fact that Master Chief encountered a similar Flood-filled library on the Installation 4. Yeah.
Did anyone have trouble on the gondola?
No.
Not really.
I did.
I mean, I was on easy.
I was getting one hit by everything. I got killed by my friendly elites more than I did the Flood.
Really?
Yeah, with their swords and the way they're
swinging. I did think that gondola was a little bit hellish.
I was on normal, and I was just getting one hit by everything. I swear. I was on that part for like 20, 25 minutes.
I mean, we'll get to it when we talk about brutes, but like the way they take shots, even on easy.
I have it in the doc.
Oh my.
It's insane.
Oh
yeah.
But we'll continue.
Even on easy, the brutes are like unreal.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it. So we end this level with a cutscene. Obviously, the Arbiter gets to the Index room. Miranda retrieves the Index just as the Arbiter shows up to do the same. Miranda and Johnson attempt to defend him off with no avail. Johnson is knocked out by the Arbiter, and Miranda is taken hostage by Tartarus. Tartarus seizes the Index as well as his purpose. Tartarus ensures that he and his race will die, talking to the Arbiter, ensures that he and his race will die as they are usurped by the Jiralhani. Arbiter warns Tartarus of his heresy, but Tartarus informs him it was the prophets who ordered this. Tartarus blasts the Arbiter with the gravity hammer, sending him off a ledge and into a dark depths below. And that is the end of Quarantine Zone.
I don't know if we talked about it. Is that only that ability with him shooting the grav hammer? Is that like his thing?
Feels like a very special gravity hammer.
Yeah.
It's the first one.
Is it?
The Fist of Root. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's probably why it's got a special.
A little bit more special.
Why can't I do that in multiplayer?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious if they thought they were. I mean, I doubt it. They were thinking about, we're going to make the gravity hammers a weapon.
Yeah. Sure, there was probably like, this is just a special weapon for this
for
this
him.
general.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I will. One other thing that interests me. So like, the idea with their great journey, you have to die in the blast to go on the great. Like, does it like if you die before, like if you die some other way, you're not going on the great journey.
Right, but it's not the great journey. It doesn't indicate that they all die. That's not.
Yeah, you're going to the next whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Sorry,
like
they can't be
ascending.
transposed into the next after whatever. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, well, that about does it for episode 10 of Halo 2. Well, I guess of our Halo franchise. Rewind
Fifth
review.
episode of Halo 2,
Yeah,
I
I
think?
believe so.
Yeah, because we
But,
had 5 for Halo 1.
Yeah, we got a few more coming your way. Keep playing along with us on this journey. It's been a lot of fun to go through Halo 2 with these fine gentlemen. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all these social medias at Delco Nerds. We even have a, oh my God, Discord. I couldn't remember what it was called for a sec. A Discord where we discuss a lot of fun things, including Halo and maybe even some, I don't know, James Bond, Black Canary, Fallout. I'm just looking around the room.
Trio
and
just
naming
looks
things.
around in my basement, finds something to pick, and like insert.
And that's it.
That's
And
what he
that's-
does every time he says it.
I mean, there's, come on, I got all these right. Witcher, I don't know, it's all on there. But all this information can be found on our website, DelcoNerdNetwork.com. I don't think I'm missing anything. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where, you guessed it, we do all 3 of those things to our favorite video game franchises. In this edition of Re3, we'll be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief's saga with me, Chris Trio, Chris Geddes. Guys, thanks for joining me for another episode.
Duo.
We're back. The two
Yeah.
Chris's
Chris
and the
duo.
Gooch.
Do you want to like think of a name right now to call yourself that's like catchy with Chris in it?
I don't know. I can't. It's tough
Chris-
for me to
like
like
Chris
work
squared?
that quickly.
Chris
Squared.
Chris squared, Chris, yeah. I don't know. I like the triple threat's pretty fun. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but that's just for you.
That's just for me, yeah. I don't know, Chris squared,
the
Chris
Chris's.
cubed.
You're not 3.
That's true. I don't know. Well, there's the 2 Chris's and the Gooch. Just like the 2 balls in the Gooch. So it works out.
Valid point.
Yeah.
He's not spitting lies here. This is episode 11. We are going to be talking about the levels Gravemind and Uprising, so we hope you are playing along with us. This is going to be a juicy one. We got a lot of info dump here, especially right in the beginning, so let's jump into it. Synopsis of our level here. Gravemind is the 12th campaign level of Halo 2. It takes place within High Charity. Truth has the index, and you must get to him before he leaves for the control room of Delta Halo. As you travel through High Charity, you will experience the beginning of the Covenant Civil War.
Sorry.
You like doing that.
I really do. It's in my blood, to be honest.
Yeah, like you're feeling it. You know,
I am.
Trio's hype. Trio's
Dude,
hyped
I'm
to
not
hear,
gonna lie,
hear
like-
the Gravemind fucking open his
It's
like,
amazing. You
his
hear the
bowels or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally forgot about this part.
What, when replaying?
Like, yeah, absolutely. Like talking to this person, this being. But let's continue.
Strangely enough, apart from the opening and ending cutscenes, there's no contact with Gravemind or the Flood. Also, the word Gravemind is not mentioned until 2 levels later in High Charity by Cortana. This is also the level where the energy sword appears most often and is the only is one of only 4 missions where there are no human weapons. This is the first level in which you can use the brute shot and the blue plasma rifle, and as well as killing the brutes themselves. Master Chief begins to wake up and sees a red circle of lights on the ceiling of some underground area. He sees that he's being held aloft by a tentacle. He's brought towards the head of a massive creature, the Gravemind.
What is that?
I am a monument to all your sins.
Before we get into who that is, well, we're about to
get right into it.
Who that is. That is the Gravemind. The Gravemind is the final stage in the life cycle of the Flood and is the ultimate hive mind of the Flood. It is a near omniscient creature with a complete control over all Flood life forms. A particular Gravemind is the secondary antagonist of Halo 2 and the main antagonist of Halo 3. This is that particular Gravemind. Gravemind starts out as a proto Gravemind, if you guys remember.
That's what we saw on
Keys.
in Halo 1.
Yep.
After a proto Gravemind has been created, nearby combat forms will continue to supply it with fresh bodies, allowing it to accumulate mass, increase in size, and gain more memories and intelligence from the consumed hosts. Eventually, the proto Gravemind reaches a certain critical mass and becomes self-aware. Kind of creepy, but alright. This critical mass tends to be made up of thousands of bodies if it is using human-sized bodies as a measuring unit.
That's good to know.
Interesting.
So, I mean, if it was using like hunter bodies, it'd probably be a little
Hunters are
less.
immune, so.
Well, I guess there's. Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Interesting. I forgot about that.
So we're seeing Gravemind for the first time before I hit to the trivia. How you guys feeling about Gravemind?
Looks pretty,
especially in the remaster.
Oh my God, he looks absolutely incredible. Swapping back and forth, they don't even look the same. Honestly, they look completely different.
That's what I was gonna say. They look like 2 completely different creatures, and I think they're really. It's funny. I don't know how I guess I just didn't have the reference point for it because I'd never seen the movies. But how like really thing like this, like the Flood is, and how it's this like you're saying, omnisentient like being that's just like spreading throughout the whole fucking galaxy, but then it's kind of mixed in with all these other horror elements. It's cool. It's very interesting to see how they use this storyline, and I didn't really think I quite understood it back in the day or like appreciated it for some reason. But now I feel like with all these reference points and all the like things they added in, it's cool.
Yeah, I feel like it's the plot point that's kind of in the background.
Absolutely.
It's definitely there, you know about it, but I don't think you're thinking about the Flood and what the Flood exactly means per se in the terms of their narrative. You just know they're the enemy.
Yeah.
And I feel like even at this point in the game, I feel like the Arbiters and the Covenant story is the story. Master Chief is kind of in the background.
Yeah.
He is just there doing what he's supposed to do, but like the real story is the Arbiter sort of having a falling out with the Covenant and him going through these trials and tribulations along with his race.
Almost like a reformation.
Yeah, you could call it that. So, some trivia. The term Gravemind was coined by Bungie staff Jamie Gershmeyer, who we talked about, I think, in Halo 1 at some point. The Gravemind is one of the few extraterrestrials to learn John 117's name. The Gravemind was initially going to have a much greater presence in Halo 2 and would have been introduced in the level Forerunner tank, which we mentioned last episode. That was cut. It was cut due to time constraints. Bungie removed the level and instead made a long cinematic for his introduction. I don't think this cinematic is like a step down. I think this is definitely like the best cinematic in the game. It's it's so grand, especially in the Anniversary Edition, which is the version of the game we're all playing, and I assume what everyone else is playing at this point. Like this cutscene is super cool.
Looks
and then
amazing.
it kind of like it shows how wrong the Covenant is and how they're kind of like both doing the Oracles and the Covenant's great journey are one and the same, and they're wrong. And Master Chief's kind of like, I have kind of the right. Master Chief's kind of the neutral character, right? He sees what the Covenant's doing, but he also has like heard what the Oracle has to say, and he's not like biased to it.
Absolutely. No, it really does seem like this is the story of the Covenant splitting into the Civil War. Like that really seems like
what Halo 2
this is
Yes.
the like major. It's not like you're saying. It's not necessarily the human. Like Master Chief is there, but it is really about this kind of splintering of the Covenant, which is really cool. And it is interesting to see that jump from Halo 1 to Halo 2, and even reading some of the reviews, which we'll get into later, like how people were talking about, like just the step up. It's cool. Very interesting stuff.
All right, so let's jump into this juicy set of dialogue, boys. You know your roles.
Yep.
John 117 is held in front of Gravemind's head. The head being one giant mouth made from separate parts, somewhat similar to an elite's. I am a monument to all your sins. As Gravemind talks, he breathes out flood spores. Two tentacles bring forth a struggling Thel Vadame.
Relax. I'd rather not piss this thing off.
Demon.
The Gravemind makes a loud huffing sound and indicates John 117.
This one is machine and nerve, and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded.
Kill me or release me, parasite, but do not waste my time with talk.
There is much talk, and I have listened through rock and metal and time. Now I shall talk, and you shall listen. He raises two tentacles, one wrapped around a red monitor, and the other merged with an infected prophet of regret.
Greetings. I am 2401 Penitent Tangent. I am the monitor of Installation 05.
And I am the prophet of regret, counselor host hierarch of the covenant.
Be very pathetic when you read his lines, because he is very pathetic at this point. So let's get into a dossier. Aeon 2401 Penitent Tangent. He's the monitor of Installation 5, as he just said, although shown briefly during the encounter with the Gravemind deep in the bowels of Installation 5's library. Tangent is obviously almost identical to his brother, Guilty Spark, with the exceptions of his voice is deeper than Guilty Spark's and his eye glows red instead of blue. He behaves much like Guilty Spark does in his non-rampant state and still shows regard for protocol. According to a Forerunner artificial intelligence, Tangent neglected repairs for his installation's containment facility, resulting in several breaches by xenoform and possibly catastrophic outbreak that resulted in the organism's possession of the areas around Installation 05's library. In the Halo anniversary terminals, Penitent Tangent was the last monitor to send a status update to Guilty Spark on Installation 04, 3,000 years after the Halo event. So again, in reference, 7 to the 4th power is 2,401. He's only seen briefly in this cutscene, and that's it. And he's in a downloadable multiplayer map called Backlash for Halo 2, but this is the only time we see Penitent Tangent.
I never noticed. I didn't
to be
play
honest,
much.
when I was playing these games first through, I couldn't have told you all these Sparks names and stuff like that for the most part, except for like 343, really.
Right, because he's in like every game.
Exactly.
A reclaimer here at last. We have much to do. The facility must be activated, or we can control this outbreak.
Stay where you are. Nothing can be done until the sermon is complete.
Not true. This installation's success utilization record of 2.2.
Try again.
Not true. This installation has a successful utilization record of 1.2 trillion simulated and 1 actual. It is ready to fire on demand.
Of all the objects our lords left behind, there are none so worthless than these oracles. They know nothing of the great journey.
And you know nothing of containment. You have demonstrated complete disregard for the most basic of protocols.
This one's containment. And this one's great journey are the same.
Your prophets have promised you freedom from a doomed existence, but you will find no salvation on this ring. Those who built this place knew what they wrought. Do not mistake their intent, or all will perish as they did before. At this moment, the Arbiter stops struggling against the tentacles. He stares somewhat curiously at the Gravemind.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another.
If you will not hear the truth, then I will show it to you. There is still time to stop the key from turning, but it must be found. You will search one likely spot, and you will search another. Fate had us meet as foes, but this ring will make us brothers. Master Chief and the Arbiter disappear into the teleportation rings, fade to black, fade in on high charity. A swarm of Covenant ships attack each other from the outside. High Charity, Thanon on the walkway on the council chamber. Honor Guard brutes guard the gates from Grunt and Jackal rioters. We are all of us gravely concerned. A line of Honor Guard brutes stand at attention. Cameraman Grunt focuses on a holographic camera of truth as he delivers his propaganda, while Prophet of Mercy watches from aside. The release of the parasite was unexpected, unfortunate, but there's no need to panic. In truth, this is a time to rejoice, a moment that all Covenant should savor, raises the index. For the sacred icon has been found. With it, our path is clear. Our entry into the divine beyond guaranteed. The great journey is nigh. The Grunt notices Master Chief appearing behind him out of thin air, and nothing, not even the flood, can stop it. Master Chief looks down at the shocked Grunt.
Boo.
And Prophet of Truth goes, kill the demon. So yeah, this is how we start the level. Our first encounter with the brutes has begun, so let's meet the Jirohani.
Boil in your pot, demon!
The Jirohani, known by humans as brutes, are the most recent members of the Covenant. They are large, bipedal, giant, ape-like species from Doisak.
From where?
Doisak.
Doisak.
Hey, you from... Hey, what's going on, Johnny? From Doisak?
Oh, you're from Doisak. I see. What are you doing? That's
from
wicked
Doisak?
awesome.
Was that like Australian?
It was Australian mixed with Boston.
Hey, you going to Doisak?
It's wicked awesome.
It's me, Chip Stubbo, Chief. The Jirohani have been part of the Covenant since before the destruction of the UNSC agricultural colony on a harvest, and they were resented by the Sangheili for their monomaniacal behavior. Despite the savagery and brutality, the Jirohani have proved intelligent enough to achieve spaceflight and spacefaring status, though their warlike nature meant they quickly collapsed into civil war and afterward fell back into their former pre-space status and learned nothing from the experience. What a sad life.
Sorry, just for, I was curious what monomaniacal meant. And it says, obsessed with a single subject or idea. Psychoneurotic. Affected with emotional disorder.
That's interesting.
It is. But I'm sorry, continue.
The Jirohani had recently concluded a mechanized war of attrition in which many fought and pummeled each other back into a pre-industrial state, which that's interesting. When the Covenant discovered them in 2492, having only just rediscovered radio and rocketry, the primitive Jirohani were quickly defeated and the Covenant absorbed them. The brutes were the second Covenant species encountered by the humans following the Kigyar. This was a raid on the freighter This End Up. They were also the first Covenant species encountered by the Harvest Colonial Militia. The Jirohani's plan to seize power over the Sangheili began with their alliance with the High Prophet of Truth during the Battle of Harvest and continued to gain headway until the eventual splitting of the Covenant, which we are seeing right now. They eventually took the role of the Prophet's Honor Guard from the Sangheili, as we just saw, and the Sangheili failed to prevent the assassination of Regret by Master Chief. Regret's assassination culminated in the Brutes replacing the Elites as the leaders in the Covenant military. Brutes are physically imposing enemies to face in combat, standing approximately 9 feet tall. They're not only tower over their human opponents, but the majority of the Covenant allies, with only Hunters standing taller than themselves. They have thick gray skin and extremely resilient to battle damage. Their first appearance, they are covered in thick, shaggy fur that offers further protection. It covers most of their body except for their head and shoulder blades. However, the Brutes in Halo 2 are shaggier than those in Halo 3. Some trivia. According to First Strike, the Jirohani encountered by Spartan 2 personnel aboard the unyielding Hierophant in 2552. However, the Contact's Harvest and Halo Wars and multiple stories in Halo Evolutions clearly indicate that the Jirohani encountered by humanity in general much earlier, while the package, which is a part of Halo Legends, was actually watched recently, reveals that they had been encountered by Spartan 2s as early as 2535. In the definitive edition, this was changed just to being mentioned that they were Jirohani on the station. So there's clearly some inconsistencies with the lore about
they went back and changed stuff. That's
interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I feel like that's kind of happened with a few things in the Halo lore, right? Like I feel like because when Halo 1 came out, we were I think we talked about this before, we assumed Master Chief was the only Spartan left,
Yes.
Fred
Yeah.
and Linda
Yeah.
were not talked about at
There
all.
were no Spartans.
That's what I thought. He was the last. Okay, cool.
I mean, it even said it on the back of the game.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you're the last
Halo
one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just confirming.
I feel like as long series like this,
I think it's
you
completely
look at
fine.
you look
I
at
didn't,
series
yeah.
like Metal Gear or Kingdom Hearts, like you have to retcon. Like
Yeah.
you just
Just
have
at a certain
to.
point, there's certain things that
Right.
just
It's
have
like
to be.
it's
yeah.
like, hey, we want to tell this story. We need to like
And it's usually not something
rewrite.
that. Yeah, it's like in retconning where the brutes were first introduced is not going to be world breaking of any kind. You know.
right. And like, again, like this is from Halo Wars, an anime movie, and I think a book. Like it's just like, okay, like only a select few people are gonna really know
Yeah.
that information. In Halo 2, it is possible to find a Jirohani wielding a human shotgun. This is the second in-game instance of a Covenant member making use of human weaponry by default. In Halo 2, Jirohani blood is a darker shade of blue, while it is red with blue splotches in Halo 3. In the level Anders Signal in Halo Wars, I have no context for this. Serena identifies the Jirohani using the actual name of the species as well as calling them Jirohani. This is the first time the Covenant species' actual name is spoken in scripted dialogue.
Interessante.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that is pretty interesting that they don't there's never any use of like the scientific name like ever.
Yeah, no.
The Sangheili gets mentioned though. Like the elites call themselves Sangheili.
Yeah.
And like
sometimes how much do they know of the Covenant speak? Like, is that the Jirohani? That's their own name for themselves, right?
Yeah, that's their
not like-
scientific
yes.
name. The brutes is what the humans call them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think like military terms.
Exactly. There's like
takes
it's the
more
brutes.
time to call less time to call them a brute or a grunt than
Than a
you know,
Jiro-
Yeah,
Jirohani.
a Jirohani, like no,
Yeah.
it's just a brute.
Hey, it's a
Or
G.
An
Ognoid,
elite,
yeah.
grunt,
Yeah.
jackal. Like they're all like simple.
Yeah,
you know,
basically
simple
one
words.
syllables. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so while we're fighting them, we're obviously going to pick up the brute plasma rifle here as well in this first room. The Type 25 directed energy rifle Jirohani variant is more commonly known as the blue plasma rifle and is a Covenant infantry firearm. It is a modified version of the original plasma rifle used almost exclusively by brutes. It is considerably different than its Sangheili issued counterpart. Unlike standard issue plasma rifles, the brute variant fires a weaker bolt identified by the bolt's red hue. The weapon compensates for this weakness with a higher fire rate, as well as achieving better penetration and stronger kinetic impact than its Sangheili issued counterpart. The only visual difference is the two is obviously the brute one is red. Some trivia real fast. The plasma rifle and the sentinel beam are the only weapons in Halo 2 not shown in the instruction manual.
Never knew that. I like the brute plasma rifle better,
I was just gonna ask, guys.
and I dual wielded it.
Truthfully, I didn't notice a major difference.
Oh,
What do you mean?
I really
it shoots faster.
I guess I did. I'm just saying, me
Yeah,
personally, I really didn't notice a major difference when I was using it.
Well, you're wrong.
That's fair, and I accept that. But
So-
fuck you guys.
So which one do you prefer, though?
I guess again, since I like the red.
Yeah.
Just like
I
the
like
red.
the red. The cool. I did think they obviously had to do something different, and now that you're saying it, yeah, I probably did notice that there was a bit more of like a fire rate on that one. But no, I don't know. I didn't really notice so much of a difference that it made me really kind of consider which one I was picking up. Aside from I like the red.
Honestly, I have to agree.
Yeah, like
it's red, but I started dual wielding a lot more, and it
you
kind of
can
shreds.
you can notice like if you are. I feel like now that I'm
It
thinking about it, if you're
overheats a
using both.
lot faster.
I
too.
do like them both together.
Yeah, both together. That's a good one.
It's a
Oh,
good,
red and
it's
blue.
Yeah, it's a cool kind of like dual wield combo. I think I like the Elite's version better. I do like the plasma rifle. It's always been like a good gun in my
Mainstay
opinion. A
for
gun
sure.
that I want to use.
Yeah.
After this encounter, we deposit Cortana in High Charity's system so that she can help us progress. We move forward to an outside area, and we see a large vista of High Charity, which Trio mentioned last episode.
I think so, yeah.
We're doing a lot of recordings today, so I forget where that fell.
Yeah.
But I think it was last episode.
When you look out,
Yeah, and you kind of see it. It looks not bad. I still
doesn't
feel
look
like
bad.
for the old graphics, really.
I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
of
still
course,
blown
the
away.
new one. Oh,
Yeah, so we see the High Charity, like the city, actually, and then what is in the middle is the Forerunner Dreadnought known as the Anodyne Spirit. We'll talk about that later. Here we encounter a brute captain with a brute shot. We are picking up the brute shot, obviously. This is a Type 25 grenade launcher. Brute Shot is a Covenant weapon favored exclusively by the Brutes. The Brute Shot is carried and fired from the hip rather than from the shoulder. The grenades seem to be belt-fed through the top of the weapon. The splash damage from this weapon is relatively small. It features, like other Brute weapons, a blade on the other side, which is used as a powerful close combat weapon.
So something I noticed and people in my Discord brought up, does it like arc in Halo 2 when you shoot it? Did you notice if it like arcs or anything? Like when you shoot the
I
Brute Shot?
kind of did. Yeah,
But
I
like
thought
in
I
Halo
did.
3,
It's got much
completely
more.
straight.
Is it in Halo 3?
It's completely straight.
It's straight and it detonates on contact.
Yeah.
It's more like it bounces a little bit.
It has
and then,
one more shot in Halo 3. It's definitely better in Halo 3.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you think about it, you only use it for 3 levels.
I barely picked it up, so
I tended to stay away from it.
It's better in Halo 3.
absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Cortana tells us that she detects Marines' IFF tags and that there are Marines being kept prisoner close by. We follow Cortana's info and make our way to High Charity's brig and free our comrades. We've seen these areas before in cutscenes toward the start of the game in the Arbiter level. After saving what Marines we can, we hear Truth's voice over the loudspeaker. Does anyone want to read Truth for me?
Sure I can. Fear not, my brothers. The sacred icon is secure. It was Tartarus and his brutes who took the icon from the flood, and for that they have our thanks. The elites have failed to protect the prophets, and in doing so they have put our lives at risk. Let no warrior forget his oath. Thou in faith shall keep us safe, whilst we find the path. With my blessing, the brutes now lead our fleets. They ask for your allegiance, and you shall give it.
We begin to see the Covenant fight each other. The first instance of this is elites fighting against drones. Brutes as well as jackals and grunts will join in the fight to usurp the elites from the hierarchy in the Covenant military. The Great Schism has begun.
Whoa.
The Great Schism, also known as the Covenant Civil War and the Great Betrayal, was a major conflict was a major conflict between the Covenant Loyalists and the Covenant Separatists. The conflict fermented on October 20th, 2552, and broke out on November 3rd, which is the day of this mission, 2552, after the changing of the guard. The Great Schism will last until December 2552, the end of Halo 3.
That's interesting.
How do you guys feel about this part, where you're your Master Chief... You're kind of in the middle of this whole fucking thing that has nothing to do with
He really does
you.
feel like a secondary character.
It's true. Like, you just see all this fighting happening, and you're just like, well, I can kind of just slip on by. Not really, like, absolutely. It's interesting.
Right. I think there's a lot of slipping by on this level. Like, you can easily walk past a lot of encounters because...
And you could take them all out if you want.
Because there are a ton of brutes and elites and jackals and grunts and all the other Covenant species fighting each other all at the same time.
I really feel like they kicked up the ante on just the amount of weapons you can find in this level. Like, I mean, I know it's all a Covenant weapon, but, like, you're finding beam rifles all the time. Everyone's running around with fuel rod cannons, carbines. God, I love the carbines.
I love the carbines.
So do you like the Covenant weapons better than the humans just because they're kind of different?
No,
honestly?
absolutely. And, like, I think, like, we're truly bringing in all these Covenant weapons was, I feel like, a major game changer in this one specifically, and being able to kind of flesh out their arsenal was a lot of fun. And I find that they're mostly more fun to use than their human counterparts, especially like the beam rifle.
Specifically because there's no battle was it the SMG that replaced the assault rifle?
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have an assault rifle in my hand than an SMG.
Absolutely.
That's why I lean towards the plasma rifle.
Yep,
it feels really good. So
I'm with you 1,000%.
I can kind of agree with you there. It's it's an SMG. It's a smaller gun. The assault rifle. Yeah, I feel like there you just say that and you understand what you mean. Like it does. Like explaining it further kind of makes it weird.
Yeah,
but
it's a feel thing almost. Yeah.
We travel to an outside area where we battle various groups of Covenant Loyalists and Separatists, weaving in and out of combat as we progress towards the mausoleum of the Arbiter, amidst the civil conflict that has plagued High Charity. During this, we witness In Amberclad jump out of slipspace and crash lands. We get to the mausoleum, where the most infamous part of this game occurs if you're playing in the normal graphics. Blow Me Away by Pranking Benjamin cues up, and you're like, holy shit, what's going on?
Where am I?
In the anniversary version, just like in in the level The Arbiter, Misha Mansour of Periphery fame, his song Breaking the Covenant plays here instead of Blow Me Away. But I remember in playing this level in Halo 2, I was playing with Mike Lasacci, and I was over his house, and I think we decided to play the game in one go, and we got to this level, and we were like so hyped.
Blow me away, man.
Yeah, only the strongest will survive. Yeah.
I do like breaking the. I do like the cover.
It's so good.
That Misha Mansour did. Sorry.
Yeah.
I kind of played in the anniversary for this part. I was like, yeah, I have it in my Spotify playlist. Absolutely,
yeah.
Right. Do you guys like this kind of big fight?
Yeah.
I thought it was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this. Yeah, I remember this pretty specifically from this game. Actually,
this was one of the more memorable parts.
Absolutely.
Honestly, for the song, really. Like every time I hear the song, it reminds me of this part in Halo 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. So we move past the Mausoleum of the Arbiter. Cortana says, "This isn't good. I'm getting confirmed reports of flood leaving in Amberclad's wreckage. Let's get to the Index and find a way out of here before things get really ugly."
I can be Truth.
I'll be Tartarus.
All right.
Please. Tartarus and his brutes take Keys and Johnson and 343 Guilty Spark towards a platform where the Prophets of Truth and Mercy wait for them with 3 Phantoms.
Split them up, one in each Phantom.
3 brutes do so rather brutishly. Okay. Thanks, Halo Wiki, for that one. Keys notices in Amberclad in the tower before being pushed into the Phantom. The 2 Phantoms take off. Tartarus kneels before the Prophets.
The hopes of all the Covenant.
No, Truth is here. Truth is.
He's more serious.
Truth is
Sorry.
Yeah.
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
Prophet of Truth hands Tartarus the Index.
My faith is strong. I will not fail.
Infection forms spring up and rush them. The brutes spot them and they get ready. The honor guards throw their spikes aside and stomp on several of them. Tartarus flattens one with his fist of Rook. The brutes manage to shoot or crush most of them, but one gets through and lodges itself to Mercy's throat, knocking him off his throne. Ah!
Let him be.
Tartarus turns to Truth in surprise.
The great journey waits for no one, brother. Not even you.
The Prophet of Truth boards the Phantom, and the Honor Guard brutes follow immediately, but Tartarus hesitates at the dying Prophet of Mercy. He looks at the Index, makes his decision, and turns away from Mercy. End level.
So they just don't... why did he do that?
I think because Truth realizes Mercy is just weak.
Yeah.
A weak link in the chain, and he doesn't give a shit about him. It's pretty clear that Truth is running the show wholeheartedly.
Yeah. And I guess that does show even like the brutes are just as in on the, and we kind of see this in later cutscenes as to how kind of fanatical they are about it. But they are all really committed to this crazy shit. I didn't realize
it goes back to what you looked up.
No, it's absolutely, and I just didn't I guess I didn't realize. I don't know why. I guess I assumed back in the day when I was playing that the Prophets knew what they were doing. But it really does seem like.
No, I think they know what they're doing, but.
Well, do you think they know they don't think they're gonna die, right? That's the whole thing. What I'm gathering.
But they know they're being malicious about it.
No, absolutely. But they fully believe they're going on this great journey or whatever.
Right. Right. They're not bullshitting the brutes because they're lying. They
truly believe that this is right. Yes, correct. Okay.
And I think that's the moment where Tartarus kind of shows some
a little bit of
I guess in ironicism, humanity.
Yeah.
He looks at him and he's like, yeah, we're part of the Covenant, but I'm following Truth. I follow Truth, even though we're part of the Covenant, we're part of the same brotherhood. I'm gonna follow what he says.
No, it's true, but and he does seem to think about it a little bit though. In that he's like, oh, he's gonna leave behind one of the prophets.
Right.
Oh, what would he do?
Again, let's paint the context for this. We're at the High Chariot, the capital of the Covenant. There's a civil war going on, and now on top of things, the Flood has been released onto the city of High Chariot, which has probably a shit. Maybe we said the number. There's a shit ton of people living here.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, something I wish we had context for, seeing people actually living here. We just see the military structures and the higher up stuff. We don't really know.
We don't know what the civilian life on that installation is.
Yeah. So paint that context. I mean, we're gonna like spoiler alert. High Charity becomes a fucking flood
zone
homeworld,
Yeah.
like in Halo 3. We're gonna come back here at the end of Halo 3, and it's gonna obviously gonna be strikingly different. But yeah, like there's like the Covenant is like this is the beginning of the end for the Covenant. This whole Great Schism is probably the reason why the Covenant like just
falls
loses
or disintegrates basically.
right?
Yeah.
Like the elites turn on them.
Defects basically or whatever. Whatever you want to call.
They, and it's funny. Halo 3 happens a few hours from now. So like, think about. I mean, we're probably gonna bring it up when we get to Halo 3. Think about like the Arbiter switch from the Covenant to helping the Marines. It's only within a few hours from now that he finds Chief after he falls from High Charity, and Chief goes to like put the gun to his head, and Johnson's like, no, he's with us.
Yeah.
And then I forget what Johnson says, but I know Arbiter goes, "Were it so easy."
I love that line.
And he says it at the end of the game too. It's a great.
Love it.
There's some good ass like
Great dialogue. Yeah.
Like only like 4 words, and he's like, yeah.
So you just hit it. Yeah.
So that's the end of Gravemind
Terminal.
Almost forgot.
Let me get to it.
Termy.
So this terminal opens with a prophet scribe talking about the Ungoi and how they were forced into the Covenant and held captive. It talks about an Ungoi rebellion and how they had a pretty nasty relationship with the Kigyar, the Jackals. They like hated each other. The Jackals had tried to sterilize the Ungoi population at one point, causing the Grunts to become even more violent and start attacking other species, elites, everything. Elites even struggled against them due to their numbers and tenacity. Prophets then sent an Arbiter to glass the Ungoi homeworld. Those that survived in High Charity were spared and joined the Covenant. Obviously, they didn't have anywhere to go, and like it ends with the terminal ends with like a grunt looking, and he's just a tear going down his eye, man. So
Poor
sad.
grunts.
Poor grunts.
The goofy goober tear. So were some of the grunts fighting with the elites though?
Yes,
They were. So
They
some
were
were
forced. They were forced into the Covenant.
No, I know.
no, he's
Like
talking
during the
about-
schism, because like when I'm fighting, because when you're going through, you see some that attack you. I feel like, or I guess you see some attacking elites while others are not. At least maybe I was noticing that, or maybe I wasn't noticing them, or I was imagining things. But I don't know. It seemed like some were fighting elites while some were also fighting with them. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think they just split either way.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you if.
But the Jackals
majority
were
defect.
definitely with the Brutes.
Yeah.
They,
Some hunters defect. We'll see
Yeah,
that
in
in Uprising. Some hunters will go to the. Yeah, I think all the other races except the Jackals and the drones split. But yeah, and the engineers don't really have a choice in the matter. They don't. They don't really talk.
Here. Yeah.
The next level is Uprising, which is occurring the same time as Gravemind. So let's go backwards in time a little bit. Uprising is the 13th campaign level of Halo 2. As the Arbiter, the player must battle their way through loyalist Covenant enemies to rendezvous with Taz Vamundi. I'll never get it right. Along the way, they will receive some aid from some other Covenant separatists. Arbiter literally just walks out of a portal on some random location. We are close to Delta Halo's control room for context. First thing to note, if you haven't noticed already, even on easy, the brutes are fucking really hard.
Dude, I was ripping into these things. I'm like, what is happening? You have to even with an energy sword, it's like 3 swipes per brute. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
They'll one shot you. They'll one shot you on normal. So I would go and swing with the sword, and another one would just come and.
But even
down, I'm dead.
The weird thing that was super inconsistent for me was the headshots. Because I was knocking off their helmet, and then sometimes I'd shoot them 5 times and they'd die in the head. Then other times I'd shoot them 1 more time in the head once the helmet was off and they died. So I don't know. It was very weird.
I will say the carbine is definitely the most consistent. I feel
that's what I found too. But even with the sniper rifle, the beam rifle, I was having issues. I don't know.
I think this is a byproduct of end of development. We didn't balance this right.
Yeah.
They're only in 4 levels.
The way they fucking rush you, man. Assholes.
The brutes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, after you kill when the one left.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
Like, Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, when there's one left, they
interesting.
they like berserk.
Yeah, they're only at 4 levels, so like I feel like like obviously in Halo 3 there are much different enemy types in this game, and I feel like in Halo 3 I like their look better. Maybe we can talk about that here.
I'm curious,
I feel like in this game they are very much like Wookiee looking things. Like they have the leather
shaggy,
strap. They're shaggy as hell.
They look more like big gorillas in some ways, even absolutely.
Yeah, but in Halo 3, I feel like they're still ape looking, but like they act a little bit like they just look cooler. One, they have armor on most of the time, and 2, I feel like they act a little bit differently. But like right when you knock their armor off, they do the rage thing and they come in and try to get you. I'm glad we're on the same page with the brutes, though. They're on easy. I was like, "What the fuck?"
That's what I'm like.
3 stripes to the energy source. Like it's just I'm like,
insane. Why do you need?
Why aren't you dying?
Literally.
The elite. We're kind of going down this path, and we get some elite reactions to the betrayal. Sangheili says the brutes have betrayed us. The counselors, and he's talking about higher ups in the Sangheili. Another elite says, "By the prophets, what have these brutes done? They have shed our brother's blood, and for that they must die. A zealot, make haste! There are more brutes to kill." So they're clearly, like they question it, but like they're clearly like they're all the elites are against these guys.
Everyone's immediately like, "Fuck them."
None of them are like, like
we're hanging around.
We're
like, all on the same page.
We're fucking.
We're better than them, and we know it. As Globo Jim would say.
Nice. Nice. We're joined by various elites, grunts, and even hunters. The Arbiter makes his way through Delta Halo structures and control room facilities, killing any brute in sight. There's a stretch of the area where we must board a ghost to more easily navigate the vast terrain of Halo. We eventually reach a lower portion of the area where we enter a waterfall basin-looking area where our terminal is for this area, or level.
Okay. So this one opens with 343 saying he doesn't think the elite species is Sangheili. They're very smart. He says, in all this time in 400 years, it never occurred to anyone how convenient it was that the prophets always found a powerful, capable leader who would always commit a terrible blasphemy every time the power structure of the Covenant was threatened. Oracle then looks back on all the records that him and Sesa have discussed about the Arbiter. He said that those chosen to be Arbiter were more than just simple warriors. They all had significant political influence among the elites. And in some cases, their influence was already being used to question the prophets, in which that led to charges of heresy against them. Once they were branded Arbiter, basically they were sent to their death. That was the whole point of the Arbiter, a death sentence.
Wow. Well, and so was it to basically die in battle? Or would you literally just be we're gonna be it's like the Suicide Squad. We're gonna put you on this fucking mission that you're probably not gonna come back from most of the time. Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
There is an armory area with like a bunch of weapons like right after this.
I did notice that. Yeah.
A bunch of
I was
weapons.
expecting are we gonna fight Tartarus soon? Like, is that what this is? And then no, it was just
It's just like this
stacked armory.
Shit. Yeah. Shipmaster exits the last door. So this is end of the level. Sure. Shipmaster exits the last door. A wraith approaches him slowly. Arbiter readies his weapon. The lid opens to reveal, "Hey, it's me, your buddy Shipmaster."
I'm back. I lived.
By the rings, Arbiter, the counselors are they
murdered by the brutes?
Vile, disloyal beasts. The prophets were fools to trust them.
Alternately on higher difficulties.
Vile, insolent beasts. The prophets were fools to trust them.
They see phantoms fly over them. It stops above the platform of Delta Halo's control room. Tartarus lands from the grav lift with Commander Miranda Keys and 343 Guilty Spark in captivity. Tartarus greets the Jirahani guards with growls. He enters the door and closes behind him. That is the end of Uprising. And we are finally here. The end of Halo 2. But Trio, that's for next time.
It absolutely is, Gooch. This has been a lot of fun on this 11th episode of our Halo journey. The 6th, right, of Halo 2?
Yes.
Correct? Awesome. Well, we're making our way through slowly but surely. We got one more for Halo 2 coming at you very soon. But for now. You can find this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. You can find us on our social medias at Delco Nerds. We have a nice Discord where we talk about Halo. We talk about I don't want to double up here. Batman. We talk about Deathstroke. Maybe even a little bit of Mass Effect. And who was that guy?
Ritlock.
From
Brimstone from Guild Wars 2.
From Guild Wars 2. Ritlock Brimstone from Guild Wars 2. So come on and hang out with us in that fun Discord. You can find all this information on our website, DelcoNerdNetwork.com. You can even shoot us an email, DelcoNerds@gmail.com. We're trying to be better about checking that out. But we definitely would like to see some feedback there. But in the meantime, for Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
On Arbiter. There is still time to stop the key from turning.
I must get inside.
Then mount up, Arbiter.
I know a way to break those doors.
Sorry.
Was that you?
I just love it when he goes
ejaculating.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we get a Wraith segment here. We're going to basically, at the other side of the canyon, there is a Scarab tank parked at a Forerunner structure. That is how we will enter the control room. There's one piece of dialogue from a Sangheili I thought was cool. The Arbiter, ? I thought he was dead. Hold your fire. The hunters have come to our aid. Arbiter.
Arbiter.
They will fight and stand by our side.
I love the way this is the same. He's like ducked behind some things and he jumps up on top of the. I love the way he just like jumps up. He's like,
it's me.
It's me.
Arbiter, you should know who I am.
I am Spec Ops Sangheili 222.
Don't you recognize me?
So we fight our way up to reach Johnson. We free him from his brute captors. Vadim, I gotta.
Arbiter.
Yeah. Arbiter turns around to see the Scarab's main cannon aimed at him.
Listen, you don't like me, and I sure as hell don't like you.
Cut to Scarab's helm. Johnson at the controls.
But if we don't do something, Mr. Mohawk's gonna activate this ring, and we're all gonna die.
Tartarus has locked himself inside the control room.
Well, I just happen to have a key. The Scarab's cannon opens up. Come on, grab a Banshee and give me some cover. He's gonna know we're coming.
We trek backwards, escorting Johnson with the Scarab in tow. Johnson fires the Scarab's main gun at the door, blowing it wide open for us to continue through. Now, we must fight Tartarus himself. Tartarus and 4 Girohani captains stand in front of the control panel, holding Commander Miranda Keys and 343 Guilty Spark.
Should I be Tartarus again? Or?
Yeah.
All right.
Please.
All right. All right. Come, human. It is easy. He tries to get Keys to insert the index. Take the icon in your hands. Grab it firmly. No, I'm kidding. That was me. Grouse impatiently and do as you're told.
Yeah, so you know humans can only activate the ring. Right?
I did not know that.
I was going to ask that question.
They're reclaimers.
Yeah.
That's why the Oracle refers to Master Chief as a reclaimer.
Were they left alone on purpose then? Did they know that they were going to survive the original time they activated the rings? Or did they know?
I forget why the humans are the only ones who can activate the rings. I think it has something to do with the Forerunners programming it that way. What did they know? Sorry, say that again.
What humans were? Were humans
Forerunners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they didn't get killed in the Great or in the Purge.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did.
But that's right.
They repopulated.
That's right. I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay,
Yeah,
continue.
they have.
I forgot they held
in Halo Legends. They actually show it. So after they use the rings, they have like automatic systems that like bring like they go to each planet and redeposit
Adam and Eve.
the like life forms. That
Really?
were there.
That's interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
And you watch that on Netflix?
I think
Or like a website?
I think I read it on Prime. Yeah, I watched it recently. It was interesting how like some are good and some are kind of meh.
Yeah.
It's an interesting watch. I don't think it's like the greatest thing ever. But yeah, like some are not, like one is clearly non-canon and the rest are canon. But yeah, I think it's kind of worth a watch.
Okay.
If you're bored one night.
Love it.
He slams the index into the console, which flashes red lights. I'll be guilty spark.
All right. Yeah.
Please use caution. This reclaimer is delicate.
One more word, Oracle, and I'll rip their eye from your socket.
Commander Keyes exhales sharply.
Well, which is nothing compared to what I will do to you.
The Arbiter walks in.
Tartarus, stop.
Impossible.
Put down the icon.
Put it down and disobey the hierarchs?
There are things about Halo even the hierarchs do not understand.
Take care, Arbiter. What you say is heresy.
Is it? Oracle, what is Halo's purpose?
Collectively, the seven...
Not another word! Sergeant Johnson off screen.
Tartarus lowers 343 Guilty Spark to see Johnson standing next to the Arbiter. He holds a beam rifle and aims it directly at Tartarus.
Don't shake the light bulb.
Jirohani growl and approach.
If you want to keep your brains inside your head, I'd tell those boys to chill.
Tartarus barks as commanded. The Jirohani back off.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
The sacred rings, what are they?
Weapons of last resort, built by the Forerunners to eliminate potential flood hosts, thereby rendering the parasite harmless.
And those who made the rings? What happened to the Forerunners?
After exhausting every other strategic option, my creators activated the rings. They and all Odyssean sentient life within the 3 radii of the galactic center died as planned. Close up on the Arbiter as he lowers his head in sadness. Would you like to see the relevant data?
Tartarus, the prophets have betrayed us.
Tartarus pauses, then throws 343 Guilty Spark at Johnson's head, knocking him down. Then grabs Keyes' hand and forces the index into the console.
No, Arbiter! The great journey has begun, and the brutes, not the elites, shall be the prophet's escorts.
Tartarus grabs his hammer, and his energy shield turns on. The main platform splits into 3 as Halo charges up. Arbiter finally kills Tartarus.
Boom.
So guys, what did you think about the Tartarus boss fight? I actually think out of the boss fights we get, it is very boss fight.
It is.
Yes,
It's the most.
absolutely.
Absolutely. It's funny. This is the only game with boss fights, right? Did we say that?
Yes. 5 has them.
Yeah, I was
Sure.
gonna say
Sorry.
5
In
has
the
them.
original
Out of the-
trilogy, I
yes,
should say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
boss
I
no,
wouldn't
very
consider
interesting.
Regret a boss. I mean, you just punch the shit out of him, right?
Yeah, and
I
he's
wouldn't
done.
really consider that a boss fight. So yeah, I didn't have much trouble. He was pretty easy. Beat him first try.
Same.
Yeah.
But I'm on easy again, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
On Legendary, this is hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing it on Legendary. Yeah, it's not a bad. It's not a bad fight. It's kind of like doesn't really explain too well what to do.
You're just
Again,
supposed to shoot him, right? That's
Johnson tells you he's gonna shoot him, but you can't fucking hear it.
Yep.
So how are you supposed to fucking know? And you wait until Johnson puts 3 in him, and then
And
his
then
shield
that
down.
goes his shield. Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
so that's how you. Yeah, that's
Well,
how
that
you
makes
kill him.
sense. Yeah, that definitely wasn't communicated well at all.
No.
No.
All right, so let's hit the ending. Keyes
right.
jumps on. What?
You want to do? Who's gonna be? Let's do the
terminals?
voices. No, the voices now.
Yeah,
Let's
before we
figure out
get
who we're gonna do because the Arbiter's in there.
I can do keys.
Okay, I'll be guilty
You want
spark.
to stay Guilty Spark?
Yeah.
You still stay as Johnson?
Yeah, is there another? Well, hold on. Yeah, I guess. Sure. I guess. Well, here, why don't you be Keys, then I'll stay Johnson,
I'll be Master Chief again.
and then I'll be the Lord Hood or whatever. I guess.
Yeah, and then I can be the comm officer.
Okay.
All right, I think we got it.
Keys.
I'll be Keys.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Keyes jumps onto a rotating platform, ducks to avoid one of the other platforms, passing right above her, reaches a main platform, and grabs the index. The entire room shakes, making Keyes hold the index up to her chest in fear. Cut to exterior of control room. All the built-up energy fires into space. Cut to Halo's exterior. A large pulsing ball of energy is formed in the center. The shot from the The shot from the control room reaches it, and the ball glows and explodes, then dissipates. Cut back to the interior of the control room, which seems to be running on emergency power, as many of the lights are dimmed or not functioning. Key stands in front of a holographic depiction. Johnson rides 343 Guilty Spark to her.
What's that?
A beacon.
What's it doing?
Communication at superluminal speeds with a frequency of...
Communicating with what?
The other installations.
Show me.
Guilty Spark interfaces with a hologram. It depicts 7 halos. A red message points to the one ring, most likely either installation 5 or where they are, or installation 4, which has been destroyed. Failsafe protocol. In the event of unexpected shutdown, the entire system will move to standby status. All remaining platforms are now ready for remote activation.
Remote activation from here?
Don't be ridiculous.
Listen, Tinkerbell, don't make me...
Keys puts a hand on his shoulder.
Then where? Where would someone go to activate the other rings?
343 Guilty Spark is truly baffled. Why? The Ark, of course. The Arbiter comes up behind Johnson and Keys.
And where, Oracle, is that?
Fade in on the Forerunner Dreadnought exiting sixth space and heads straight to Earth. Covenant and Unity ships are engaging each other. We've got a new contact! Unknown classification! Fade in on the interior of the Forerunner ship.
Isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Spartan 117.
Anyone hear me? Over.
Isolate that signal. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Fades to black. Level ends. Credits play.
Great stuff.
Good ending, but it is very...
It's
it just
so
ends.
abrupt.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, here we go.
Yep.
Last Master Chief. Oh, it's over.
Yeah.
And we do
you know what I mean?
have an epilogue real quick.
Yeah.
We fade in on the flood-infested High Charity. A flood spore floats through the air. The camera pans off to the walkway outside the council chamber. Cut to a damaged door that keeps trying to close. Gravemind's tentacles creep through. Silence fills the empty grave now that I am gone. Cut to council chamber. Gravemind's tentacles reach across. But my mind is not at rest, for questions linger on. I will ask, and you will answer. Cortana's hologram appears. She holds her hand up. The tentacles stop and move off. Close up on Cortana's face.
All right. Shoot.
And that is the official
Knew it was something
end
like that, yeah.
of Halo 2. Guys, what did we think about Halo 2? And it's obviously better than Halo 1. I don't think
you said it. Yeah,
I don't think it's much discussion that obviously in our rankings here, Halo 2, Halo Combat Evolved, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't think there's any other way to put
It's
them
not
right
even
now.
a question.
Story, this league's
Gameplay.
better.
Yeah.
Just playing as Covenant and seeing the Covenant side, and even the terminals helped really flesh out the story.
No, I think it's a completely different beast in a lot of ways. I think it makes the story just leagues more interesting than what we got in Halo Combat Evolved. I think it just tops it in every single way. Truly, I can't speak much more than that.
Yeah, we're again, kind of like we mentioned, we're getting the Covenant side of the story, and Halo 2 is really about the Covenant breaking apart, and it's really not about anything Master Chief is doing. It's really about this internal conflict
within the Covenant,
both within the Arbiter and externally with him, as he is internally dealing with the fact that the Covenant is bullshit, and now that the Covenant is also breaking apart, it's not just him. He's dealing with that. Yeah, it is about the Covenant splintering off and the Arbiter realizing the BS behind what the prophets have been.
And he's kind of realizing he's been in a cult, basically. I mean, in a way, obviously not literally, but
no,
he's
literally.
Yeah, I guess yeah. He's like, oh shit, we've just been totally deceived. It was. I feel like there was never really that major moment with him of he obviously realizes what's going on, but I don't know if there's this moment. Yeah, he really does.
I was gonna say he's not that type of character.
No,
and he's also a military man. I
guess I just would have liked to see a point of reflection with him, not necessarily that he has to be whoa, you know what I mean? But I don't know, maybe to have him, and not what's the word I'm looking for? Not admit it, but I don't even know.
talk
what I'm
about
trying to say.
how he feels about it.
In some way, like
Because he doesn't.
He really
Right.
doesn't. Like I feel like he kind of just moves on.
That goes in hand with what you. It's just not in his character.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Strictly military guy.
And no, I mean it would have been interesting. I guess I think there
Like,
could have been something between him and the shipmaster of like wow, this is like I don't know. Not a terrible
right.
thing,
I
yeah.
mean, good point. But Chief's the same way.
No,
You know,
absolutely.
Chief
Well, it's
doesn't
funny.
talk
He's
about any of
Arbiter's
this.
definitely more talkative than Chief. But like, yeah, you're right. It's so true. I never
Are there
even
any
thought
books
about that one.
about the Arbiter?
I feel
I
like
would
there's
imagine
gotta be.
there's gotta be.
I feel like it would be more fleshed out in there if that's what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Because obviously Chief gets more fleshed out in the books.
Absolutely.
So, what are some pros and cons we can lay down about this game? Obviously, a pro, the story. The story
yeah,
is
yeah.
much better written.
Just
There's much
lore
more
in
depth,
general.
much more character
Yeah.
development, much more lore. Across the board, the story is better.
Weapons. There's just so much more variety. I feel like vehicles, environments. We're not just kind of running through things for the most part. Sure, there's some levels that I feel like are like that, but more often than not, I feel like we were going to new and interesting places rather than kind of just rehashing what we've been through. But
The checkpoint system is a con. I wasn't crazy about it. Like the gondola ride is a big one there. I feel like the checkpoints could have been a lot better. There could have been.
I agree.
a little
There's
more
some weird
numerous,
setups for some of them.
especially if you're playing on a higher difficulty.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like I'm playing on normal, and I was playing on normal, and even I was struggling. You know, I'm playing it. I think it's because I'm playing it like Destiny, and I'm trying to like move around and stuff. And when I should be just playing it a little slower.
We mentioned it 1,000 times, but the boss fights weren't needed.
Yeah.
I feel like Tartarus was the only one that I felt like was definitely a needed boss fight. But like, we didn't really need to fight the Heretic leader. We didn't really need to fight Regret. We did need to fight Tartarus, and I think, like we just said, Tartarus's boss fight was good. Wasn't great, but like the boss fights just should have been cut. I think they were thrown in there to kind of maybe like fluff out the level, I guess, but they were just so like not necessary and just not worth the time.
I would also say length. Some of these levels could be either condensed or we could have used maybe more connective tissue between other certain levels. And I think obviously we can see that the development cycle and the end and and like,
the end is
they had
definitely like so like when the timelines get on top of each other. It's
I don't
a little
think
disjointed.
I agree, and I think I compare like when it comes to abrupt endings. There's one ending that I compare most things to. I think you really know what it is.
Wait,
no,
wait,
I'm saying
let me guess. Wait, or like give me a hint.
So
Can't really
sunglasses.
Deus Ex?
Yeah, Human Revolution. Like the way that campaign just
Mankind
stops
divided.
out of nowhere.
Oh,
like
really?
true. Like I'm like,
didn't
oh,
play
we're
it,
really
so-
getting into the meat here, and then it breaks. I'm like, what the fuck? It wasn't that bad with this for me, but it definitely was like I got to this end level. I'm like, oh, one more. Like I said, to you, one more level is Chief. Oh, it's the end. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, no, but it definitely did feel rather abrupt. But again, it was 15 levels long though too, so it didn't feel short at the same time in a weird way. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe. Anything else, boys?
Kind of going back to like the earlier levels, like the Heretic. Kind of, they're kind of the good guys, in a way.
Yeah, for sure.
They absolutely
They're
are.
kind of the good guys.
Yeah.
Kind of killing the good guys there. It's just the way,
Little
everything
bad,
with the
yeah.
with the terminals. Yeah. Oh, we forgot the last terminal.
Oh, we did.
Wow. No, hey, we're still in it.
Yeah, we're still in it.
We got it.
Yeah.
We didn't end.
No, we didn't. And then we're gonna just get into some reviews after this.
Yeah, I challenged Trio to a segment I thought would be interesting. We'll explain it.
So the last terminal in the game opens with the Heretics saying how he believes Selvadamy is dead after the destruction of the Halo Ring. His orders were to secure the ring and to prepare it for the arrival of the Hierarchs. He says that Vadamy never fails his duties. Sesa says that if he did live, he would most likely be punished for what happened to the ring, and he would most likely become the Arbiter. He says that the Prophets would need someone to blame for the loss of the ring. Guilty Spark asks what if he became the Arbiter? And Sesa responds by saying that he is lost to our cause and that he would obey the Prophets without question. He doubts that he would even respond to his former name. Sesa then ends by saying he will begin their fight. He will make others aware of the Prophet's lies and find more people to take up their cause.
Yeah.
Fade to black.
Love it. Gucci asked me to gather some past reviews.
Yeah, so I figured this would be kind of interesting to kind of look to see like what people playing the game at the time actually thought of Halo 2, because I feel like we're like maybe have a bias. Like, obviously, we're replaying Halo 2, which is considered a, like, critical darling. Like, we have a different sort of, like, outlook on it. But I'm interested to see what other people have reviewed the game, like some bylines. Yeah, I just thought it'd be interesting to
absolutely
to get some headlines about what people thought about Halo.
Why can't I open up this? There it is. Okay, sorry, I was having some issues. Okay, so just for overall Metacritic wise for Halo 2, it sits at a 95 for the critic score.
Wow. Does that say 0 negative reviews?
It says 0. It says 2 mixed,
Does
0
that really
negative.
surprise you?
No.
So I picked out a few. I tried to kind of keep it to one, like to names that we know. There are a few in here that I don't really know, but they were on the lower side, and I kind of wanted a bit of a scale.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top. This was from Game Informer at the time. They gave it 100 on Metacritic, or at least that I was, quote, simply put, Halo 2 is by far the greatest first-person shooter the console world has ever seen to date.
Wow.
Nothing I can say can prepare you for this game.
Who wrote
December 2004. I didn't look at the exact.
Is he still with gaming? Is he still with Game
I don't know.
Informer?
I'd be curious.
That's crazy.
So now we're going to electronic.
I mean, again, at the time, he's not wrong.
Dude, if you
He's
look at the
probably
Metacritic
right.
scores, it's basically 99s for most of them, or 95s or above for basically all of them.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, so next we're going to Electronic Gaming Monthly. From the huge gameplay twist early on to taking down a giant walking tank to way late in the game when you team up with a certain teammate, all the way down, all the way to the end, that'll leave you with the same breathless feeling you had when you first watched The Empire Strikes Back. Moments like this turn a fun game into a monumental experience.
Yeah, because I guess
that was 100 from Electronic Gaming.
Who could have
Monthly.
seen the twist of the
That's the thing. Did they
Arbiters?
market that you would be playing as the Arbiter in this game at all?
I don't know.
Because that would have been probably interesting. I'd be curious how annoyed / interested people were by that at the time.
Yeah, and then again, I wonder, holy shit, the Arbiter's teaming up with Johnson.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. Yeah, again, we don't have those reactions because we kind of know this.
Absolutely.
So in a way, it kind of sucks that this review is fun in a way, but we don't have that genuine holy shit. I can't believe that happened.
I can't imagine playing this at the time and truly being blown away.
I'm gonna pull up the trailer now, see if they.
Absolutely. So we'll go to GameSpy's review next. They gave it 100 as well. The campaign mode introduces a ton of new elements, not only to the game itself, but also to the Halo universe as a whole. As for the multiplayer, you won't find a better Xbox Live experience anywhere. And you can be sure that Halo 2 will be topping the live charts for years to come. And I think that's absolutely true.
In hindsight, yes, that
absolutely.
was absolutely true.
So we'll go with G4 TV next. They also gave it 100. The best console multiplayer component ever. This game is going to douse Xbox Live in the gasoline and toss it a match on it. With 16 players busting each other's chops at a time and all the clan support you can handle, this game will still be played 5 years from now. So that was more kind of concerned to the multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll go. So this is when we'll kind of start going down a little bit. IGN's at a 99. It's a noble achievement in storytelling, gameplay balance, and multiplayer design, and it's easily the best console-based online game on Earth. Easily. Like so many other people have said thus far, in 2004, Halo 2 will own you.
I found out.
What?
No, they don't. Nothing about Arbiter.
That's what I was thinking.
So the announced trailer that was at E3 is the ending of Cairo Station when he's flying out of the airlock. Except he doesn't have the bomb. He just flies out himself with a battle rifle.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I watched a television trailer. It shows scenes of
but
the
nothing
Arbiter
really
getting branded and stuff like that. But no, there's nothing
letting you know that you would be playing as this character. Interesting. All right. So now we're going to start jumping down the list a little bit more. This is from the New York Times. They gave it an 80 on Metacritic. In spite of a weak ending that is little more than set up for Halo 3, the game is a satisfying experience. It is tremendously fun to jump into an enemy vehicle, punch the driver until he falls out, and get in and start blasting. And that was an 80 from the New York Times. So now we're going to go a little bit lower. This is from Gaming Nexus, again, an outlet I don't really know much about, to be honest. The single-player campaign is boring and ineffective. The action is dull, the level structure is bland, and the overall game lacks the oomph and power of the original. Halo 2's multiplayer aspect fares little better, but it is married to an ineffective matchmaking service and some poor judgment in the balance department. Gaming Nexus, are you high?
Honestly,
It's a pretty that's pretty harsh.
Yeah.
I could see an argument there, but like
For some stuff, but it's very
tough.
tough. Like it kind of blows my mind how harsh that one was. But so this was. I'm gonna give. Oh, sorry.
no, what version of Halo 2 were they playing?
That's what I mean. I agree.
Yeah.
It's insane. So now we're gonna go to the lowest Metacritic score. This was
This is
from
the lowest one.
This was the lowest one on the list. This was from Cinescape. Again, I don't know who this is. They gave a 67. I felt so screwed out of some sort of satisfaction, screwed out of more levels off the Halo. Off of the Halo. Screwed out of many hours of my life that I just poured into one of the most amazingly bad excuses for a single-player first-person shooter campaign. I was bored, I was tired, and by the end of it, I was just really pissed off.
Again, this is like what?
Like, what are you guys like? Again, I don't know what you're going for.
Did they play the first one or like?
I don't know.
Have no idea.
And again, I didn't look into specifically who wrote these articles because I don't even feel.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Continue. Restate what you just said.
So I didn't look into specifically who wrote these, like the writer of the time. These are just from these outlets at the time. I couldn't, because honestly, I guess telling you the name probably won't help you mostly as much. I'd be curious to see if there's like a big name that's still around today.
Burn them down.
Yeah.
Unless we get to Halo 3, I feel like we might start seeing some names.
I would love
Yeah.
to talk to some of like the guy who wrote this Cinescape one though.
Well, like I think an interesting point is like I feel like he like directly references the fact that like you weren't on Halo and he didn't like that.
Yeah, which is weird. I guess.
Like I
guess
get
to a
it.
degree.
The game is called Halo, but like I wouldn't say that's a negative.
Yeah.
Like you said, Trio, you like the fact that there were more.
More going on.
environments.
I agree. Absolutely. I don't know. That just seems like a really weird and like I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't having a good week that week when he played it too. Truth, like
Yeah,
it's just especially
through a
when you
divorce.
see just like this overwhelming positivity for it, and then you see like it's not like it seemed to be like I don't know what was like a very divisive game that came out recently. Something like I don't know, Last of Us 2 or something
Death
Stranding.
But even like that, yes, it's like where like it seemed like the
Two good examples.
critical decision was very different, like or very varying. Like there were some people on the like, oh, this is fucking amazing. Other people were like, this is a piece of shit. But for this, like overwhelmingly, it was 90s and above.
I'd like to see the negative reviews on Steam because people think they're like the next great video game reviewer on Steam.
I love
you ever
it.
like just
No, I haven't. I can't imagine. There's nothing
You ever
more.
just go on Steam and look at reviews for like big games?
This game didn't even.
They go like pros this and like graphics this, and they just.
It's like all right, this is
You're
enough.
reviewing a game on Steam. You don't need to go.
Yeah.
It's like very like elitist.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
very much so.
Yeah.
Well, I think that concludes our journey through Halo 2.
It was a great journey.
It was the great, not the great journey, but a great journey for sure. Absolutely. Guys, thank you so much for listening along with us on this journey through Halo 2. It's been a grand old time. We will be coming back for Halo 3 slowly but surely. You'll be seeing those coming out very soon as well. We can't wait to start. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts can be found. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all your favorite social medias at Delco Nerds. We got a Facebook page. We have a Discord where we talk about things like The Walking Dead, Kojima Productions, Black Canary, and Stargirl even. Sometimes. Not very often, but they come up.
Season 3 is coming out soon.
Absolutely. I need to watch that. I still do.
Oh,
But
season
anyways.
2, actually, sorry.
Anyways, guys, I think that about covers us. All this information can be found on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. Please email us, delconerds@gmail.com, with any fun stuff, any questions, any maybe topic ideas. We're happy to listen to them and read them. But for Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.